monetize. How will you console me? We don't have time to ignore the signs. We don't have time. No
We grow up, and we play. We invent new ways of doing things, and we collaborate. We prepare for that special date, and we care for each other. We do whatever it takes, but our world is on fire, and our future is at stake. We don't have time to wait, but no country, business, or individual can fix this on their own. Together, we can set things straight. Let's act. Through the power of many, we can make change happen. Let's encourage sustainable solutions. Let's suggest new ways of doing things and demand bad practices to stop. We all unite behind the one thing that matters, to save our world. Will you join us?
We are in a climate emergency, and we are very far from where we need to be.
Welcome to the second Exponential Climate Action Summit.
This decade is crucial for the future of us all.
The outcomes for humanity could actually spell disaster.
There are no jobs on a dead planet.
And that's why waiting is not an option.
We're not recovering in a green way as we had hoped last Earth Day.
Poor communities are the one really facing the biggest burden of climate effects.
World Bank estimates that every year we need $4 trillion of capital in emerging and developing economies to pay for the mitigation and adaptation needs.
Personally, I don't believe the fossil fuel industry should continue to be allowed to operate the way it's been operating for the last several decades.
The vast majority of green products on the market today create new profits for investment firms, but do absolutely nothing to fight climate change.
We have to transform the 55% greenhouse gas reduction target that we now have at the European level, the declaration that we're getting from other countries, including Biden today, to halve their emissions, into actions.
So we need strong climate action from business, we need strong climate action from finance. I will encourage every company, every financial institution to join the race to zero immediately.
Investing in a low-carbon, a resilient economy is actually an enormous opportunity right now.
The winners will be the ones creating positive impact.
And what we do at Prime is we offer investment options in solar energy projects in emerging markets.
So fintech is helping resolve access issues for the financially excluded while addressing climate change issues at the same time.
The key here is to put at least the same amount of determination behind actions to achieving this target as we do for major financial or business targets that the companies typically steered on.
So we don't have time, but we do have solutions.
When you scale this solution, in fact, we will save money. We will increase our productivity.
It's a $100 trillion plus economy, the greatest opportunities ever.
That is how we change things together. Your opinions will also be a rating on our platform, where those business and organizations that are doing good climate action will get a better climate score compared to the ones not doing enough. This is going to change how corporations compete.
This top line is 200 to 300 green growth companies that are delivering much better results while taking down our footprints.
Young people have demonstrated that campaigns on the ground can actively shape where the money goes.
We want to be the provider that shows to the company, its employees, that you can make a change with your savings.
We now got 87 asset managers with $37 trillion of assets. That's more than a third of global assets committed to net zero by 2050, and 43 banks with $29 trillion.
The drive to net zero is the growth story of the 21st century.
And the time to act is now.
And about 73% globally of all used clothing is being incinerated or landfilled today.
Our food systems are failing massively, both people and planet.
In 40, 50 years, the glass age will sort of be over because we don't have any sand left to produce glass.
So ultimately, over 90% of all that hard-won stuff we use slips through our fingers and ends up as waste.
Welcome to the third Exponential Climate Action Summit broadcast.
All together, we have an amazing opportunity to create a sustainable future by transitioning to a system.
Welcome to day 2 of We Don't Have Time's week of broadcasts against the backdrop of STHLM+50 and UN World Environment Day. Today we're going to look at the hot topic of securing food systems with the added caveat, this is in the circular way. Let me introduce my co-host. Which is Per Larssons from the Nordic environmental company Dragonfly, where he's the head of sustainability and has a passion for innovation and circularity. Per, can you briefly explain what today's morning show is all about and why it's important?
Yes, Nick. You mentioned it. It will be about the challenge when it comes to food production, or I would say the risk that might overthrow many governments if we can't solve it. Here I have The Economist from last week, the coming food catastrophe. What does it mean? We will pinpoint not the whole value chain when it comes to the food production. We'll pinpoint especially nutrients, phosphorus and nitrogen, and the challenge that we face. How can we produce the food locally? We see one example is that China put a ban on export of phosphorus in 2020, and the rise, 100% rise of their fertilizer prices caused directly an effect. We had the COVID crisis and now the Ukrainian crisis. So I really like to deep dive into that one. But also we'll talk about the mine that we need to use more going forward, a mine that never will end. The mine that the more we mine it, the better for the environment, the better for the people and the better for future generations. But we come back to that mine.
But just when you say the mine, people in their heads will think of a mining operation in a deep place in some far part of the world. But the mine you're talking about is something much more right under our feet or right in front of our noses.
That's correct. We have different streams of nutrients that we don't use today. Phosphorus and nitrogen are not utilized. We have a total linear way of acting. But I will come back to that when we talk about the concrete examples. This show will not be about just a high-level talking. We talk about concrete examples, how we can solve these problems going forward.
Right. No, it's a really big challenge, and I think that it's really interesting to focus on the circular economy as well, because we all know that a lot of our responses to the big challenges of the world right now, whether it be climate change or whether it be the loss of biodiversity, is still very linear, you know, and it's in boxes. But the circular economy is about, in a sense, mimicking nature, isn't it? Nothing is waste. You bring everything back into the economy. This is the way we need to go forward, and we're going to pinpoint the circular economy here.
Yeah, I'm so happy that we really address also the planetary boundaries. And we know that circular material flows will not just solve the reduction of our CO2 emissions in the world, but also make sure that we might not overshoot any of the planetary boundaries going forward. And that will also be part of today's show.
Yeah. Okay, Per, I think we're going to start the guests now on the show. I wonder if we have Professor Melissa Leach joining us on the magic of Zoom from the UK. Do we have Melissa with us? Yes, we do. Okay, fantastic. So let me introduce Professor Melissa Leach. She's a member of the International Panel of Experts on Sustainable Food Systems, or IPES-Food. She's director of the Institute of Development Studies at the University of Sussex in the UK. She's an accomplished author. She's done a lot of work in Africa and so much more. Melissa, you have a keynote. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Nick, and this could not be a more important conversation. But I'd like to start in giving this kind of big picture intro to what looks like a really exciting program by dispelling one myth, and that is that there is currently a global shortage of food. There's not. Even today, as food prices rise and wheat is sitting blocked in Ukrainian ports, stock levels are fine, productivity overall is fine. But the current food price crisis, of course, sparked by the war in Ukraine, proves really clearly that there are major problems with our food systems. Restrictions on food exports in one part of the world are having these knock-on impacts, kind of like a row of dominoes falling. World food prices have hit all-time highs. The price of bread, for instance, has doubled in Sudan this year. It's 70% up in Lebanon. One could go on. The number of seriously undernourished people might increase by 13 million this year alone. And of course, even small price rises can have devastating impacts, especially on the poorest people who spend the bulk of their income on food. And food riots, civil unrest, repressive government tactics could well follow all of this. But the real issues we have today are access, that is getting food to where it's needed, and affordability, that is at a reasonable price. And these are really the same issues that have plagued food insecurity for decades. The point is they're getting worse. So despite actually really massive gains in crop yields over the last half century, we're now seeing rising levels of hunger, even in some rich countries, and with lots of inequity at all levels. We've also got these actually really unsustainable environmental dynamics which are plaguing current food systems and could feed back to mean that they actually just don't deliver in the long run. So food systems are the major drivers of the climate, the biodiversity, and the ecological crisis we face. The main culprit here is industrial food and farming. It's the world's greatest cause of habitat destruction and deforestation, of the global loss of wildlife, and it contributes about a third of greenhouse gas emissions. And industrial food production degrades soils and ecosystems, which in turn necessitates more synthetic fertilizers and toxic pesticides to kind of keep up with demand. So it's not surprising that we're seeing synthetic fertilizer use globally having more than quadrupled since 1960. And of course, most of those are derived from fossil fuels, but with really big costs. So nearly 80% of, for instance, of the nitrogen that's used in synthetic fertilizer actually ends up being lost into the environment, where it pollutes our water, our air, our soils, and it harms biodiversity. And then reliance on fertilizers also makes food systems vulnerable. So the big fertilizer price rises that we're seeing at the moment are likely to kick in next year with really big impacts on food production. Vulnerability. So our food system is highly vulnerable to shocks like war, the financial and energy crises related to them, as well as to climate change, disease, and their interactions. And it's because of these interactions that we're seeing at the moment key agricultural regions facing the worst droughts for decades, including Western South Asia, North Africa, Horn of Africa, parts of Brazil and Argentina, those big grain baskets, as well as North America. And what people are calling these 3 Cs of climate change, of conflict, and COVID-19 impacts are ending up locking in some of these really persistently high levels of poverty and hunger. And if this isn't bad enough, on top of this, and perhaps the key point, is that our current industrialized food systems are also incredibly concentrated and incredibly wasteful. So around 1 in every 4 calories globally either gets lost or is wasted, and that's enough to feed all of the world's hungry 4 times over. Meanwhile, 36% of the calories that we grow are used for animal feed and 9% for biofuels. That leaves a bit for human calories, and yet about 60% of people's calorific needs we've come to rely on only 3 crops: maize and wheat and rice. Moreover, most countries rely really heavily on importing these from just a very small handful of countries shipped around the world by just a few trading firms, in fact, about 4. And evidence, rather scary evidence, suggests that financial speculators are once again jumping into commodity investments and kind of gambling on rising food prices, risking making these food price spikes and volatility worse. So all of this makes our food system incredibly vulnerable to shocks. So you might ask, what's to be done? Well, fortunately, there's actually quite a lot. So in the short term, this is about getting food aid and cash for food to where it's needed and where it's needed most. There are other things: accelerating the development of grain reserves nationally, regionally, and food security response systems can actually help provide important buffers in times of hardship for people. Cancelling debt can help countries support their most vulnerable populations and diversify their food sources. And scaling back this diversion of grain towards biofuel and livestock production will help it be focused on food security for people. But in the long term, it's going to be diversification that's key to building more resilient food and agricultural systems. This is what provides alternative options when shocks occur and which help the risk to be spread. So that's going to mean ensuring that farmers in more countries and regions are producing a greater variety of foods and employing local, ecologically sound production practices, especially delivered through a wider diversity of local and regional markets that in turn can help provide more sustainable livelihoods. And it's this that can help to buffer against these supply chain shocks and climate shocks. It also helps to restore soil health and, in the long run, help to reduce our dependence on pesticides and fertilizers. So what kind of approaches do we need? Well, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization, agroecology, approaches which basically work with nature rather than pushing against it, are by far the best option for transitioning our food systems towards resilience. But I know you'll also be talking later about the circular way, in a sense, circular approaches that recycle their waste. And I'd like to finish by just noting that in both of those areas, working with nature, circularity, there is so much that we can learn from small farmers and agropastoralists, often in quite marginal places, who've actually been practicing these all along, using their own knowledge. For instance, in the parts of West Africa where I've lived, women create dark earths around their villages by burying waste, providing the fertility for a huge diversity of garden crops. There are millions, literally, of these mini circular food ecologies and economies in all sorts of places around the world, and we have a lot to learn from them. And I think in the long run, they can add up to and multiply to improve food security, not just globally, but also as part of this global big picture.
Melissa, that's really super. We're keeping a tight ship today, so I'm not going to come back with a question, but I'd like you to stay on just to do a bit of summing up at the end of this section, if you would, because that was a super introduction. Now we're going to go over to Mark Swilling. Let me bring him in. He's the Distinguished Professor of Sustainable Development at the University of Stellenbosch, a member of the UN Environment Programme's International Resource Panel, and on the Sustainability Commission that reports to the President of South Africa. A big thanks to Mark, who's coming in pre-recorded. I know he's listening in. Over to you, Mark. So let me introduce Mark Swilling, Distinguished Professor and Co-Director of the Centre for Sustainability Transitions at the University of Stellenbosch, and a Commissioner for the National Planning Commission, which is appointed by and reports to the President of the Republic of South Africa. It's impossible to do justice to Mark's CV, an exceptional career. He's a member of the UNEP International Resource Panel and an international expert in sustainable development with over 30 years' experience in societal transitions. Mark, it's really great to have you on the show. Mark, perhaps you can give your perspective on food security from the resource flow issue, global or local, and whether our current method of food and the way we produce it are starting to hit planetary boundaries.
Well, we need to understand food and biomass in general as part of a much wider package of materials, which includes fossil fuels, metals, construction minerals, and so on. And by the year 2017, we were consuming over 90 billion tons of these resources. We actually extracted double of that, but we use half of what we extract. The rest becomes our environmental crisis. And that is a very significant increase over the last 30 years. Between 1970 and 2000, the increase was just over 2% per annum. From the year 2000 to 2017, the increased demand for resources has gone up to 3% per annum. And food is a major part of that, especially as more and more populations move into the middle class. It's also reflected in the growth in demand for construction materials. But what's really interesting, what's being revealed in recent work, is a large proportion of these resources are traded globally. And the prices that the global south, in particular African countries, receive for these resources is actually very low. So built into the trade in the global flow of resources is an effective subsidy of consumption in the global north. And this is a new issue which is being discussed within the International Resource Panel, for example, and obviously is relevant for food, where Africa exports kind of raw agricultural product, but imports quite a lot of processed foods.
Right. I mean, as you say, it seems we're not just facing food shortages unless we change our ways, but also shortages of the very inputs or nutrients that make growing healthy food possible in the first place. You mentioned phosphorus, for example, and nitrogen. I mean, a lot of this discussion we're having today in Stockholm is about, can we, in a sense, harvest these materials which are already within our economies, which have been imported into our economies from fertilizer production far away, or from mining of things like, phosphorus and potash from other places. Do you see it's a concept of circularity here, that we could bring some of these inputs back if we were smarter about harvesting them from, say, wastewater streams or other places?
I definitely think that's true in developed economies where there is high levels of resource consumption and large amounts of waste streams, especially into sewage plants. But when it comes to what is happening in African countries, where we have a very, very serious challenge with regard to food security, anything between 20 and 50% of the population are kind of food scarce. We can't really rely on that level of circularity. We have to make sure that the way in which we manage our farming, especially bringing in agroecological farming methods, where we're using combination farming, we're using more composting. In other words, a lot less is extractive of those natural resources that are required to kind of sustain and grow our food, our output, if we want to address the food crisis. But there's another dimension of this, which is not just focusing on the production of food, but the way the food system works. So in the African context, there's a huge amount of exports of primary agricultural products and imports of processed food. And this is what circularity means there is building a level of food security that is dependent on Africans being able to consume more of what is produced and depending less on the revenues generated from exports. And that kind of circularity is also going to change the ballgame.
So I think that's very interesting. And I think when it comes to the production side, you're talking much more about being careful with the biodiversity, being careful with how intensified that land is being subject to, and to tread more lightly on the very natural systems that are actually at the heart of the production in the first place. And perhaps one day down the road, as Africa develops over the coming decades, that maybe there are some opportunities for what might be being tested in Europe with recycling nutrients within the economy, perhaps for the African continent, but maybe not today.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the numbers, what we're seeing is rising levels of soil degradation, but increasing occupation of virgin land. So because there, in a sense, there is space to move into virgin land, virgin soils on the African continent, instead of, there's a limit to that. At a certain point, those virgin soils become unavailable because we're basically occupied, and what's left behind is degraded soils. So that is going to force much greater attention on how to more sustainably and more productively utilize soils and the nutrient flows. Unfortunately, what is dominant on the African continent is a GMO narrative, a fertilizer narrative, promoted by some big philanthropies, some big multilateral agencies, and that is not really doing the trick. So, for example, in northern Malawi, about a decade ago, there were suddenly massive health problems and nutrient deficiencies, and the government responded by opening nutrition clinics. Well, the last one closed a few months ago because the farmers said, no, we have to convert our farming methods to replenish the soils, and that's what's going to solve the nutrition problem. And that's what happened. So there's a movement of agroecological farmers in northern Malawi who are saying we actually can replenish the soils. And that's the kind of movement that I think one is starting to see more and more in different parts of the continent.
Great. Well, look, Mark, thank you for finding the time to be with us in your unbelievably busy schedule. Really, thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Let me bring back my co-host, Per Larssons. In the next show, or part of the show, Per, we're going to be looking a little bit harder at this circularity and sustainability in food systems through the lens of nutrients, yeah? Substances like nitrogen and phosphorus that are crucial in agriculture. But you have some good insight into the wonderful country of Sri Lanka, currently experiencing rather sharp food shortages. Is this perhaps a glimpse into a worrisome future if we fail to adopt sustainable food systems, plus supporting them with sustainable or circular flows of nutrients? Is this something that preoccupies you?
Yeah, coming back to both what Melissa said and also what Professor Swelling said, I do believe there is a big difference when we talk about different countries, what is possible. And I had the opportunity to meet with the Minister of Environment from Sri Lanka at the COP26. Their message was, we have decided to go organic. To be honest, that was not the real reason afterwards. We understood that they didn't have the finances, they didn't have the economy to import, in this case, fertilizers. So they switched directly over to not using fertilizers. And that is a dramatic shift. You can't do that because it will create huge challenges to produce enough food. And of course, what we see now is the government has been overthrown 2 times due to the problem that people can't have enough with food. Coming back again to what Melissa said, I do believe it is extremely important that we create, especially the small farmers in Africa. I've been working by myself in Mozambique with a project when you're planting trees and combine trees with agroforestry. And that you could see the small farmers how they really were able to support themselves and maybe to produce enough food. And, but my message to the Sri Lankan minister was that when you are building your first wastewater treatment plant, it should not be a wastewater plant, it should be a resource plant. You should not implement a technique that destroys the nitrogen. It would harvest the nitrogen. And the funny thing is, if you do it in the right way, the cost will be reduced for the municipality. So I think there's a good way out of it. But the main thing is, you need to make sure that when you convert your economy, when you convert your farms, you need to make sure also that you do it in a very, you need to be careful. You can't do these dramatic changes because our food system are so, you need to make sure that you're really fragile about what you're doing.
Yeah. Okay, Per, good point. Melissa, let me bring you back for a second. I mean, this issue of food and food security is so incredibly complex, right? Because of links between biodiversity, below ground biodiversity even, you know, the beetles and the bugs and the wiggly worms. Then you've got these other meta issues like, you know, nutrients, the flow of nutrients. You've got political issues, financial issues. It's incredibly complex. But I wondered if you could give us some brief thoughts about what you've been hearing and try and put a little green thread through it, or any kind of thread, really.
Well, as people are rightly pointing out, these aspects are all highly interconnected. That's why I think we talk about a food system, but it's a system that's embedded in its ecologies, in non-human natures, in our planetary processes, and of course also in human processes, in our politics, in our institutions, in our government, and so on. And I think the Sri Lankan case really emphasizes that very well and shows why the kinds of transitions, or I prefer to say transformations, that we need in food systems are not just technical things. It's not just a matter of sort of flicking a switch and getting the technology right and suddenly delivering soil fertility in a different way. You've also got to work with people, work with institutions, get the finances right, get the economics right, get the implementation right. And that's why I think we need to talk about food system transformations. We need to recognize that there are structural aspects of that. It's about our economies, our institutions. There are also incentives that need to change, the incentives for corporations, for governments to do things in particular ways. And there are also absolutely roles for what one might call kind of enabling approaches that allow the kind of bottom-up solutions, which often do exist, as we've been hearing in farmers' own practices, to come to the fore. And that's actually a bit of a political process. Mark Swilling talked about movements of farmers in Malawi. There are actually sort of peasant movements and farmers' movements, as well as consumer movements in many parts of the world. And I think it's this kind of sometimes political pressure from below that's going to need to drive the really ultimately quite big transformations that our food systems are going to need.
I think in the Nordic region, where they're actually pioneering a lot of these amazing innovations about trying to bring these waste nutrients, which are normally lost into the rivers and out to the sea and causing dead zones in the mouths of systems like in the Mississippi, for example, with the dead zones in the Gulf of Mexico. There's also the climate change angle as well, because these nitrogen losses are also losses to the atmosphere in terms of a greenhouse gas. And so there's so many interesting perspectives and lenses you can look through to deal with how do you make food systems also climate-proof, climate-friendly as well. So very, very complex. And I think it was interesting that Mark said, right now it's other issues, but there will come a point in Africa's development where they will have more and more water treatment works. And as Per, my co-host, was saying here, let's turn those into resource plants rather than waste water treatment systems. So do you share that as one part of a much bigger story, right?
Very much so. And I think this whole idea of circularity and reusing what we might otherwise define as waste is incredibly important. And it operates at a lot of different scales, from the micro scale of a backyard, of a kitchen garden, whether it's in an African village or around the corner in the allotments that many people, like in my own hometown here in the UK, might be using, through to national or even atmospheric, planetary scale circularity. More collaborative economies, food ecologies, more circular food economies and ecologies, I think absolutely is the way that we need to go.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Melissa, I think we've all been absolutely delighted to hear your remarks today. It was been really interesting. I'm sure Per here agrees, and our audience here in the studio, but also digitally on TV. Yesterday we had 4 or 5 million people watching the show. I think we'll probably have at least that today again. We thank you for your time. We thank you for your work, and we'll move on to the next part of the show.
Thank you.
Bye. All right. Let me now introduce Rasmus Einarson. I'm sure I've completely garbled that, but he knows who he is. From the Polytechnic University of Madrid. He's a Swedish expert on agriculture and the nitrogen cycle, and will speak on its importance and perhaps the importance of phosphorus too in food production. Rasmus, I hope you're with us on the show here. You have the floor. Yes, you are.
Hi. Thank you very much for having me. Can you all hear me fine?
Lovely. Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me on. So, as you mentioned, I work at the Polytechnic University, UPM in Madrid in Spain, and I work at a center working broadly with agricultural and food system risks in a broad sense, so including risks to crops, but also risks to the environment. And so I will talk today a little bit on the sort of in a biophysical sense about nitrogen and phosphorus in the food system. I won't go into all the political details of how things can be done. Later on, we'll be joined by Mark Sutton later today, and I'm sure he will mention some of for example, the UN connected processes that are now ongoing. But I will talk about the biophysics. Just briefly, I made a picture here that I hope you will be able to see. So when we talk about nitrogen and phosphorus in the food system, the main flows that we have to look at are in agriculture. So in agriculture, we grow various crops and grasses. It's a mix of things that then we are using directly to make food from vegetable products, also biofuels and textiles and so on and so forth. But also a large part of what we grow in agriculture is used as livestock feed. And then livestock produces wonderful products such as milk and meat and eggs, but they also produce a lot of manure, which is then circulated in this system. And so this manure goes back to the crops, and well, in best case at least. And also we are adding fertilizers into the system. There's also something called biological nitrogen fixation when we're talking about nitrogen. So there's a circulation of crop nutrients in the system, but there's also constantly a new addition of nutrients. And that is needed, of course, because we're constantly removing removing nutrients from agriculture in the form of crop and livestock products. The unfortunate part here, though, is that we also have many environmental emissions of nitrogen and phosphorus. So going into groundwater and surface waters, going into the atmosphere in different forms. And so this is one of the reasons why we are concerned about this, that we are putting a lot of nutrients in that are going to the wrong place. And briefly, without going into all the science of this, we can just say that emissions of nitrogen and phosphorus into the environment cause a large range of environmental and health problems. And there's this nice acronym, WAGES, that you can use to remember it. So that's about water quality, air quality, greenhouse gas balances, as you mentioned just now, and soil quality, and broadly ecosystems are being changed, and unfortunately often for the worse by too much nitrogen and phosphorus. So, and what's important to understand is that the food system's turnover of nitrogen and phosphorus is huge. It is, well, and what do I mean by huge? We're talking about huge flows in the sense that they are now equally large as the natural flows, or even larger. So that means that humanity and our food systems are now on par with all the geological processes combined. And so this is causing a lot of change. And what I think is also important to remember is that this has changed very fast. I'm showing a picture here that compares the global nitrogen flows in the agricultural system between 1961 and 2009, based on the research of some of my colleagues. And what you can see from this picture is that many of these flows have increased a lot. And that's, of course, nice because now we can produce food to many, many more inhabitants of the world. We're about 8 billion people today on the planet. But also with the side effect of very large emissions into the environment. And so then the questions are, what can we do? And I think we have already mentioned several times today, we can be more efficient in many ways. We can also be more circular. So one of the things here that is shown in this picture are the wastewater losses, which are today not much recirculated into agriculture. But there are actually many points in the agro-food systems where resources are unnecessarily lost. And we can be much more efficient with all the processes, with crop production, with livestock production, and how we handle manure. We can reduce food losses and food waste in many places and recirculate those as resources, or better yet, eat the things that sometimes become food waste. So, and here I'm showing the example of Europe, because Europe is a place where we know quite well what losses there are. So we've been able to make a rather detailed picture of the flows here. So this is one of the strategies that we can use to improve on the situation. But I want to mention also two other strategies today. And one is I'm continuing with the example of Europe, partly because it's what I know best, and also because it's a highly eutrophied environment in parts of Europe. So with too much nitrogen and phosphorus. And so this picture is, I'm showing it from the research of some colleagues in the Netherlands. And this one shows the nitrogen emissions to surface waters in the European Union in absolute terms on the left-hand side, and compared to some measure of what the environment can take in relative to the limits of our environment. And so I'm showing this picture not for you to remember exactly where all the different things are, but to show you that it varies a lot. Point 3, I would say, is we can change what we eat. And so this picture shows that a lot of, about half of or a bit more than half of the nitrogen, and so the protein that we consume in Europe, is animal protein. But actually much more than half of the pollution comes from livestock production, because, well, it's more efficient to eat plants than to eat livestock products which are produced from plants. So a gradual shift towards more vegetal foods is one possible partial solution to some of these problems. And I would even say that possibly we cannot do it without some dietary change globally. So what to remember? If we have too little nitrogen and phosphorus, there will not be enough food. So this is a good thing about the changes that we've had. But with too much, we get a number of environmental and health impacts. And there are things that can be done. We can be more efficient and circular. We can focus on protecting the most sensitive and important environments. And we can change our consumption patterns. And I'm sure that today there will be discussion about all these points in different ways. So with that, I thank you very much. I can see I've used 1 more minute than I should. I hope that you're
it's fine.
That you're all okay with this.
Yeah, it was fine, Rasmus. Anyway, we know where you live, but you didn't go over 1 minute, so we can forgive you for that. If it had been 10, you would have been in serious trouble, but you did a fantastic presentation, so we're absolutely delighted.
Perfect, thank you very much.
Thanks very much indeed. Per, you're an expert in your own right on all these topics. You're not just a co-host or a moderator here, you're an expert in your own right. Tell us about this potential evolution underway in bringing nitrogen and phosphorus back into our economies rather than washed away from the so-called water treatment plants, down rivers, out to sea, and causing environmental harms. Tell us more about it.
Yes, what I'm going to talk about is the 1 billion ton question, and that's how much resources that are wasted today. That's the amount of resources that are running in our wastewater treatment plants just in Sweden, and that are just flushed away into our oceans. So what we need to make sure is that how can we make sure that they are cared for? How can we mine that source? For more than 2 years ago, I was appointed by the Minister of Industry as a consultancy role, how we can support Sweden to reduce their CO2 emissions for the industry. So they have to make sure that Sweden becomes emissions-free or fossil-free by 2045. But at the same time, how can we export ideas? How can we export innovations that will drive that agenda? So that it's not Sweden just that becomes fossil-free, but also the whole world. One of the topics that we really highlighted was the material flows, and especially how we can utilize the resources in our wastewater treatment plants. And then I started to talk with the Wastewater Association of Sweden and talk about their problems. And then I suddenly understood that it's a huge problem because legislation in Europe doesn't allow wastewater treatment plants to invest in things that produce resources. They should just make sure that they take away the nasty stuff from our linear system that are running it today. So the question mark, how can we change that? So therefore I invited WWF, the Farm Association of Sweden, together with the Swedish wastewater facilities, and during more than 2 years we came up with the concrete solutions how legislation can be changed. This is already more or less happening in different parts of the world, and especially in Europe, we have some countries that are forerunners. So before we invite my partners in this way of changing, I would like to go now to Germany. And because in Germany, the government has put a demand of phosphorus recovery from sewage sludge, and that has started a change. So my first two guests here will be Christian Caap, the CEO of Easy Mining, and Christoph Onsyd from Gelsenwasser. And I think we have you, we have you on stage. And it's a lovely picture with the Stockholm in the background, but you are in Germany. Are you in Berlin? That's correct?
No, we are currently in Munich at the trade fair.
You're in Munich, and I know that you're going to talk a lot about phosphorus during those days here in Munich. Christian, I would like to address you first here. In 2017, the German government decided to put the phosphorus demand and make sure that wastewater treatment plants by 2029 or 2032 recover the phosphorus. Your background, working or initiative taker for also the European Phosphorus Sustainable Platform, was this a starting point for really the industry to do something? What is your view?
Yes, absolutely. This, let's say, legal framework provides also, let's say, reliability. So, because if investments are to be taken, then of course investors need to know that these investments hold for long. So, and since the sludge management, for instance, will be adopted in Germany according to, let's say, tap more phosphorus out of the materials which cannot be used in environmental friendly ways. So here I refer to ashes, for instance, then of course you have to incinerate before, and then you can apply technologies to recover the nutrients or other metals as well from these type of materials. But to invest, of course, you have to be sure that these investments are reliable and can provide infrastructure, which then, of course, we live with for decades.
So when we're changing the way that we are sourcing, we need to make sure also that we can have the infrastructure ready. And that is also why I think there's a long in-phase time before you can use it in Germany. They put 2029. My follow-up question, is 2029 too long away? Should they have been more progressive?
Of course, it's always nice to have a more progressive or even aggressive, let's say, implementation timelines. But since the infrastructure needs to be put in place, and especially in current days with supply chain disruptions, also construction is becoming more and more challenging. So we now notice, okay, 29 is already very close, and it's we cannot really be sure if let's say all the capacities are there in 29.
We will later hear about the technique that you mentioned that you are head of when it comes to the Central Europe, Easy Mining's technique to recover phosphorus. But if you can answer the question, when will the first plant be up and running in Germany?
As it stands today, we will inaugurate the plant in end of 24, and which then means the plant will be up and running in, let's say, regular operation in 2025.
And Christoph, you are from Gelsenwasser. For the viewers, what is Gelsenwasser, and why is phosphorus and phosphorus recovery so important for you?
Gelsenwasser is a public service company. We do drinking water supply, we do wastewater treatment, we do energy management in a lot of cities and municipalities in Germany. And in our group, Gelsenwasser Group, there are a lot of sewage plants in total with a capacity of 4 billion inhabitants equivalent. So we have a lot of sludge on there, and we have to meet the requirements of the sludge ordinance latest 2029. So we have been looking for what will we do with our sludge, and the first stage is to incinerate it. We have been building one big plant. It's now still in operation. The second plant is in the building phase, and after that, we use something, or we need something to do with the ash, and what to do. We have been looking for since 2016.
So then my question, of course, why have you decided to partner with Easy Mining?
Yeah, we have examined from 2016 on, we have examined all phosphorus recycling processes which had been and are now available in Germany. We did it very intensively, and then 2018 decided H2Force process of easy mining is the best of them. And then we started the partnership with Easy Mining, and we are still on a good way.
Okay, I'm really look forward to listen to what Easy Mining is and this innovation. But pop off the last question for you, Christian. Now we talked about Germany, but is your view, what is happening in other countries in Europe? Are there the same trend? Will it happen, or will whole Europe make it? Will the European Union make a down on the phosphorus recovery?
So we already know, or let's say, get requests from neighboring countries of Germany. So speaking of Switzerland, Austria, Netherlands. So I think the core or the starting point will be Central Europe then. But once good examples are given how this can be done on a national level, etc., etc., so then of course I'm pretty sure that other member states in Europe will follow more or less the same examples. Of course, there might be national specifics, so it must not definitely be only the German way, so there are also other options as well. But I think the principles will be more or less the same in these countries.
Thank you. Good. Thank you so much, Christian, and thank you so much, Christoph. Make sure that you have a good day now in Munich, and best of luck. And by that, we will go more into the deep dive into the wastewater treatment plant or the resource treatment plant possibility. And I will now introduce Per Dahlheim. He's the CEO of Svenskt Vatten. And what is Svenskt Vatten? That's the Water and the Wastewater Association of Sweden. And they are really a champion when it comes to transforming into a circular economy. So please, let us now see a pre-recorded video of Per Dahlheim.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to put some light on the possibilities in the circular economy. Svenskt Vatten represents 290 municipalities in Sweden when it comes to handle drinking water and wastewater treatment. The conditions, however, is about to change. We're in a big transition. Yet it's not only about traditional water services. Actually, few other mass flows are as large as in the water and wastewater sector. Sweden manages flows about 1 billion ton a year. However, I have some good news here for politicians and the sustainable society. The sector is in the move, and our ambitions are high. I can see 3 strong trends here. Today's sewage is tomorrow's resources. Today's treatment plants is to be converted to resource plants with production of phosphorus, nitrogen, biogas, and the reuse of different water qualities. So today's wastewater is tomorrow's resources for industry and agriculture. I would say this is an opportunity that has to be taken now. And I strongly believe that the water sector holds a number of benefits that goes beyond today's delivery. And the water sector manages resources that can be utilized in so many different ways than we're not using today. So we have a great potential here. So we can actually achieve a circular future today, not tomorrow. We need to probably get some incitament for doing this, but we do have the possibility. So the time is now. There is no waste water. There's only a number of possibilities that we have to utilize. So please, let us continue the road to a true circular economy together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Per. There's great music in my ears. You talk about the importance of taking care of the resources, taking resource plants in the future. One of my people that I really work very intensely with at the Swedish Ministry of Industry is Anders Finnsson. Anders Finnsson is a senior environment advisor to the Swedish Water, and I would like him to share his perspective, also in a pre-recording. So please, Anders, you have the stage now.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Nick. And So yeah, I'm senior environmental advisor, as you just said, and my expert areas are control at source and to phase out hazardous substances from the urban water cycle, circular economy, and I'm also responsible for the European affairs at Svenskt Vatten. So I will combine a few things from these areas. And as you, my CEO, Per Dahlhjelm, just mentioned earlier today that today's wastewater treatment plant is tomorrow's resource recovery plant. We really need to some legal instruments from the European Union to be able to do the transformation from wastewater treatment plant to tomorrow's resource recovery plant. And we would like to do that together with the industry in industrial symbiosis. And at the same time, we also have the vision from Svenskt Vatten that the water and wastewater sector should be climate neutral. They should have climate neutral operations already by 2030, and that's only 8 years to that. And we need from the European Union, we need now legal instruments. One, for control at source, to ban and to phase out all the PFAS, all the fluororganic contaminants and used in society in the European Union. And we detect PFAS everywhere in the urban water cycle. And PFAS can be a threat to the health and environment in our waters and also block the enormous potential we do have in circular economy. So that's number one, to ban all the PFAS in the European Union. Number two is to establish a true circular economy. It's essential also to create a pool in the market of recovered resources. And our proposal there is to have a compulsory minimum ratio of recovered phosphorus and nitrogen in all fertilizers sold in the EU. And that should be put into the fertilizers regulation of the European Union. And so this would really create a pull in the market and technological development, investments, and a much more mature market. And this could be made at the same way as it's already, you know, it has just been 5%, now it's 10% compulsory ratio of ethanol in petrol. This could be made the same to have recovered phosphorus and nitrogen in all mineral fertilizers sold in the EU. And we also think it's a more stringent standard regarding the cadmium phosphorus in mineral fertilizers sold in the EU, because the mineral fertilizer contains more now than the recovered. It contains more of this toxic heavy metal cadmium than the recovered phosphorus today. And therefore, it's so important that would be a market advantage for the recovered phosphorus to have a stricter requirement. So it's really a win-win, both for the recovered materials and for the environment.
Thank you so much, Anders. And you touch upon a very important point here. What's happened now when we have closed almost the border to Russia when it comes to import of phosphorus, suddenly we say, well, we might mine more phosphorus. We need to mine more in Morocco, but that have a huge content of cadmium and uranium in the content, and we don't want to put that on our fields. We will come back to one of those persons working on the fields, and we will now go to the Farmers Association of Sweden, and I will introduce now Elisabeth Hedén. She's the 26-year president of the Federation of Young Swedish Farmers with a master's degree in business economy. And that's very important, I believe. If you want to make sure that you are do good business, you're a good farmer, economy will be extremely important. So please, I would like to now introduce you, and please, if you can, Elisabeth, give me your farmer's perspective, and especially on today's topic. And we have talked about the global view, but I'd like to have your view. What is important for you as a farmer going forward, and especially in the context of the Swedish perspective? So please, Elisabeth.
Thank you very much for this beautiful opportunity. The green revolution is said to have started some 70 years ago with pumps, powerful machines and plant protections products that managed to triple the harvest per hectare across the entire world, saving 1 billion of people from starving. It also allowed billions of people to leave agriculture to cultivate and develop technology, business, cultural expressions, and almost everything that we see as a modern life today. Unfortunately, the early tools and methods of so-called green revolution had, in addition to their enormous increasing the productivity, some nasty side effects. The use of DDT in agriculture and elsewhere caused the silent spring that Rachel Carson wrote about in her clarion call for the global environmental movement and the process that leads to Stockholm meeting 50 years ago. DDT were forbidden in Sweden already in 1969 as the first country in the world. But also, a liberal use of fertilizer has created significant problems in many of the world's watercourses, lakes and seas, problems that seems to exacerbated by climate change. In one of the best examples of how too much of a good thing can be really bad. The same molecules that nourish our plants, improving the ability to suck carbon dioxide out of the air and into our food we eat, the clothes we wear, the houses we're living in, and even the chairs and tables we sit on and eat at. The same molecules are causing booming blooms of poisonous algae that suffocate our seas and create dead zones in the sea. With this in mind, I'm grateful and proud of the huge work that Swedish politicals, authorities, researchers, and or the farmers and foresters have to put into developing and refining the tools and techniques that allow us to keep the benefits of fertilizer while minimizing the damage it might cause. Precision, a key concept in this field, have become much harder with increasing the extreme weathers. So of course we have harder to do right now, but it's more important that we do right to be able to do this in the future. I'm very glad that this aim have been brought up and that we are having technologies that are being developed for doing this better. And what we're doing in agriculture, transforming problems into resources. Instead of dumping up gloop on our lands and on the future generations, there are now ways of closing the loop and also from poorly constructed, managed and maintained waste as sewage system. I actually only see two challenges. It has to be done in a cost-effective way. As you said, you can't be a farmer, you can't be sustainable without being sustainable with the economy as well. And of course, we have a system with rules and laws and regulation that today are built on industrial thinking. So, for example, a dairy farm in Sweden with cereal production, you need to taking more than 450 laws, and it's very hard to manage, of course. So I think that the same situation seems to be hold true for the entrepreneurs that are trying to bend the trends towards a more circular bioeconomy. And to administrate that, I just have one thing to say: we don't have time. Thank you very much.
Very good, Elizabeth. What you are now, you are in the annual meeting with all the farmers, so you were supposed to be on stage but couldn't be here. If I can just ask you one quick question, and I will be more specific about the phosphorus and the nitrogen perspective. What are your perspective? Is it possible that we can, or what are your needs when it comes to phosphorus and nitrogen out of you as a farmer?
I mean, of course, we need it for being able to take as much from the. We put in a lot of energy and time on the fields, and if we should be able to take out as much as we could do, we need those minerals, of course. So it's very important, and I think it's very necessary, especially now when you can see that the big place of the market have been closed from Russia and Ukraine. It's even more important that we produce more food in Sweden to more people. So I think that's very, very necessary.
Good. You will stay on to the end of this first session, and you will be on our final panel. So by that, I would like to introduce another partner in the way how we have set up the concept of the resource treatment plant. And that's from WWF, World Wildlife Foundation. It's Mats Johansson, and he's a program manager for Baltic Stewardship Initiative, working with many partners to reduce the damage from agriculture and waste flows into the Nordic European Sea or the Baltic. So please, now we're going to listen to Mats and his view.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me. Well, the starting point for the Baltic Stewardship Initiative is that we do have major problems with the Baltic Sea. This is a quite small and brackish sea, and we share it with a number of other European countries. And we have a history and ongoing nutrient pollution. And we repeatedly see extreme algal blooms. And this is caused by eutrophication, the surplus of the nutrients, nitrogen and phosphorus, entering our waters. And this in turn leads to a lack of oxygen, and we see areas of dead seabeds without any animal or plants living there. So that's the starting point. The main sources for this nutrient pollutions, the eutrophications, are agriculture, wastewater treatment, and other human-related activities on land. And we have linear flows of nutrients through our society. And when we look at this from a systems perspective, it's a very ineffective nutrient management. So what do we need to do? We need to reduce the nutrient pollution, that is, reduce the loss of nutrients, and make the chain from farm to fork much more effective. And we need to take these nutrients and put them back in the right place, that is, replacing fossil-based fertilizers in agriculture. Changing the problem to a solution, the waste into a resource. So this is where Baltic Stewardship Initiative comes in. We need new ways of transforming these food systems and the nutrient flows to address the nutrient challenge. And the Baltic Stewardship Initiative is a joint stewardship, and it's based on the idea of cooperation between actors along the food chain. And we want to together find new solutions for these problems. And where farmers, food industries, retailers, wastewater organizations, etc., in our partnership. And we have a joint vision, long-term goal to minimize the nutrient leakage to the Baltic Sea. And we have put the most central actors in the focus of the project, that is the farmers. We need to understand their situation, their drivers, and they must be an active part of the solution. So that's what we've done the last 2 years, and we will continue. Of course, we need political decisions, and there are a number of proposals on the national level that our future government in Sweden could decide upon. And we need this, and we need a long-term vision, and we also need a detailed national roadmap that includes both the aspect of eutrophication, reducing eutrophication, and the circularity of nutrients. That's so political decisions. And secondly, we need to start transforming our existing wastewater systems, and we need to do this in two ways. And we need to do this parallel. We have an old existing centralized systems ending up with wastewater treatment plants. We need to convert these plants into resource factories. That is, that they also should produce resources such as nutrients, water, biogas, etc. This is very interesting, and it could start right now. But we also need to start implementing source separating wastewater systems, which is kind of new technology, but they have huge advantages from almost all perspectives. So this we need to do now before we keep on investing in this 100-year-old infrastructure that we've built over the decades. Finally, we need to put in more economical incentives. That is that all actors along the food chain, from the farmers to the retailers and the consumers need to profit when we buy or produce the right things. That is, things that reduce the ongoing leakage of nutrients and improve the recirculation of nutrients back to agriculture. So those are my 3 things.
Thank you so much, Mats. Now we have had WWF saying we need to make sure that we have resource plants in the future. We have the Farmers Association of Sweden saying we need to convert them to resource plants. We have the wastewater treatment plants in itself saying we would like to produce resources. So now we will move into one of the solution providers or potential solution providers, and that's Easy Mining with their technique. And by that, I would like to invite Sara Tjärnström. She's the product manager at the company Easy Mining and has a PhD in applied environmental science. So please, Sara, tell me more. What is everything that we talk about? What is the solution and how can we avoid that it's being wasted? I know that you have a presentation that you would like to show to the viewers as well. So here you have it, and please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Per. So, circular economy for real. Closing the phosphorus cycle. If we are being serious about building a sustainable society, we need to reuse the materials we already have over and over again. And here phosphorus is a perfect example because phosphorus is listed by the EU as a critical raw material, and it's actually a real showstopper if not available for our food production. Phosphorus is a key macronutrient. Without it, global agriculture output would be cut into half, and we would really suffer. Wastewater from household waste and industries contain massive amount of phosphorus. But today, this is a problem rather than an asset. Wastewater treatment plants put great effort into discharging sludge, even though this sludge is rich in phosphorus. With a different approach, this could be an opportunity instead of a problem. Phosphorus can be recovered from the sludge and brought into the loop, and we can have an endless supply. Today, the EU is largely, like 92%, dependent on import of phosphorus from mines. And these are mostly located outside Europe. Until recently, the main source in the Nordics has been Russia. About 80% of the world's reserves are actually located in one country, which is Morocco. Because of this limited resource, this scarce resource, the large ecological footprint from mining, geopolitical instability in the sourcing countries, long transport and health issues from cadmium contamination, which is mainly in the mine in Morocco, safe recycling of phosphorus should be a top priority. Easy Mining has developed a process called ash to phos. Here we recycle phosphorus, and this is definitely a circular economy for real. The process uses ash from incinerated household sludge to recover the phosphorus, and we can bring back a very pure phosphorus product, which can be used both as a fertilizer and as a feed, phosphate. In this way, the incineration plants becomes heroes because they do real detoxification here. They destroy the microplastics, the PFAS, and the pathogens. And the wastewater treatment plants of today will be resource plants tomorrow. Okay. So, chemical recycling and technologies to recover phosphorus enables domestic production of a cleaner and safer phosphorus. The ash to phos process does not only recover a clean product, the phosphor product, it also recovers aluminium, iron, and the sand. a sand that actually has the potential to replace cement in concrete. Finally, I would like to throw some numbers at you. Based on the assumption that the European sewage sludge contains about 300,000 tons of phosphorus annually, and if we would use our ash-to-phos technology on all the sewage sludge, and that would be incinerated, we could bring back 270,000 tons of phosphorus per year, and that would correspond to about 25% of the phosphorus demand in mineral fertilizers in Europe. So, making wastewater treatment plants, resource plants, is actually well within reach. We have plenty of phosphorus in our sewers, we just have to start using it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sara. I do have a follow-up question. You said that you can produce something that is of very high quality. As I understand it, I have heard that it's even better than anything that today are offered to the market. Is that correct?
Yes, with the combination of incineration and chemical recycling, we have the possibility to take away all the hazardous substances and get a really pure product.
I understand that now there's, in Europe, they open up a possibility to use it in conventional farming. But your solution, as I understand it, is a perfect fit for also organic farming and also as a feed phosphate. Can you tell me more about that?
Yes, we still have some legislation barriers. So for the organic, that's correct. We still have a barrier there to reach the organic farmers. We have a slow release mechanism, so that would fit perfect. For the feed phosphate, which would be the best fit of them all, the legislation is closed for everything recovered from sewage water. Yes.
We heard about the ambitions in Germany, and I know that Christian mentioned a couple of countries. What do you see? What are the interests for your solutions at the moment, and where are the dialogues about the phosphorus recovery out of your perspective?
With the pandemic and the war, I mean, this has been a game changer. So if we could produce phosphorus today, if the plants were up and running, we would have sold everything. So the interest is huge, which is great.
Perfect. By that, I would like to ask Nick to join us on stage here.
Let's all gather around the beautiful tables here, and because we're going to have a short panel to conclude this segment. We've got obviously Per Larsson's here, we've got Sarah here, and we've got Elizabeth Hidden, who I hope is still with us on the magic of Zoom. But we're also going to be joined by Anna Lundborn, who is the marketing manager at Easy Mining. Anna, come up. We've got a little crowded area here, but it's very cozy. She holds an MSc in Industrial Engineering and Management and is leading the project to commercialize key areas of Easy Mining's nutrient recovery process. Per, I think you wanted first to ask Anna a quick question to kick things off.
Yeah, we talked about the resource treatment plant topic here today, and you have been part of the developing of the committee directive that had now been handed over to the Minister of Industry in Sweden. What is your perspective and what is your view of these 2 years of work at the ministry?
Well, first of all, the very important thing here is that we can't do it ourselves. We have to do, one actor can't do it ourselves, so we have to be several actors working together over the whole value chain. And I think that is the very important thing in this group, that we've been actors from different parts of the value chain. That's how we're going to succeed, by cooperating.
Good. We'll see what the minister does or what the politicians does. So if any politicians read this, there's handed over to the minister. And, you know, if you hand over to the minister, it's also, everybody can read it. So.
That's good. That's what we want.
Absolutely, yeah. Actually, yeah, it's a shame we don't have any ministers here on stage that we could really grill a little bit on this topic and get them really fired up and motivated. But I know, Per, that outside the halls of this conference room, you do quite a bit of that with our political friends. They're very important too. So we're all together. I'm going to maybe ask an overarching question to everybody, including Elizabeth, who's coming in on Zoom. We can see you, Elizabeth. That's really good. Yeah, okay, so where do we go from here with this phosphorus story? I mean, it gets back to the governments in the end. Is it time for the government here in Sweden, but also in the EU and across the EU, to maybe set targets for recycled phosphorus? This was something Mats from WWF was talking about, and I'm sure that everybody else is talking about it. Could this be one step forward? It happens with other materials. Could it happen with phosphorus and these kinds of nutrient processes? What do you think?
Yes, I think we should have really ambitious targets to recover nutrients from different waste streams. This should definitely be part of legislation going forward.
Mm-hmm. Is that occur with you? I mean, some people talk 5% of recycled material in the virgin stuff, maybe 10%, but then you've got some really big numbers for 20-odd%. I mean, the sky's the limit here right now. Yeah?
I think it depends on what nutrients we're talking about and what materials we're talking about. So we have to set correct quotas for each or relevant quotas for the separate resources or the separate materials. Mm-hmm. But we need quotas, but we also need, as you say, Sarah, it needs to be required that we recycle it, and we have to have quotas to make sure that we use it. We need both things, both the requirement of recycling and both the requirement of using it.
Mm-hmm. I believe that crisis is never good, but in some ways it creates a moment of change. Yeah. And I remember in 2020 when I was invited to talk about the phosphorus issue in Brussels, and then the politicians and the people in the commission said, well, we have a couple of phosphorus projects, and yeah, we managed, no problem. Now, I was there just here in April, and I said, we need phosphorus, how much can you give us? So the thing is, there's a dramatic change due to the crisis. And I think that this is really something on the top of the agenda now for the politicians. Yeah. And we see what's happening now in Sri Lanka, and it will happen in more countries going forward. Yeah.
Elizabeth, you're still with us. I mean, the farmers are really important. What farmers say are important to governments. I would have thought at this moment in time, what farmers say is even more important to governments. In a sense, is there an interest among the farmers in Sweden to raise this issue of the recycling of these critical nutrients with the governments? Are you doing that? Can you do it more? Would that be a good thing? Would that have a positive outcome?
I think that one way to be self-sufficient in food productions is to also be that when it came to minerals. So I think it's very important. And I mean, it's kind of stupid to don't recycle if you're able to do that, because if you have the minerals and you have put it on the field, it gets into the plant, you eat the plant, of course you need to recycle. And I think that some 100 years ago, when you had your farm and you had your cows and you take the minerals from the cows, they're coming out and recycle it. And I think that the way we're doing and living right now, dependent on the Russian nutrients, I mean, that no one wants to live that way. And of course, this is very important for farmers. When I worked as a salesman, in the beginning of this war and the pandemic, the farmer asked me, how much, and they still buy it even if it was more expensive. But nowadays, the farmers are just asking me, do you have it? It's not a question about the price anymore. And I think that really shows us how important it is to have minerals. And if we can recycle and do it ourselves, I think that's a very, very good idea.
We're running out of time. It's a one quick question, and it's a brief answer. You mentioned 20-odd% we could get back from recovery, but that's not 100%. So we still need to cooperate with partners in other countries to get fresh phosphorus, right? Until we can't recycle 100% in the European Union.
No, but we can reach even higher numbers if we include other waste streams. I was only talking about the sewage sludge.
Right.
And we will come back to that very soon.
Okay, all right. Let's leave it here. We're keeping a tight ship. Thank you so much. Thanks, Elizabeth, for coming in from Zoom. Per, of course, thank you for what you're doing. Sarah and Anna, very, very helpful insights. Thank you very much indeed. Over to you, Per.
Thank you so much. What we do now is that we will move over to the possibility that we can harvest from different sources. And now I would like to show a map of the Nordic countries. So what we're talking about here is the potential to use other flows where we will then extract phosphorus. We talk about the overflow of phosphorus in Denmark, but we also will come back to the Norwegian situation. So, but we kickstart now with inviting 3 distinguished great guests from Denmark. It will be Lotte Wang, she's the head of the green transition at the municipality of Hjørring in Denmark. We will also invite Alan Olsen, Grøn Gas, Danish biogas producers, and Søren Williamson. He's with Danhatch that supports the Danish poultry producers in making sure that they have then feed phosphate. So thank you all, and it's fantastic to see you here on stage. You don't see it, but it's like 50-meter long screen. I see you here on the back side, and you symbolize some of those numbers here on the map. And I would like to first turn to you, Lotte, and because you are one of the initiative takers to this initiative and the highlight the need of recirculation of phosphorus. But where was the starting point? And I think we will switch over to another map about the potential. So please, Lotte, go ahead and do the first introduction.
Thank you very much, Per, and thank you for inviting us in for this very important session. First, I would like to tell that actually the initiative was started by a local active farmer, one of our active local farmers here, Jens Peter Lund. He started to wonder if it was possible to get the phosphorus out of the slurry fibers anyhow, and actually that's where it started a couple of years ago. And now I would like to take you through the circles. I hope you see it in the picture. And if we start in the top right corner, we have high quality food, aquaculture in Norway, agriculture in Denmark, and the slurry that come from the animal can be used to produce biogas. In our case, the biogas production or the biogas plants are represented by Grøn Gas, and you'll hear from Alan later on. But we are using the slurry in the biogas production, and after the biogas process, it's possible to separate the slurry fibers from the rest of the slurry. And if we bring that to an incineration plant, it can be mixed with poultry manure, because both slurry fibers and poultry manure are very rich on phosphorus. And if we give that heat treatment, then it turns it into ash, very rich on phosphorus. An extra point about the incineration capacity in Denmark, we have a political ambition that we should stop incinerating our waste. We should use our resources into circular economy. And when we're doing that, this political ambition is that 30% of the incineration capacity will be reduced in the next few years. And that means that some of our incineration plants is ready to use as resource plants, as you talked about that before with sewage sludge, and that actually goes for incineration plants as well, that they can be used as resource plants when they're not used for incineration of our waste anymore. Okay, back to the ash rich on phosphorus. We sent the ash further on to easy mining. You already heard about the ash to phos process developed by Rancels and easy mining, and they are able to produce to extract the phosphorus from ash and to produce a very high quality so that it can be used as feed phosphate and without any diseases to bring on in the loop. The extracted phosphorus can then be used for feed in the feed industry, and the feed can be brought on to to feed the animals again. And then the loop is closed. We have the last part of the loop. We have that represented by Søren Willumsen from Danhatch poultry production, and you'll hear from Søren later on as well. Just summing up, we tested this loop last year, and our conclusions are that the infrastructure is ready, the stakeholders are ready. We have a surplus on phosphorus in Denmark and Norway. We only need the legislation to follow so that we can move on with this important project. Thank you, Per.
Thank you so much, Lotte. You have a surplus when it comes to the amount of phosphorus that you have in your farmlands that you can't use, but still you import huge amount of phosphorus, and that you will like to end. We'll come back to that. Alan, as I understand it, your biogas plants will be able to increase the production if you have in place the right measures, if you can use the resources output. Is that correct? Alan, please tell me more about you and why are you also dedicated to do this?
Yes, thank you, Per. So we run 2 biogas plants in the northern part of Jutland in Denmark, and we actually have plans to expand our production capacity on the biogas plants. So yes, we can indeed increase our production, and today there is a very large demand for nutrients for agricultural use and for farming. But in Denmark, we need to get a better balance between nitrogen and phosphorus in the fertilizers that we use for plants in the fields. And therefore, we need, through this project, to isolate and recirculate phosphorus so that we can use it in feed. In Denmark, in the Danish biogas industry, we have a very large handling capacity and processing capacity that can be used for production of energy from phosphor-rich feedstock. And after processing and recirculating this nutrient for feed use, we can actually close the value chain. So the short answer to your question is yes, we can expand our production capacity in Denmark and in Grøngas as well.
What about the total potential? What about the total potential when it comes to production of biogas, Alan? When in Denmark, will it be able to handle even more sufficient resources when it comes to phosphorus of the rich stocks? What is your view?
Well, actually, the perspective in a collaboration between Norwegian agriculture and Danish biogas industry are very huge and very large in this perspective. And in Denmark, because of the Ukraine and Russia war, we are actually making a plan right now to expand and grow the biogas industry so that we in 2027 will be able to fully displace the full use of natural gas in Denmark with biogas instead. And this means that we will be expanding our production capacity on the biogas plants as well. So in that case, then yes, we would most likely have more than enough capacity to handle this type of feedstock and the collaboration between Nordic countries in a Nordic perspective. So I'm very sure that we have enough handling capacity in Denmark.
Great, thank you so much, Alan. We'll turn over now to you, Søren. And the status today, what is your possibility to source phosphorus for your production today? We don't hear you, though. We'll see if the technician can fix it.
Well, I'm sorry. Yes, our possibilities for sourcing our compound. We are buying compound from the feedstock companies where we have a fully amount of these minerals and essential minerals and other acids for our animals. And it is possible now, but we can see that there is a huge price gain in the prices, and that's also because of, it's not only because in the grain, for the grain and the soya, but it's also for phosphor and all the minerals in the compound. But it is possible to source it now, but it's getting more and more expensive because we have these limited amounts from the mines, as we have heard here in this session. Yes.
And I heard a number that you talk about something like 3 months ahead of stock that you can see 3 months ahead. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct. It's normally farmers in Denmark, they make contracts on their compound for half or 1 year. But that's very difficult at the moment because some of these ingredients, and also here phosphor and calcium, is limited so much, so you only can make contracts for a limited period at mostly at the moment 3 months. Yes.
What alternative do you see if you run out of stock? What alternative should it be for you to have the production going?
Well, I don't think. I think with the war in Ukraine, and so there's a lot of obstacles at the moment. But I think we'll come through with this. But we are very pleased to be in this research going on here. How we can recycle our manure or waste from the animals, so we can recycle some of the phosphor who is back. And it seems that we can. The Easy Mining Group have developed methods where it's possible to recycle maybe 90-95% of what is in there. So as we say as farmers, more for less, and recycling is a part of this. So we are very happy to participate in to develop this methods.
I have a final question, and I will take that to all three of you. What do we need to do now to make it happen? What are your main message to the politicians? We start with Lotte.
Yes, we need to gather the energy that's in this case right now to talk to the politicians and make clear that everything is ready except for the legislation. We have to work on the legislation to make this happen. Else we can't work into the political ambitions.
So allowance to use the phosphorus. Alan?
Well, I agree with Lotte. It's the most important thing right now is to get politicians to understand that we actually have an opportunity to recycle large amounts of phosphorus and thereby actually solving part of the problem, huge problem that we have getting enough and sufficient phosphorus out of mines.
And you would be able to produce more biogas as well?
We will be able to produce more biogas as well, yes.
Søren, you have the final word.
Well, thank you. Well, I think Lot just hit the point that the barrier we have in front of us now, and I think maybe that'll come more, but that is legislation. So we have to tear down that and then get the speed on in recycling this minerals here. Yes.
Thank you so much. Now we will leave Denmark and we will move into Norway. So please let me introduce Ole Arto Varge. He's the product development manager at Ragn-Sells Havebruk in Norway. And Ole is part of a consortium that is bringing circularity to the fish farming industry in Norway, harvesting wastes to generate renewable energy and environmental friendly fertilizers for the agriculture. Ole, pleased to have you here, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Per. Yes. Ragn-Sells Havebruk aim to become a key player in the development of technology and logistics for the recovery of resources from aquaculture in Norway. We are of the leader player and they support aquaculture industry to face the challenge of production growth. So I will find some video you can see.
The aquaculture industry has an important role in the world's food production. And in the years to come, we will be dependent on aquaculture to achieve the UN sustainability goals for food production to an ever-growing world population. Therefore, Norwegian authorities want a doubling of Norwegian fish farming by 2030 and a 5-fold increase by 2050. A prerequisite for such production growth is sustainable farming methods, and the industry's footprint below sea level is a decisive factor. Aral, a collaboration among suppliers, now offers a technological world's first that makes it possible to collect sludge from open cages before turning the sludge into important raw material for production of bioenergy and fertilizer. The new system offers a comprehensive solution for the collection of bio-waste in the fish cage, safe intermediate storage and efficient logistics right up to processing into a new product. Aral, which is behind the solution, is a collaboration between the companies Lift Up, AquaPro, Rheincells Havbruck and Mafia Process Technology. The actual collection of biological waste happens by use of patented sludge collection technology, where specially designed lift-up hats safely and efficiently suck up feed residues and other biological waste from the bottom of the fish cage. Up on the feed raft, the collected sludge is mechanically filtered and dewatered, and then pumped into a specially designed floating storage tank. We then arrange for collection by tanker, ensuring further dewatering and analysis of the sludge before efficient distribution to producers of bioenergy.
All produksjon av matfisk skjer jo langs kysten vår. I dag har vi utslipp av feses, matrester under meren som lager et fotavtrykk der nede, som vi nå kan med vår teknologi hindre at det kommer til bunns. Vi tar det opp igjen og lager produkter som energi og gjødsel, slik at det skal være mer bærekraft for oppdretter og for samfunnet generelt. Konkurransekraften til norsk matfiskproduksjon ligger i å produsere i åpne merer i fjordene. Så denne løsningen vil da gi styrket konkurransekraft til næringen og mindre fotavtrykk og bedre bærekraft i sin helhet.
Yes, what can we do with this sludge? We can use it in the biogas. If we use the sludge from 1 million salmons, then we can make about 70 to 190 million cubics for methane. And then we have 0.7 to 2 terawatt hours for energy, like for example 300 people in like Bergen town of Norway. If we can see for this phosphorus, we lose 9,000 tons phosphorus in the sea in Norway. So and the industry use 14,000 tons, and the fish eat 5,000 tons. Then you can see if we can catch and use this 9,000 ton against one more time, then we can produce salmon for the next 2 years.
I think we keep the picture. I think we keep the picture on here. I think this is interesting numbers. We talk about 45,000 tons in 2050 that will be wasted. Or, to be honest, as I understand it, when I read the circular economy ambitions in Norway, they highlight also the problems. And one of the problems are the phosphorus that are now over-emerging, causing eutrophication of the fjords. So what do you believe? Is this a solution that will enable the Norwegian government to increase the fish production?
Yes, I think so. But we have, in aquaculture in Norway, we have trouble with the laces. So that's what we find solution for, and the sludge we have the solution for. So this only to go away.
So make sure that if you're a politician from Norway, you have the possibility, the solution is already here, that can make you also increase the fish production. At the same time, we need to convert this first into biogas, huge amount of energy, but then we have the phosphorus. And these numbers these are the same amount of phosphorus that Sweden and Denmark jointly import each year. So you certainly can support with this leftover, and then of course in the end can use it also for the fish production, will be fantastic. What is your view? Will this be something that can really support the transformation? Will we have the politicians to understand the potential?
Yes, I hope so. I think so.
Good. Final question. Your main message then to the politicians. What do you want them to do?
We must have some new rules, and then we can make this to a recycle economy for good for the aquaculture and for the farmers in the north, I think.
Thank you so much, Ole, and I wish you the best of luck going forward. I think what we do now, going to meet one of the ministers of the Nordic countries, and that's Rasmus Prehn. He's the Minister of Food and Agriculture and Fisheries at the government in Denmark. This is a recording from the COP26, when we also had the resource treatment plant session, and he will talk about phosphorus. So, Minister Prehn, you're on.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to say a few words on why I believe that your session on phosphorus is an important and urgent matter. Phosphorus is an essential building block for life. Phosphorus is at the same time a scarce resource as an input for farming. But it is also a potential source of pollution. It is therefore absolutely crucial for the green transition that we manage to recycle valuable resources like phosphorus. We live in a world where 2 billion people do not have regular access to safe, nutritious and sufficient food. At the same time, we have to reduce the impact of our food systems on the climate, the environment and biodiversity. Sustainable use of phosphorus is one of the key challenges for the global food system. We need a wide range of actions to tackle the challenges that we face. And we need a wide range of stakeholders, public and private, to take action now. The challenges of the food system differ from country to country. In Denmark, we have a surplus of nutrients such as phosphorus, but it is not always available and often in a poor quality. I am very interested in exploring the opportunities of advanced technologies. Also when it comes to recycling phosphorus, it is with great interest that I have been following the initiatives taken by the municipality of Hjørring and other Nordic stakeholders. I believe the ambitions are great, and I am extremely grateful that you take the time and effort to explore these opportunities further. But there are challenges. Let me give an example. The use of waste material is heavily regulated within the EU. This is for a good reason. We must not compromise food safety and the health of animals and humans. But we also have the obligation to strive towards a more sustainable use of resources. Therefore, we must take the opportunities that new technologies provide. If it is possible to recirculate phosphorus in a sufficiently high quality, then we must ask ourselves if we can afford not to explore this opportunity further. There are no easy solutions. Therefore, let us collaborate to turn this global challenge into an opportunity for ourselves and for the generations to come. With these words, I wish you a very fruitful session on this very important matter. I look forward to hearing about your conclusions and the actions that you recommend. Thank you for your attention.
So we've heard a lot about phosphorus, and if you're a member of the audience or a member of Parliament, I hope you understand a little bit more why it's important and why it's important for environment and food production. But we also need nitrogen to grow our food. But today, most comes from synthetic nitrogen fertilizer, as we heard earlier, that's made from fossil fuels. Worldwide, these fertilizers have increased by an astonishing and amazing 800% since the 1960s, not shortly just before the 1972 conference here in Stockholm, in fact. Worldwide, the use of synthetic fertilizers is set to increase by over 50% by 2030 or 2050, according to the United Nations. This has huge implications for addressing climate change, unless we can use these fertilizers more efficiently and reduce how much is wasted into our environment. And while returning these losses back into agriculture rather than into our seas, our oceans, our atmosphere, as well as promoting, of course, a diversity of agricultural systems. International efforts is where we're going right now, because international efforts are underway to tackle this challenge. And I'm very pleased to hopefully welcome, by the magic of Zoom, yes, he's here, Professor Mark Sutton. He's a scientist right in the center of these international efforts to bring sense to worldwide efforts to manage up the benefits and significantly manage down and out the serious impacts of nitrogen. Mark is a director of the International Nitrogen Management System and director of the UK Research Innovation Global Challenges Research Fund, South Asian Nitrogen Hub, wow, that's a hell of an introduction, and is based at the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology. Mark, it's really a pleasure to see you. You have the floor.
Yeah, well, good morning, Nick, and good morning, everybody. So I want to tell you why we should really be caring about nitrogen. If you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, you'll find that nitrogen is almost invisible. We say that nitrogen is everywhere and invisible across the Sustainable Development Goals. Does that mean there's no problem? I think entirely the opposite. It's a problem that's been fragmented in the past. It means that we've dealt with little pieces of the puzzle. So as scientists, we love to specialize. I worked for many years just on one molecule, ammonia. But there's ammonia as a nitrogen form, nitrates going into your water courses, nitrous oxide as a greenhouse gas. Nitrous oxide is also depleting the stratospheric ozone layer. So we just have this flurry of different nitrogen problems, many of which are getting a little bit of attention, but we're not getting that big picture. How important is nitrogen? Well, let's ask the question, how important is carbon dioxide? I don't think I need to convince anybody listening on this call that we've got an issue with carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide, rather simple. You burn stuff, make CO2, climate impact. Of course, there is more complexity than that, but I can give the narrative in about 5 seconds. With nitrogen, I need much more than 5 seconds to tell you about these multiple diverse impacts. So what are we doing? We're working with the United Nations Environment Programme, the Global Environment Facility, on this international nitrogen management system. It means developing a science support system for nitrogen policy internationally. It means working with the member states of the United Nations. And one of the most impossible challenges they gave us was develop a policy home for nitrogen. How do you do that when it's fragmented? What we're doing is getting all those different conventions talking together. You've got the Air Convention, the Water Convention, the Climate Convention, Biodiversity Conventions. They should be coming together. Really recently, we've just had agreed in the United Nations Environment Assembly a second resolution on sustainable nitrogen management. It's 5/2, and among its statements, it says to accelerate action to significantly reduce nitrogen waste by 2030. In fact, we put on the table with the government of Sri Lanka and other countries an ambition to halve nitrogen waste by 2030. The alignment there is clearly with the Sustainable Development Goals. And the question would be, would it really be possible to halve nitrogen waste by 2030? And I think the answer is technically yes. You need all the technical measures available. We need to consider our consumption patterns, our food choices as well. But yes, you could get there. In practice, will we do it? I think we will fail. We will fail just as we will fail to deliver on most of our sustainable development goals. Does that mean we should not stop trying? Well, of course not. We need to keep trying. And I think that ambition to halve nitrogen waste by 2030 is getting countries thinking. And what we've seen at the UN Environment Assembly is now countries beginning to take this seriously. So why take it seriously? I've mentioned air pollution, water pollution, climate change, biodiversity destruction. Of course, we know nitrogen is used for food and fertilizer, food security. In the past, people have sometimes been afraid to say managing your nitrogen is going to be a threat to food security. Well, we're saying completely the opposite, because in the world system, we're wasting something like 80% of those nitrogen resources which we're putting into our planet, those nitrogen compounds. 80% is lost to that water and air pollution, etc. So if we managed it better, managed it with fewer losses, with less waste, those resources would be going further. Now, in the world overall, we've got something like 200 million tons nitrogen wasted. If we halve nitrogen waste and put $1 per kilogram nitrogen on it, that's a $100 billion per year saving. Now, with the current fertilizer crisis, with Ukraine, etc., prices are something like triple. So that's $300 billion worth of saving. That's really something to motivate our action. We've been working with other parts of the UN and coming with a whole suite of measures, better fertilizers, better manure management. We've heard about the wastewater, all those measures available. But at the top of it, we've got to convince people that they want to change. This is not a barrier for food security. This is something that can help us deliver food better with less resources. So with that, I'm very happy to answer some questions, and let's see where we go from here.
Yeah, Mark, a question that we didn't really discuss, but it just comes to my mind when I'm listening to you talk, because we've got a problem with CO2 because we burn fossil fuels, and we know the fossil fuel industries work very hard to slow the transitions down to dealing with CO2 because it's not in their business interest to not, use CO2, not use fossil fuels. It's not in their business model. It strikes me it's a bit similar with fertilizers, because if most of the fertilizers now are synthetic fertilizers coming in from fossil fuels, it's also not in the business interest of the fossil fuel industry to recognize that we could actually recycle huge amounts of this nitrogen. So do you feel sometimes that on one side you've got governments and experts coming who want to deal with the nitrogen crisis, but there might be another side that has no interest in you doing that?
Yeah, there are risks of that, but I think the important thing to note is that business is itself a diverse ecosystem. Yeah. The old competitors will eventually become dinosaurs and go extinct as new, more effective competitors come through. That's also going to be needing, government nudges, regulation, incentives, etc., to get things developing. But this whole conversation about recycling resources, about taking nitrogen from wastewater or even combustion systems and turning it back into new products, that's really transforming things. We need government investment to get that moving. And ultimately, it's going to be for the existing companies to move and embrace that circularity. And I'm very happy to say that there's many fertilizer companies out there who recognize this challenge as part of the long-term gain, that we're going to have to change to look for a less wasteful system, and that there are huge business opportunities on the way.
Okay, Mark, that's super. Now, Mark, I want you to tell us about the colors of nitrogen. I know right now we have the colors of hydrogen, which we've got green hydrogen and blue hydrogen, and we got another color, I think, as well. But you've also got, so it's a theme, right? So it's getting quite popular, this. But you've got the colors of nitrogen. So why is this important?
Yeah, I think it's just great to get people thinking and talking about these things. So the industry itself has already started talking about blue ammonia, and they're comparing it with brown or black ammonia. So the brown or black ammonia exists in Haber-Bosch, lots of fossil fuel going into producing it, 2% of world energy, so we call it black or brown. And they're saying blue ammonia is an ammonia produced with CO2 recapture. But better than blue ammonia would then be green ammonia, and that's ammonia produced entirely with renewable energy sources. Mm-hmm. So the hydrogen to go with the nitrogen, make ammonia coming from renewable energy sources. So those are three colors already on the table. And what I'm suggesting is we need another color, at least one more, which is white ammonia. because the white ammonia is not about producing new ammonia. It's about recycling that which we've got already. So combine all your colors together, and of course you get white. That recovered, recycled nitrogen, we're saying, should be called white ammonia.
Okay, so basically, you're a white ammonia man, but you could be persuaded to consider some green ammonia as well.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, cool. But the other colors we have to put back in our paint box. Mark, that's absolutely brilliant. We've hit our limits of time. Thank you so much for finding your time to be with us. And I hand back to Per Larsens. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you so much. And I will soon invite Anna up on stage, but she needs to take the clicker with us that Olle has in his hand. Olle and Anna, really welcome back. One of your key focuses at Easy Mining is on commercializing your company's nitrogen removal and recovery process. And by that, I would like you to give a keynote. What is this process that everybody talking about, this white ammonia? Please, Anna.
Thank you, Per. As we've heard earlier today, that if we're serious about creating a sustainable society, we have to reduce the materials that we already have over and over again. That also goes for nitrogen, as we've heard about this white nitrogen. We need nitrogen to secure that our fields can yield the food that we need for the growing world population. At the same time, it is very important that the nitrogen does not end up in the wrong places in society, creating eutrophication. Let's see there. And there, thank you. Today, we extract nitrogen from the atmosphere using a lot of natural gas in order to produce the fertilizers that we need. Using natural gas, creating a significant amount of greenhouse gas emissions. And a lot of this nitrogen, as we've heard earlier, ends up in our wastewater treatment plants, in our sewers, where we have to remove it in order to prevent eutrophication. When we remove nitrogen from the wastewater today, most methods just releases it back to the atmosphere, into the air, wasting these resources that we have spent energy and greenhouse gas emissions to produce. At the same time, today's methods also emit or produce emissions of nitrous oxide, a laughing gas, also known as, 300 times more or worse than carbon dioxide. With our technology, we first remove the nitrogen without releasing any nitrous oxide. And then in the second step, we convert this removed nitrogen to a form that can be used in agriculture as ammonium sulfate, a fertilizer that you use today. This technology is applicable on wastewaters with a high concentration of ammonium nitrogen, such as reject water from the watering of sludge. With this technology, we recover or remove more than 98% of the ammonium nitrogen, allowing it to be reused in agriculture. Where? There, thank you. We're currently demonstrating this process in an EU Life Finance project called Refertilize. At the moment we speak, our demonstration plant is running at Denmark's largest wastewater treatment plant, biofuels plant Lynetten in Copenhagen, taking care of treating parts of their reject water. We also evaluate the product that we produce, the ammonium sulfate, together with Lantmännen, Sweden's largest agriculture cooperation, to ensure that the quality of the product is good for the agriculture. With this technology, wastewater treatment plants can contribute to a sustainable society even more than they do today by reducing energy and energy consumption when removing nitrogen, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and contributing to closing the circular loop for nitrogen. Together, we can stop wasting the resources that we already have and build a sustainable circular future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. And when I talk with people around the world in different locations, and I speak about this possibility to recirculate nutrients, not just making sure that this goes up in the atmosphere, but be able to reuse again and reduce probably the cost for the wastewater treatment plants as well. People get tear in their eyes. It feels like this is something that everybody has been waiting for. How is your feeling to be able to contribute to something that all wastewater treatment people around the world are looking for a solution to?
Great, of course. What you say is very right. We contribute to this. This is not the only solution that is needed, but it's an important part. And as Professor Sutton highlighted before, it's a huge problem with nitrogen, or it's a huge challenge with nitrogen, something that we have to solve. And being able to contribute to part of this, of course, it's so inspiring and encouraging.
So now we have the industrial pilot, full-scale industrial pilot up and running. When we will have the numbers, when we know how much nitrogen that we can produce and how much laughing gas emissions we can avoid?
Well, the demonstration run is planned until the end of September. So after that, the process is to be commercialized in the end of this year. But we already know that we take away 98% of the ammonium nitrogen in the wastewaters that we treat. So with that, it depends on how much nitrogen there is in it and how much water we treat.
Great. We will have you in the panel, and I would like to take a seat in the sofa.
Thank you.
And then we'll go into the next speaker. So why don't we go to the wastewater treatment plant in Denmark? So therefore, let me introduce you to Dines Thornberg. He's the research and development manager at Biofos that treats wastewater for 1.2 million people. Dines and his team are determined to make the operation energy efficient and climate positive. So please, Dines, the floor is yours, and I would like to first ask you, you'll talk about these high ambitions of recirculation of nutrients, phosphorus and nitrogen, but especially now talk about the nitrogen thing. Why are you so into this one, and what is your stake in the project?
Yes, thank you for being part of this presentations. Biofos is the treating wastewater in Copenhagen. You see behind me the largest plant in Denmark, Lynetten. That's where Anna mentioned that the pilot plant of Refertilize project is now. We are very excited to see these results from the pilots. It's very promising. We have in Denmark been removing nitrogen from the wastewater for many years. We had a law in '87 that stipulated we had to remove nitrogen down to a certain level, which is now EU-based later on. So we have a great experience in how to remove nitrogen. But if that is a microbiological process, as you know, probably nitrification, denitrification, and that is requiring energy, it's requiring carbon, and it's ending up as free nitrogen going up in the air. So we basically waste the nitrogen when we do it like this. We have been speculating at that for many years, and so we would like another process where we could recover the nitrogen. We have a special stream in the wastewater treatment plant where when we have the sludge, we dewater the sludge. We have a concentrated stream of nitrogen, and that's the best way. It's also a little warm, so that's really where we are looking at now with this process to recover the nitrogen. And when we do that, we actually save energy because we are, as I said, we are using energy to remove the nitrogen microbiologically. So when we do this kind of recovery, like refertilize process, we can recover the energy. We can save about 1 kilowatt power for each kilo of nitrogen we save in this process. So if we add up to what in the Biofos scale, 1.2 million people, we would be able to save about 2 gigawatt hours per year. And in this, so the power saving is one thing. And then the second thing is that we also gain capacity at our plants. You see these big aeration tanks just behind me. and they have a certain capacity for removing nitrogen. If we take out part of that nitrogen from the reject water, we can actually gain capacity from the wastewater treatment plant. So that's really the other positive thing about this process for us, seen from Biofuel's view.
So in economical terms, you talk about then the capex, lower capex need, and also you talk about the importance of, you say, saving 1.2 gigawatt hours per year. That's the potential. Did I hear it correctly?
2 gigawatt hours. That's my estimate. Yeah, for all of the Biofuel's 3 plants, all Copenhagen. So you can just add up. If you add up for Europe, for instance, it would be a tremendous number of power you could save also by doing this.
We had Germany on the show previous year, and they have put a demand for phosphorus recovery. So there we have the legislators. But in Denmark, that's not the case at the moment. But I would like to ask them, you have a passion for phosphorus, you have a passion for nitrogen. Where does your passion come from?
Well, resource recovery has been a strategy of Biofuel for a long time, since we were formed in 10 years ago, actually. I would like to actually come with a little, maybe add on to this debate, because it sounds like when you listen to the different people speaking, it sounds like we are standing on a doorstep from no recovery at all to full recovery. And that's actually not true, because I mean, we have been energy positive in Biofuel for 10 years. We've been recovering biogas and using it for 50 years. So I mean, it's actually a long pathway we are on now. We're not just starting from zero, from scratch. So we have been doing this energy production, and now we're energy positive, 170% more product than we use. And now we're actually focusing on the nitrogen and phosphorus, because as part of this whole resource recovery strategy that we have in Biofuel, we're also very aware of the UN, the SDGs. So that's also part of our defined strategy that our board of directors agree upon.
Coming back to the million-dollar question. Anna, she said that the numbers of the nitrogen plant will come in the autumn. I'd like to hear you. How does it work? Is it? Do you have any answer from your side? Can you tell me some secrets, or?
No, I cannot. I think Anna is better to talk about the results. Actually, we are, of course, we are discussing along the way. I think it looks very promising. We have been discussing some practical things. I think the process in itself is very has been demonstrated. It's working fine. There are some practical issues about precipitations and stuff in the plant, and that has to be solved. But that's something that can be solved.
And final question before I let you go to continue your work in Denmark. What are your plans in the future then?
Well, we continue down the path of resource recovery. We have some ideas about maybe bio-oil or bioplastics. We're discussing power to X in Denmark a lot, and they need water to produce hydrogen, green hydrogen. So we have the water. We don't have to use tap water for that purpose. We can treat it further and use that for, I think that will be a great issue, the water production for power to X plants. I think we also have to mention that we still have about 80% of the nitrogen. When we do this removing of nitrogen in the reject water, we still have 80% left that we have to deal with somehow. And I think we still have to talk about urine separation, maybe what happens if more people become vegetarian, would that be a way? We can also make microbial protein that we have been looking into that too, that will replace a lot of the traditional nitrogen need. And then, of course, as Mark mentioned, the green or the white, whatever color, ammonia, that will also be interesting. We can use this, the power to X, to produce ammonia in another way. So thank you.
Thank you so much. What we'll do now is that we will invite a final panel, and we will invite a new person as well. That will in the case maybe Mats Randolph Wolf. He is joining us, and he's the founder of Bæredygtighed 2030. I'm not expert in Danish. Sustainability 2030 is an English name. It's a Copenhagen-based organization providing advice and solutions in the areas of sustainability, climate change, bioeconomy, and democracy. And his work has a strong focus also on the whole Nordic region, as well as the Baltics. I would also like to invite Sarah, and she's already, look, they are already here, perfect. So I can take a sit then, perfect. Now, this was going very long time. Mats, your view. You haven't been watching the whole show now for the last 2 hours. What is your first impression? Is this something that the Nordic countries can be a forerunner in, or
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting. It has been very interesting to listen into this very good program. And the answer for the question is, of course, first of all, I certainly hope so. But I also do believe that there's a readiness now that we haven't seen. It's just come for the last couple of years. I myself started to work my professional career in the Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Fishery for almost 25 years ago in Denmark. And I can see huge changes in the way we look at the production, the way we look at the environmental problems and so on. So I believe there's a higher degree of readiness today than we have had ever.
The best takeaways from this 2-hour show?
And that's a very good question. A difficult one also, but I think I would like to make an overall point stating that the future is local. We need to, of course, address the global challenges because they are all over. But to address them in a proper way, we need to be much more localized. And we have also seen very good examples of that. The example of Jørgen, I think, is a very good example of that, looking at what's available in a community and how to make the best out of that. So that would be the overall. But then I would say there are 4 changes that we have seen different kinds of examples of today. Developments from the first one would be to focus much more on resiliency. And we need to reduce the vulnerability in our society, increasing resiliency. And I think that will happen through a much stronger local circularity focus. That would be the first one, the resilience one. The second one would be that we also need to move away from this very fragmented way of looking at our value chains to a more whole system approach, a focus on sustainable food systems. And that is, I know Melissa has been working on that for many years, IPOS Food has been working on that. A lot of people have been working on that, but we haven't seen the full effect of that yet. But we need to speed up the focus on that move. Obviously also from waste to resources. We can't anymore afford the luxury to treat things as waste. That's something we just need to get rid of. We simply can't afford that. So we need to do something different. And that is to look at them as resources, first of all. That's a mental thing. I think also there's another thing is that often we hear is technology the solution, or we place a big responsibility on consumers and so on. I think we need to move away from that, and I think we have heard examples of that today as well. This is about politics. How do we do things together? And you said we need to cooperate. I so much agree. We need to cooperate, and we need also to stop pointing fingers at each other, saying that they are the reason for why we're here today, or we have these problems. We need to acknowledge that there are different kind of rationale behind the way people act, and organization and companies. We need to get together and accept we have different starting points, but we have the same global challenge that we need to address together. And all of this, of course, is very easy to say. The question is, what to do about it? Where are the levels of change? And I think actually you have a very good point in focusing on phosphorus, nitrate. But I think we could also, there was one mentioning also proteins. I think if we look at those fundamentals in our food systems, I think that might be the keys or the levels of change. So yeah, it was a difficult question you asked me.
Yeah.
And I couldn't do it shortly, sorry.
And the food production, as you just mentioned, it's so much. So we are now targeting especially the nutrients. Anna, what is really your takeaway here from this one? And how can we have this, what is your view? What will need to happen to make the circular transition to happen?
I think we've discussed it all or mentioned all. I mean, to make the transition, as you said as well, Mats, I mean, we need legislation, we need politicians to act, but we also need to have the different actors in the whole society wanting to cooperate on this one. I think the last SDG, the cooperation part, is so important. I think we've underestimated that importance for a long time. So we need cooperation between all actors in society, as well as politicians and legislation.
I think we had a Danish example here where you have all the stakeholders joining in and say, please, we would like to make it happen. How can we do it? Sara, your view, what should we do to make this transition happen now?
I mean, from a phosphorus point of view, coming back to legislation is key, really. I mean, it has to be allowed to be used, otherwise the incentives to recycle something that is not allowed to be used in the market, then it will not happen. So that is my most important.
So policymakers enable phosphorus to be used in organic farming as a feed phosphate, and make sure that the wastewater treatment plant are allowed to invest so they can become resource treatment plants. You have the final word, Mats. What will be the starting point now going forward?
Yeah, we just need to do it, and I think politics, legislation, change of legislation that follows the market, but also politicians that lead the market and that lead the development.
Can the Nordic countries take the lead, you believe?
I think so, yes, and I think they have changed also a lot during the last 25 years, being very separated. You have ministries of environment focusing on the environmental issues, ministries of food, agriculture and fisheries focusing on the production issue, different rationals. I think that is changing, and I think they just need to continue that development, but with a faster speed.
Perfect. The 2 hours are now ending, and we'll switch over to the last session that will talk about the CO2 question. So thank you so much, Anna, Sara, and Mats.
Well, that was fantastic, wasn't it? If you didn't know anything about phosphorus and nitrogen, I hope you know a lot more and why we need to do something about it, especially with the circular lens. To end this morning's broadcast on food security with our partner here, Rank Cells. Let's end with a 45-minute film. It's an inspiring story of how 600 million tons of oil shale ash, literally hills, in a country not far from here, and a legacy of the Soviet era of how they actually used to generate electricity and energy. And there's also hundreds of millions of tons of CO2 that can be used as raw materials in this ash rather than used as waste, thereby decreasing the demand for virgin materials mined somewhere else and providing a sustainable economic solution and doing its bit for climate action. So Per, just before we roll this film, there has been an interesting development, on this whole topic of using this waste oil shale ash.
Yes, the film itself was recorded just ahead of the COP26. You will see it very soon. But just 3 weeks ago, we were notified by Frans Timmermans, the Vice Chancellor of the European Commission. I would like to visit you. I heard about your project. Normally that's the person that you would like to approach and come to us, but he approached us by himself with his commission. So he came and did a visit, and I don't know if we have the picture from his visit, but to be honest, he promised to make sure to solve the problem. And the problem is, how the hell should we get the carbon dioxide? Because that's the main input to be able to produce this calcium carbonate. And we also popped up the news that it's not just calcium carbonate we'll be able to produce, but also 30% of what Europe needs per year with the first plant of magnesium. So it's a new way of using resources that have not been utilized before.
Yeah.
But I think we will...
Yeah, we're going to roll the film, and you can make your own opinion about what you think about it. It sounds complicated, but when you watch the film, you will actually see a very fascinating story that you probably never heard about.
But I would like to thank you, by the way.
No, Per, you did a great job.
Great to have you here, and great to have the first 2 hours. But now, go over to Estonia. The world has understood the importance of avoiding global warming. The talk is about how to reduce the carbon emissions. And I agree, it is important. But if we will be able to create circular material flows, we will be able then also to reach the ambitions set in the Paris Agreement. So Richard Attenborough, together with Professor Johan Rockström, did in their film Breaking Boundaries, the science of our planet, highlight the importance of creating circular material flows. not only to reduce the carbon emissions, but also to avoid to overshoot all other 9 planetary boundaries. So therefore, to create circular material flows will be a crucial component going forward in order to both secure the reduction of carbon dioxide, securing our biodiversity and desertification of our rivers. And I will use this white powder to demonstrate how this is possible. This calcium carbonate has been developed by scientists here in Estonia, where we use what today is waste, add carbon dioxide, and then produce it, avoiding the need to dig up limestone from the bedrock. We will need circular solutions going forward, and I will now give you the story how this powder will create this possibility. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Per Larssons. I work at the environmental company Ragn-Sells, a Swedish family business originating 140 years back. Once, we just collected garbage. Today, we are a recycler in today's linear economy. In 2016, we made a decision to have a new direction, to become a raw material supplier and a detoxifier in a future circular economy. We are now investing a lot of our profits into new solutions that will make us to run in that direction, as well as we are also transforming the society into a circular economy. Let me give you some examples. Today we mine phosphorus, even if we have phosphorus running under our feet. Here we have developed a solution that will be able to produce phosphorus and fertilizer directly from the sewage sludge with a higher quality than you can today find on the market. Potassium, calcium, and sodium, we have developed a solution to extract out of fly ashes. And when it comes to the nitrogen, we have developed a solution to produce nitrogen directly from the wastewater. This ultra-pure and carbon-neutral calcium carbonate are produced of oil shale ash remains after electricity production. This is our most prestigious project that we have developed together with the Estonian state and scientists. In the world today, the green movement are growing, and this is a full attention from the President and the Prime Minister of Estonia. We're not just talking about words. What we see is real deeds that are being done. Buckle up, let me take you to Estonia. We're now sitting here at the former summer residence of Peter the Great, but also the residence of the first presidents of the Republic of Estonia. We will not talk about the history, now we'll talk about the future instead. But let's take a first look in 2018. Then a Christmas card was sent from the President of the Republic of Estonia, Kersti Kaljulaid. And it arrived in many of the homes and offices in Estonia, and I need to take it out and read it directly. It said, "We are the first generation to know that we are destroying our planet, and the last who can do anything about it." And it really created a lot of reactions here in Estonia. And I believe this was one of the first presidents around the world that really stated this. It was ahead of Greta Thunberg and her movement. So therefore, I'm very proud to have the honor to talk to you. Dear President, collaboration, I believe, is something that is your signum. And if you really want to fix the global warming, I believe that collaboration will be the key component going forward. How would you evaluate so far the progress that we as people, communities, nations have made in understanding the severity of the climate warming?
Well, it has taken us definitely more than half a century to consolidate our position that we are indeed destroying this planet. But the positive thing is, today we really are consolidated. you don't find many political leaders globally who would say this doesn't matter. And we also see that concrete proposals to do something about it are coming up. Well, notably, 60% of the global economy is covered by some kind of climate pledge, which, by the way, helps a lot to convince people who do not believe in climate change. Because, you know, you don't have to believe in climate change. You only have to know that all your partners, trading partners, the ones with whom you trade in services as well, they simply will not buy goods and services which are produced not in a clean way. So actually we can now exit the phase of building consensus and kind of making sure that everybody is on the same page and believes. But there is one risk. If politicians, maybe because the CO2 price is currently high, or maybe because they have a nice and shiny and totally new gas installation in their country and they are building nice and shiny turbines, which are not maybe also compatible with hydrogen as a fuel, they might start fluctuating, might start mixing the signals, saying, yes, we want clean, but not so quickly. Yes, we want clean, but gas is cleaner than coal. This is the risk. But if we do not actually mess up the clarity of the signal which we have right now, 2021, I believe we can make this planet a safer place.
That sounds very good. I would like to have, out of your extremely wide experience, if you can bring one example of how transformation was brought to life, making a former environmental burden to become instead a salt.
Freons. I think this is the most hopeful example where globally we were able to stop growing the ozone hole on the poles, which means not above our heads mostly. So this is one, but it's a lonely, stark example. There are more, of course, locally, nationally. Europe has collectively managed to clean up our rivers after industrialization. And the rivers flow from one country to another, so it must have been a difficult task as well.
What is your opinion, the key factors when it comes to accelerate transformation? Is it legal framework? Is it mind shift change? Or is it maybe that we invest more in scientific and research?
Frankly speaking, this transformation happens because the voters demand. The voters of the democratic nations, and since only free people are really creative than most productive economies, which means richest economies, they are democracies. And voters in democracies, they demand, saving the planet, cleaner environment. And even if there are, of course, fluctuations in this kind of opinion, thinking of high energy prices right now, many people might think it's not maybe what we wanted. But if the leaders of the nations are smart in handling the side effects, really helping those people in difficulty, using means tests rather than blanket measures to make sure that the transformation is affordable, I believe we can keep the public support. Because after all, in democracies, it's that simple. Politicians do what voters ask them to do. And of course it differs. Here in Estonia, it's now, I believe, this year, the elections, local elections, were the first ones where really the green issues, the urban development issues, the space where people really live in were really important. But the important part is that while we move towards the cleaner planet, we remember that there are actually most nations globally who have never benefited from industrialization and who should therefore not carry the burden, but should be allowed access to green technologies. One of my ideas or thoughts, which I think could actually be really good for as a low-hanging fruit, is that, in less developed countries, it's very common to have electricity grids which use really dirty generators, and they don't function anyway 24/7 like we are used to. These people are used to electricity which has intermittency. Why not provide with development support all such microgrids with solar systems? The quality of the service will not actually decrease for those people. The cleanliness will arise. And this is something which I think we could do. Similarly, technology. Technology, for example, when previously you needed, let's say, you had to purify some cities' waters. You had to build huge, well, millions worth of a sewage plant. Now you can instead stack together small house-based purification systems and link them through digital technologies so that you can, stack up, not invest initially upfront so much, but achieve similar results. And now, when I talk about connecting and connected technologies, this is very important. It has to be trusted by citizens. And that's why in Tallinn we organized this autumn the Digital Summit, which was based on trusted connectivity, consensus building. There were present OECD, European Union Council in the presence of Charles Michel, OECD Matthias Koman, also the Secretary of Commerce from United States of America. They came together to build consensus that the technology has to be trusted, which means it does what it says it does and it doesn't do anything else. And the good old blue dot, now if wanted together with environmental label on it as well, could serve as the physical token so that if you see blue dot, you know this kind of connectivity you can trust. Because this kind of digital architecture on roads, in ports, on railways, in grids, this is where efficiency comes from. And this is which lowers all kind of peaks and makes, the less lost capacity in the system. And that's why I would really like to emphasize technology, but it has to be trusted connectivity.
And it needs to be sustainable. It needs to make sure that we then produce resources that are needed in the future.
Absolutely. But this, I believe, we have decided. 2050 has to be no CO2 emissions in Europe, China, 2060, and so on, so on. So this we have already decided. And what is very encouraging for Baltic Sea region is that Nordic Council of Ministers has years ago procured a study which said that Nordic and Baltic countries, if we build a really good Baltic Sea offshore grid, could actually be producers and sellers of green energy, even if we use wind and pump storage. Yes, there are fancier things, heat to power, power to heat, hydrogen, maybe. But even with these two elements, this area could be net exporter of energy. It's very important to recognize this, that we just have to go quickly. We have the technology. We don't have to develop technology.
It is possible to switch the energy system, that is what you were saying.
Yes.
And we need to do it now.
Yes, because actually this market will be saturated too. And if the Nordic-Baltic region wants to remain competitive, then for us it's extremely important to move quickly. What is the difficulty here is that big Central European nations are used to responding to public demand with public money. We want here in Nordics market-based solution, which means we create grid, but it's private sector who makes production and storage. And this is the argument which we have to put on table also in the European Union, that we need this CO2 levy on the border because we want to invest against the market. Those who invest against the will of the people and public money, they don't have the same needs, and we have to compare and understand each other.
In the upcoming climate conference, COP26, we will present and have examples from several countries how wastewater treatment plant in today's economy will become resource treatment plants in the future economy, not reducing the amount of phosphorus and nitrogen being produced, making sure that we can produce fertilizers for the agriculture. And that is total mind shift. And I think that is what you were talking about. We need to do transformation quickly.
We all know that mining mobile phones will yield more gold than mining gold ore. Yet we somehow don't manage to switch. And I think we really have to do. These are really simple things. Nobody's life quality, even the ability to consume, needs to suffer from these kind of changes. And this is what we indeed should do.
Do you think that our economies, and it's whether if you talk about European Union or nations or regions, are we ready to really implement circular economy principles? If you say yes, then why and how?
I'm not sure that each and everybody, let's say among 400 million Europeans, is ready or ever will be ready to use products from circular economy. But frankly, they don't care. As I said, I mean, who cares where the gold was mined, which is in my mobile phone? Who cares whether limestone, which has been used somewhere, or carbonate as a fertilizer, has been used somewhere, came from Estonian oil shale ash or was mined elsewhere? Nobody cares, as soon as the product is poor, safe, and easy to use.
We are now have a global warming coming. We know that is happening. But in spite of that, are you an optimist? Will we be able to solve it? Will we be able to create a future for future generations that is based on hope?
Well, I cannot answer that question because nobody knows where we are on the curve. We know that the climate change is accelerating, and there are all the time globally adjustments for the worse. And we all know that environmental processes run in this kind of hockey stick shape, and we don't know where we are on this curve. So it would be really wrong to say that, don't worry, we are only there in the beginning and we still have ample time to change. Frankly, we don't know. We need to first get ourselves, into clean economies and then hope for the best. We don't know really. And if then our sensors will keep telling us that, we have overcome some certain inertia of the climate system all in all, then we also probably need to really quickly roll back the amount of CO2 in the environment, probably by purificating environment from CO2. Luckily, these technologies exist, and they are not anymore more than 20–30% more expensive than is CO2 cost itself. So the technologies are there, and if that is necessary, and I'm afraid it might still be necessary, otherwise this climate change curve will still keep going, and we cannot say we are safe. Doing all this, I think we could actually, leave this planet in clear consciousness when our time comes. But the trouble is, if we everybody take a kind of 20 or 100-year perspective and therefore do nothing, I hope we don't. I hope there is enough responsibility in our societies to think long term. Am I convinced it is so? Not really, but I think we need to keep doing the best we can, and there is simply no other way.
I think it's a very good end. We need to act now. And I will take your words that we are really the first generation to know that we are destroying our planet and the last that can do something about it.
Well, indeed. And I've seen that people from different walks of life recognize this. Those who deal with, for example, the right of women and children on this planet, they are worried that the climate effects are more stronger on those who are not the best off, normally weaker in the society, women, children, adolescents. It's very important for me that we also, while we are in the process of things still getting worse, and once we are in the process of making things better, we always think that the side effects for those who are not so well off have to be managed and handled. Here in Estonia, in Scandinavia, in Nordic countries, in Africa, globally, we have to handle the side effects to make sure that the cost is equally distributed, fairly distributed even, I would say.
Thank you, President.
Thank you.
If all goes well, this white powder will become Estonia's contribution to reduce the risk of a global warming. This ultra-pure calcium carbonate are produced out of oil shale ashes. Oil shale rock incineration has been a dominating energy production in Estonia, but now we see changes. We see that more and more energy sources are coming from other places. But besides the energy production, it has also created environmental problems. In the northeastern part of Estonia, we have now more than 600 million tons of oil shale ashes being stockpiled, but nobody knows how to deal with them. When it comes to the incineration and the energy production, we have now received good news. The Prime Minister of Estonia has been very clear that there will be an end date. By 2035, the energy production from oil shale rock will be stopped. So, Estonian attitude in this very complicated climate situation the world now are facing are admirable. I really appreciate what you're doing. For a long time, Estonia has been really dependent on high emission-related energy production. On the table now, there's a decision to stop the energy production. And this is what also the local call Pöxit, inspired maybe from Brexit. At the same time, the alternatives when it comes to oil shale energy production are not cheap, and it's also difficult to be dependent on the neighbors. How Estonia improves its carbon emissions the years to come, when it comes to year 2030, 2040, and 2050, and the overall vision for innovation and circular economy, we will now directly ask the Estonian Prime Minister, Kaja Kallas. Great to be here with you.
Thanks for having me.
Let's start by giving the listeners the perspective first. What is the history and the background to the energy production of Estonia?
As you pointed out in your introduction, we have been heavily relying on oil shale, which is a very polluting fossil fuel. This oil shale production started 100 years ago, and it's mostly based in eastern part of Estonia. So it is a fossil fuel that is used for electricity production as well, and so we have large mines there for getting the oil shale out of the land, and of course it's all very polluting and damaging to the environment. As we are moving towards a cleaner future, then of course a big question for us comes regarding this oil shale. We have taken a goal that we will phase out using oil shale in the electricity production by 2035 and in the energy production altogether by 2040. And of course it's not easy because there are lots of jobs related to this. And these people are very, they are very hardworking people who have very specific skills. So in order to make this transformation easy, you need to invite new investments to that region that require the same set of skills. And we are definitely doing this. We have, from the European funds, we have the Just Transition Fund for getting out of oil shale, and then the big question comes, where does our electricity come from? When we had oil shale, then it was all concentrated in one region and even in one energy source. The future should be more energy sources, more different energy or electricity production all over the land. But then, of course, this brings about the question, everybody says that, of course, we like green, but not in my backyard. Do it in Ida-Virumaa or somewhere else where I can't see it. But the key is the mix of energy sources, but also mix of production sites as well.
What made you change the mind of the Estonian government to make the drastic transformation to leave the energy production, and what does it mean in practice?
We are a small country, and we could say that, our deeds don't really influence the bigger picture, but we feel here that the bigger picture comes from lots of small pictures, and we definitely want to be part of it. The other side is that we have a saying, those who are late will get nothing. And if we see that the global direction or trend is towards a more greener future, it is also the European trend, then of course we don't want to be left behind. We want to find Estonian niche where we could be strong, where we could be number one in the world. Is it clean energy? Is it clean tech? Is it some kind of elements or services that contribute to the overall green transition? And therefore we took this clear direction. And of course, What is important to our people is that cleaner air, also better living environment, and this is all beneficial. And not to mention right now, when we have very high electricity prices, renewable energy is much cheaper. If we would have more renewable energy production, then the electricity would be also cheaper, and everything needs electricity nowadays.
I agree with you. It sounds that it will be easier to now make the new investment because it's easier to have them make profitable.
If you look into history of electricity, then you see that, or energy as such, you see that the big changes always come with the crisis, because otherwise you are in your comfort zone and there is no push for making a change, because reforms are never easy and nobody likes to change. But if there's a push, then something new happens. We saw this with the wind mills, that you didn't really have good wind energy production, but then when you had energy crisis, then this technology also developed. We saw this with nuclear, and we are seeing this now as well. We have crises, and crises are always beginnings of something new.
I totally agree. But let's not talk numbers. What is the target when it comes to CO2 emissions saving, and how do you plan to reach it?
So Estonia has already done a lot if you compare to the 1990s base that is taken. So we have reduced our CO2 emissions by 72% compared to the 1990s. But we still plan to do more. We have a goal to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. And as I said before, regarding oil shale, we also have targets to phase out oil shale in electricity by 2035 and in energy production altogether in 2040.
What will then become the most important energy source after oil shale, and what will the footprint be from that one?
I'm a firm believer that we need an energy mix, because what we see is that some energy sources are balancing each other. When you have strong winds, then maybe you don't have enough sun, or maybe they are at the same time, but maybe they are also disappearing at the same time, the wind and the sun at the same time. So we definitely need energy production of different renewable energy sources. And for us in Estonia, a big question is always biomass. We have a lot of forest land, but we also have a lot of residue forest that you can't really make anything out of, but you can use it for production of energy. And biogas is also one option. But I think the overall answer is energy mix, different sources, but at different sites as well.
What is the Estonian take when it comes to innovation and circular economy principles? What do you see are the larger challenges, and what are the biggest lessons learned you have done the last years?
Circular economy is definitely part of this bigger global green transition. How we use the materials and reuse the materials we have been using. So clearly, what motivates the people is money. Either they save money or they have to pay more money if they are not doing the steps. So one big challenge is to bring people on board. The other part of this is, of course, the technology part, and what do we make out of those materials, and how can we really reuse everything. And I also think that here our companies definitely have a very clear niche to come up with different ideas. When I've been traveling around Estonia, then there are very good examples of making new products out of the recycled materials. And I think the awareness of this must be risen.
What would your message be to other leaders in other countries that are on the verge of large transformations, where there still are variables and uncertainties in the world?
My message is that we can do this together. We are countries of different shapes and sizes, but we all can do our share. And we can also share our knowledge and experience about the difficulties that one or the other countries have regarding this, and how we have learned from this and done something better. So I think together we can succeed.
Are you an optimist or a pessimist about the possibilities in the future that we save the planet for the future generation?
I'm always an optimist. If we do our share, if we do the necessary steps, we definitely can save the planet and keep it to our next generations.
Thank you so much for this small talk, dear Prime Minister.
Thank you.
So how can this ultra-pure, carbon-neutral calcium carbonate then be produced? It has been developed by scientists both here in Estonia and in Sweden. But I would like to invite a person that can explain more details about how it is done. Now with me the person responsible for the oil shale ash project, Alfa Laval. We are talking about these ash mountains now. But my first question to you is, what do they contain?
The ash mountains contain mainly 4 elements: calcium, silica, aluminium, and magnesium. Out of those 4, the calcium is the most interesting one. That is for 2 reasons. First reason is that this calcium makes this ash a hazard to the environment because it's very reactive. And the second reason is, if we would want to extract something from the ash, we would need to remove the calcium first anyways, because of the reactive nature. If we use the calcium from the ash, we can join it with CO2 and we can make calcium carbonate.
So we're using carbon dioxide as an input that we put into what's today's waste and then produce calcium carbonate. Please tell me more about this process.
So what we are doing is we are extracting calcium from the ash using a water-based extraction. The calcium becomes liquid, and then we introduce CO2, and we have calcium carbonate. What is very nice is that we are using 2 waste streams, the ash and the calcium from it, and also CO2. And we put them together, and we have a fantastic product for the market. Something that is used in everyday items, calcium carbonate.
Now we have heard Alfa Laval explain how we produce this calcium carbonate out of oil shale ash remains. We put in carbon dioxide into the ashes, and then it will be produced. But what's more interesting is also that we can avoid digging up limestone from the bedrock. Today, the production in the world to produce calcium carbonate are by digging up annually 22 million tons of limestone. Coming over now to our challenge going forward. If we will be able to pull off the project, we will be very dependent on sourcing carbon dioxide. So where can we get that carbon dioxide for our first plant that is planned to be up and running from 2025? Let us now listen to the Energy Commissioner, Kadri Simson.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Brussels. Almost 2 years ago, we launched the most important initiative of the von der Leyen Commission, the European Green Deal. With this, we committed to become the first climate-neutral continent by 2050, while making our economy more resilient and competitive. We presented the Green Deal strategy 11 days after taking office. This is unusual, but the need for this extraordinary rapid action becomes clear when we look at the latest report by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. There is no time to lose, and the need for ambitious climate action is stronger than ever. So, since December 2019, we have been busy putting the pieces of our climate policy in place. Energy, of course, has an important role to play in this, as it is responsible for 75% of EU's emissions. We have looked at the key areas we need to focus on to make the clean energy transition a reality. Hydrogen, offshore energy, renovation, methane, and energy system integration. We have adopted a strategy on each to have a clear sense of direction. This July, we presented one of the biggest legislative packages in the Commission history, known as the Fit for 55 package. This is a collection of concrete measures to deliver the Green Deal and cut our greenhouse gas emissions at least 55% already by 2030. The energy sector is again central, as we are proposing new, more ambitious targets for renewable energy and energy efficiency, and upgrade our policies in these areas. But it's not only energy. We are reshaping our whole societies, from agriculture and transport to industry and taxes. We must become climate neutral, but also better at reuse and recycling, and generally kinder to the planet. To get there, we need new, smarter ways of doing things. I'm therefore always glad to participate in events that showcase solutions that are both practical and exciting, bringing our climate and environmental goals one step closer. The oil shale ash project Dragonfly has been developing and is presenting today at the Caap is a fascinating application of the carbon capture and utilization technology, a technology that is key to our decarbonization effort. I am, of course, especially happy that this project is located in my home country, because I know firsthand the issues you are trying to solve with it. Ida-Viru County needs and deserves initiatives like this. Now, let me tell you why I just said that carbon capture, utilization and storage is so important for us in the Commission. The European climate law that entered into force in July this year made our goal to achieve climate neutrality by 2050 legally binding. In practice, this means that all emissions, even those very hard or very expensive to remove, will have to be somehow reined in. This is where CCUS technologies come in. First, these technologies will be particularly important for the sectors where other alternatives for decarbonization do not yet exist or are very expensive, like in the cement or steel production. For these hard-to-abate sectors, CCUS could be the most cost-efficient or even the only way of cutting emissions. Second, some sectors of the economy could never eliminate their emissions. They will continue to occur, say, in agriculture or some industries. Even if that is the case, we can still achieve climate neutrality. When the CO2 could be captured and permanently stored, we would be able to create carbon removals that balance the emissions left in the system. Third, significant quantities of hydrogen will be needed for some hard-to-carbonize sectors, for example, steel making, chemicals, or refineries. The ultimate objective is to use only green hydrogen from renewable sources. However, blue hydrogen produced with carbon capture could become a good bridging solution, actually speeding up the creation of a hydrogen market. Finally, captured CO2 could be used in products such as chemicals or building materials. This is precisely the purpose of Dragonfly's project, turning the old heaps of oil shale ash into a useful chemical component with captured CO2. It is a great example of carbon circularity. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Commission we know the potential of the CCUS technologies. By 2050, we expect up to 600 million tons of CO2 to be captured. But it's not enough to recognize this potential. We also need to make it real. This is why we are supporting CCUS on the European level. Pipelines transporting CO2 can get EU support under the Trans-European Energy Networks regulation and from the Connecting Europe facility. We are funding the CCUS project network that provides its members with a platform to exchange knowledge and experience. The emission trading system provides an incentive for CCS projects, and the Innovation Fund is an important source of funding both for CCS and TCU projects. There has been also continued support for research, innovation and development, mainly under Horizon Europe. There are also some new measures to expect in the near future. Already next month, we will issue a communication focusing on upscaling and kickstarting projects for better carbon management in ecosystems and industries by 2030. This document will start a reflection on the integration of carbon removals into EU compliance frameworks and markets beyond 2030. An important step in this direction will be the legislative proposal for the certification of carbon removals planned for 2022. I do hope that the oil shale ash project will be able to make use of the policy measures we adopted to speed up the deployment of CCUS. In return, I hope that projects like yours will create new market opportunities for innovative industrial sectors in Europe and stimulate new carbon value chains. I sincerely believe there will be many more projects like this to come. I wish you best of luck and a very successful COP. Thank you.
Did I say that this white powder was eatable? It is, to be honest, already used today in tablets or in soy milk. It is used as a filler in construction material, like in paints or in floorings. So the question now, is there a demand for this product to be used? Are there someone that would like to replace today's virgin production of calcium carbonate?
Dear friends, concerned citizens here in Stockholm and around the world, welcome to the STHLM+50 Climate Hub, a stage and an online space available to you before, during and after the climate conference STHLM+50 until World Environment Day on the 5th of June. The STHLM+50 Climate Hub is hosted by United Nations Development Programme and the organization We Don't Have Time. My name is Isabella Lövin. I'm the chair of Stockholm Environment Institute Board. I'm also the former Deputy Prime Minister of Sweden, and I also used to be the Minister of Climate and Environment and International Development Cooperation. Today, we will take you back to the Environment Conference in Stockholm in 1972. We will speak with Mr. Jan Mårtensson, who was there, who was responsible for organizing the conference, to learn about what happened around this time and in the aftermath of the Stockholm Conference on Human Environment in 1972. We will also speak with the Swedish Minister for Development Cooperation, Ms. Matilda Ernkrans, and the Administrator of United Nations Development Programme, Mr. Achim Steiner, about their expectations on STHLM+50. Starting 50 years ago and tracing our steps since then, we hope to be able to answer this. What can we realistically expect from STHLM+50? And to all you in the audience, I want you to stay engaged on the social media using the hashtag UNDP_hour.
In 1972, global leaders came together in Sweden for the first ever United Nations Conference on the Human Environment. It was unlike any previous event, bringing together 113 governments to discuss humanity's impact on the natural world.
It is clear that the environmental crisis which is confronting the world will profoundly alter the future destiny of our planet. No one amongst us, whatever our status, strength or circumstance, can remain unaffected.
The human environment will always change. Development will continue. There will be growth. This cannot and should not be avoided. The decisive question is in which direction we will develop, by what means we will grow, which qualities we want to achieve, and what values we wish to guide our future.
I think the lasting message of the Stockholm Conference will be the realization that man has come to one of those seminal points in his history where his own activities are the principal determinants of his own future.
Now, 50 years after that Stockholm meeting, we face a triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, as well as other planetary ills that are affecting our current and future well-being.
This triple crisis is our #1 existential threat, and we need an urgent, all-out effort to turn things around.
An unhealthy planet threatens human health, prosperity, equality, and peace, as we have seen only too clearly in COVID-19. It also threatens the achievement of SDGs. In this moment of truth, we need to urgently work to transform our economies and societies. The science is clear. The solutions are known. We need whole of society action for a whole of society problem. We know it can be done. The world came together to fix the ozone layer, phase out leaded fuel, and stop endangered species from going extinct. With this in mind, the UN General Assembly has decided to convene an international meeting entitled STHLM+50, A Healthy Planet for the Prosperity of All, Our Responsibility, Our Opportunity. It will be held in Stockholm, Sweden, from the 2nd till the 3rd of June 2022. It will commemorate the 50 years since that 1972 watershed moment when the environment took center stage for the first time. There is only one Earth, and the stakes have never been higher. Join us.
Following these sounds and images from the 1972 Stockholm Conference, it's now my pleasure to welcome to the stage someone who has been there. In fact, our guest now is the person who had an almost impossible mission to make this groundbreaking conference happen and to make it a success. Ambassador Jan Mårtensson has had a long career as a diplomat, both on the Swedish and international arena. Among other things, he was the UN Undersecretary for Disarmament, Director General of UN European Office in Geneva, and Undersecretary for Human Rights. And we will also be speaking to him today because he was the Secretary General of the Swedish National Committee for the Stockholm Conference 1972, with an overall responsibility for planning and carrying out the conference. So I'll move over to you, Ambassador Mårtensson.
Thank you.
Such a pleasure to have you here, and I'd like to start with a very basic question. How did it happen that you came to lead on creating this historical conference?
Do you really want to know?
Yes, I do.
No, I had a good friend who was Minister of Agriculture, Ingemar Bengtsson, at the time, and he was later on the chairman and president of the Stockholm Conference.
And he asked me once at a dinner, he said, I'm going to have a very big thing, a very big conference in Stockholm. The government says it will be too big, and the Minister of Finance said, oh, it's too expensive, but I'll have it. Can you assist me? And then he said, I don't care what you do. I don't care what the cost will be, but it has to be damn good. That was almost the only instructions I got. Mm-hmm. And I established a national committee in order to bring in the entire Swedish society, political parties, trade unions, etc. And I asked the world-famous Swedish opera singer Birgit Nilsson to sing at the opening of the conference, because I thought that should take place at the Royal Opera. I mean, that would be an appropriate sort of start of the entire thing. And yes, that's how it started as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. So what were the major concerns on the environment at that time, and what were the expectations of this conference? Because this was the first time ever the UN convened on the environment.
Well, sadly, it didn't exist actually in the mind of the general public. You had warning voices such as Rachel Carson in Silent War and Silent Spring, and quite a few other, not least in Sweden, who saw the realities. But when in the public mind, the industrial chimneys with sort of smokestacks and foam on waterways were seen as progress and development, and one didn't realize outside the cradle of experts what's going to happen or could happen. And it was interesting also from another point of view, because Sweden invited the United Nations to hold the conference in Stockholm in '72, and it proved that even a relatively small country could push something through the United Nations system and create an event of historic proportions, because that was the very starting point of the entire environmental movement, which didn't exist before, which is now one of the priorities of the world and of the United Nations. Mm-hmm.
So it was a novel theme for the member states of the UN to discuss in the Stockholm conference. What was the atmosphere during the conference?
I'll tell you what, the sun was bright, the sky was blue, and everyone was in a very good mood and spirit. And the Secretary General, the UN Secretary General of the conference, Maurice Strong, the Canadian, he managed to settle the sort of political problems in the beginning. And we had, for instance, in order to show that this was an environmental conference, I arranged for hundreds of white bicycles to be spread all over Stockholm, to be used by anyone, just occasionally. And Maurice Strong and I were bicycling on white bicycles on the front page of Herald Tribune. So, I mean, we made a point. It's an environmental conference.
Okay. Was it all sunshine and everyone happy?
Yes.
Or were there some kind of controversy as well during the conference?
Well, there were problems in the sense that developing countries feared that it was a ploy by the developed countries in order to stop the competitiveness and the development. And the developed countries thought that this could be a danger in restricting our industries and so on and so forth. But that was settled. But the main problem was the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc, because they wanted to get East Germany invited, but the problem was that East Germany wasn't a member of UN, so they thought they could get East Germany in through the back door. But so we didn't know until the very end if the Russians and their allies would appear at the conference or not. So we have to plan for two conferences, which didn't make life easier.
And in the end, they didn't come.
They didn't come, no, that's correct. So we had 133 countries coming and 250 non-governmental organizations, which was important, and of course a lot of journalists.
And would you say that the conference was a success? But
yes.
Was that the feeling afterwards, that you actually
Yes.
accomplished something?
It was, because, as you know, the conference yielded results with the declaration and the resolutions and recommendations. I mean, for instance, one result, very important, was the creation of UNEP,
exactly,
the United Nations Environment Programme, and also, not least, that the world stated that a healthy and sound human environment is a human right.
Yes. And now, Ambassador, 50 years later, we see a lot of young children on the streets protesting because adults haven't really reacted strongly enough on the environment crisis. And what would you say to them? What do we need to fix our problems?
Well, I think it's very encouraging to see the younger generations being so involved. But they should exert pressure on politicians and on parents and on whomever, and don't throw away plastic bags in the street. Jokingly apart, but I mean, it's a very positive trend, a very positive sign to see this involvement of the younger generation.
Yes, but it's also kind of showing that what was started in Stockholm in 1972 isn't finished 50 years later.
No, we have come a long way in spite of everything, but not too long. Not.
Okay, so I would also like to ask you about the logistics around this conference.
Oh my God.
Because you mentioned to me earlier when we spoke about that there was a security issue at that time as well.
Yes, it was. And about logistics, the first thing I did, apart from Birgit Nilsson, was to reserve 5,000 hotel rooms. It wasn't enough, but it was a good start. And we applied an operation which I called Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith was a delegate, non-existing, but from Perth in Australia, and we followed him from the very moment that he got a phone call from his governor saying he would be a delegate, and until he went to Arlanda airport, and then for 2 weeks in Sweden, and sort of tried to imagine everything that could possibly happen to this poor guy.
Yeah.
And then we multiplied with 5,000, and it worked very well. And security, we had, of course, problems because terrorist organizations, Baader Meinhof and Schneider, were sort of prominent in Europe. And we had information about big demonstrations from Japan and whatever. And there were bomb threats, but we managed to cope with it, fortunately, because just a few months after, Israeli athletes were killed in Munich, as you remember.
Yes.
So we avoided this kind of thing to happen.
So we had huge differences in the world even back then. Now we're in the middle of the war in Ukraine, and we also don't know how international cooperation will be affected by that when it comes to environment. But one thing that you already mentioned is that you wanted to bring in the civil society and the private sector. And could you tell us more what your thinking was?
During my entire UN career, I have been very keen on bringing in the NGO community, because they are worldwide and they observe and they can see sort of first-hand violation of human rights, for instance, etc., and bring it forward into the UN fora. And therefore, we arranged a non-governmental organization forum at the conference where they could sort of have their own conference with the input from delegates from the major conference and cooperation and exchange of views and so on and so forth. So and that has afterwards become a standard within UN to bring in the NGOs.
Because that wasn't really something that was very well looked at from the UN side, to bring in non-member states, so to speak.
Oh no, I mean, some member states wasn't too keen on having the public to participate in decisions. So they say UN is an organization of states, not for odd kind of non-governmental organizations, because they were afraid of the NGOs bringing in controversial material in the discussions, because if they were accredited to the ECOSOC, they could participate in conferences.
So you were a pioneer there in that sense.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, I still believe that the NGOs play a very important role.
Absolutely. And were there also NGOs and other civil society participants from other countries coming to Stockholm at that time?
Oh yes, 250.
Wow.
And we also arranged a less formal side conference for young people outside, where they could have scenes and microphones and play guitar and do whatever, and have their own sort of conference, which they was appreciated by the participants. And we had, for instance, sort of things happening. I got a call from Arlanda Airport, the police, saying that we have a group of Indians from Canada, and they have a buffalo hide, and they have something written on it, and they said, we don't need passports because we own the globe, the earth, and shall we kick them out? There's a lot of journalists and photographs. And I said, let them in, I take the responsibility. And they came very peacefully, and they participated, and they went back home. So, I mean, there were all kinds of little events were taking place.
That's beautiful. I wonder if that would be possible today, to come with a buffalo hide and say, well, I'm a global citizen, I can come into your country.
Yes, you know, you have to be, well, I think one thing when you organize such a big event, you have to be pragmatic.
Yes.
And not to be sort of looking into the tunnel saying, we can't do this, it has not been done. And you say, okay, we'll fix it, and everything went well.
And there was a war going on at that time too in Vietnam. And
oh yes.
There was talk about napalm and being an ecocide.
At the opening ceremony, we had Robert McNamara in the South Vietnamese delegation, and we had Israelis, Arabs, and all kinds of conflict possibilities. While we sort of took care of it.
And you did very well. So thank you so much, Ambassador Jan Mortesson, for accepting the invitation and coming here and sharing your memories and your experiences.
Thank you. But allow me to make a quote from one of my favorite American writers, Mark Twain, because I think that's something to be remembered. He said that the history of mankind is a deplorable episode on one of the minor planets. There is only one Earth, okay?
Well, I think we're a really important exception in that black space. But thank you so much, Jan Mortesson, for coming here.
You're welcome.
We will move to the next talk with some voices around the world, talking directly to world leaders and urging them to take action to save our planet, to save lives and livelihoods. Starting last year during COP26, UNDP created a platform for people from all over the world to address world leaders directly, voice their concerns about climate change, and urge them to take action. This was an immediate success. Dear World Leaders received submissions from over 70 countries in 28 languages. Recently, it even won the Webby Award, an international award honoring excellence on the internet in the activism category. So let's have a glimpse on some of the messages sent, starting with the words, Dear World Leaders.
Dear World Leaders, we've been driving the boat for a while now, and we're running out of time.
Climate is not changing. Climate has already changed
If we don't act now, my generation will be living with the consequences.
It
makes me feel restless that that's the reality we're living in today.
We've had increasing amount of wildfires in the summer. When I was little, this never really happened.
The heavy rainfall caused a series of flash floods and landslide.
Schools closed during peak pollution days. Air pollution has become part of life here.
Shifting seasons cause heavy rain in one area or drought in another.
Мы замечаем, что во многих регионах страны наступила засуха и остро не хватает воды.
Upravo sam dobio dojavu o požaru koji se nalazi na susjednom brdu tu.
It affects mental health. It will only take 3 days of continuous rain to put us underwater again.
World leaders, you must keep your commitment.
Give back to the world its beautiful skylines, which many of us haven't fully seen in years.
Protect the existing natural forests and restore additional forest and green areas.
Not a day goes by that I'm not living in fear that I'm not doing enough for the climate crisis. So my request to you is that you do the same.
If not us, who will decide our future?
This is the generation and the decade where we need to take action before it is too late.
Naime, klimatske promjene više nisu toliko daleko od nas. One su sada jako blizu I ne smijemo ih ignorisati.
If we don't care about these problems, there is not next generation and we will be the last generation.
Em, những người trẻ luôn sẵn sàng hành động và ủng hộ các hành động để bảo vệ trái đất.
I am hoping I will still be here at a time to take meaningful action.
So I'm now joined by two guests, Ms. Matilda Ernkrans, Swedish Minister for Development Cooperation, and Mr. Achim Steiner, the Administrator of United Nations Development Programme, UNDP. So there you are. Good to see you.
You're a double act.
Yes, you're double act. Achim, welcome to Stockholm. So great to see you. Well, let's dive straight into the difficult question. I want to put it to both of you. What can we realistically expect from Stockholm +50? Who wants to start? Matilda.
You want me to start? I think we should expect that this is a global gathering to get us on track again and actually do what we can to act now, because we have made so many promises. So I hope that Stockholm +50 will give a push on acting and doing what we are supposed to do, trying to save the planet and the livelihood on the planet. And I think UNDP is playing an important role in up to this conference, but also onto the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, because it's UNDP has done an amazing job when it comes to gathering people's voices, but also commitment to actually get climate change financed and done throughout 60 countries, I think.
Right. Kim, what do you think we can realistically expect out of this gathering?
You know, I was just listening to Ambassador Mortensen. I think the first thing that an event like this can do is celebrate leadership and vision, because 1972 wouldn't have happened if it hadn't been for a lot of people thinking ahead, daring to imagine something that today we take for granted. And, you know, we'll come to the balance sheet of where we are in 2022, but the ambassador spoke about, you know, out of Stockholm was born the United Nations Environment Programme, the first time that the world acknowledged that environment deserved distinct attention in terms of what it meant and what it meant to different people. I think we also here at Stockholm 50 or +50 in the year 2022 clearly have to reflect on why is it that we only got this far and not further, because in some ways we are not at a point 50 years after Stockholm where we can say with confidence, actually we are on a different trajectory. Climate change, loss of biodiversity, you know, the intersection between environment and human well-being, all of this has become more intense, more complex, and with less time to solve it. But I'm sure we'll come back to it. But let's just celebrate for a moment not just 1972, but the 50 years since, in civil society, in science, in politics, I mean, there have been extraordinary stories of leadership, and they ultimately create moments of opportunity, I think.
Great, so let's celebrate the successes, but not kind of relax, because we have a lot of things to do ahead. And I wanted to ask you, Achim, that's the right pronunciation. For those that don't know the United Nations Development Programme, could you just describe its mandate when it comes to what relates to the environment?
Well, as a development program, in theory, since it was established in the 60s, it should have addressed environmental issues as an integral part of the development pathways that countries pursue. Now, as we know, it took all of our countries, whether it is Sweden or Swaziland or whoever in the world, a long time to bring that environmental sustainability dimension into the mainstream of development decision-making. Today, UNDP is one of the largest entities in the UN. It is at the center of the UN development system. It is present in 170 countries, and it is a partner to developing countries in trying to address the many challenges they face. They need to create access to electricity, but they're also expected to create a low-carbon development path. They're supposed to combat poverty, but you also have to make sure that citizens in urban areas don't run out of water. We live in a very complex world where climate change and the environmental change phenomena have come on top of some of the things that we considered basic development priorities in the 60s and 70s. So today, and I certainly view my tenure as head of UNDP as a moment in time where development finally embraces the environmental and the sustainability dimension of development as central drivers of what happens next in development. So when we spent the last 20 years debating whether we can afford to go for clean energy, whether decarbonization means stopping development, today I believe UNDP is the institution that can help countries show that decarbonization is the future of development, and everywhere across the world, every day, in thousands of projects. It's a large organization working, however, in a very decentralized fashion on the frontiers of development as the UN's partner to countries in addressing this.
And you're not as famous as some other UN organizations like UNICEF or UNHCR, but UNDP is actually very much the feet on the ground, doing the real development work and being present in very many countries.
Certainly, I mean, we are a UN family, and some of you know that I once had the privilege of leading UNEP, the United Nations Environment Programme, and to me it is, it's in a sense a perfect transition. UNEP has been at the forefront of helping the world understand what science was telling us, creating the platforms for acting together on, for example, the ozone layer, the Vienna Convention, the Montreal Protocol, and the many treaties and agreements since, and helping countries to also explore what is an environmental sustainability agenda for a country. But UNDP is very much the organization that works right next to where, in a sense, intent becomes action. So it is the operationalization of much of what Stockholm 1972 and hopefully Stockholm 2022, the Paris Agreement, but also issues such as poverty, inequality, gender, the emergence of digital possibilities. UNDP is an institution that tries to help governments not address environment on Monday as if that was an issue for Monday, and then gender equity on Tuesday. Every government, as you know better than I do, every day has to deal with the complexity of development choices. We are the organization that tries to connect human ingenuity, global best practice, and a very continuous partnership with where every day millions of people have to invent the future again and again.
Great, and that is really, really needed. And we also need countries that are active and take an active role for sustainable development. And Matilda, what can we do as countries and donors and partners in order to ensure a healthy environment for all?
Well,
what is the role of Sweden?
Yeah, but I think you need countries and governments who are very decisive on the climate agenda, And the Swedish government, we are prioritizing this. We say that we will double our climate funding. We are just today, and then because it's a UN conference here, Stockholm +50, we have also highlighted that we will increase our funding when it comes to the strategic work when it comes to environment, climate and biodiversity, and we are doubling our finances to the Green Fund. Global Green Fund. So I think that's showing leadership, but this is not something that sort of one country or one government can do on their own. I think everybody needs to chip in. The civil society, private sector, other countries, and that's also why I think it's so important with Stockholm +50, because it also shows that this is something that we believe in, the multilateralism, that we need to act together, and that we are at the sort of Swedish development cooperation, we can do our part, but that's a part of a bigger solution that that every actor need to sign on. And I think listening to UNDP, I think it's important to show what important work the UN organization, what important role they play, and when it comes, because it's difficult, you need to handle complex materials and different kinds of crises and challenges, and often we are very good at talking about challenges and crises. But I also want to talk about sort of the positive agenda that lies within transforming our societies to a more greener and fairer societies, and I think Stockholm +50 is also, as the ambassador John Mortensen said, it's also a time to reflect on, of course, what challenges we have ahead of us, but also what we have achieved. And I think, and Ashim also touched upon it. I think if you look upon all the fights that have been fought and actually won, and now there are so many more who actually see that it's economical profitable to invest in sustainable solutions. And I think that's an important work that UNDP has done up to Stockholm +50 and onwards. And it was Swedish government to also fund that and gave that sort of mission to UNDP to work with 60 countries and helping them to support them as partners on finding the right ways to find finance and it's happening now to actually transform their societies in a more sustainable way. It's not only environmentally right, it's also economically a good choice. So also I also want to sort of celebrate and highlight all the positive things that also being done throughout the world, even though I know the challenges are massive.
Yes. No, but that's right. There's a lot of positive change going on around the world. But still, in hindsight, we've seen 50 years of international development cooperation, 50 years of environmental conventions, etc. And still we are here we still have poverty, inequality, we still have huge environmental problems. So, Achim, or both of you, is international development cooperation working the way it should to support the transition for a sustainable world? Maybe, Achim, you want to start.
Well, you know, just in these days in particular, I'm sort of reminded that we sometimes project onto international development cooperation, first of all, a mythical assumption. We think that we spend a lot on development cooperation. You know, there have been wonderful surveys in the United States when people were asked, you know, how many cents out of $1 are we actually spending on development cooperation in the United States? And people had anything from 10 cents to 20 cents to 30 cents a dollar. The United States spends 0.3 or 0.32 cents per dollar on actually development cooperation. So the first thing I think we need to realize that in a world that we have begun to understand and comprehend as incredibly interdependent, where, you know, the war in Ukraine is not only a war that is happening with all the tragedy and trauma now in Ukraine, it is as an event feelable across the planet because of the way we are interdependent on our food markets, on our fuel markets, and even on our capital markets. So overnight, you see a world that is highly interdependent, but it is also still extremely unequal. And much of the journey into Stockholm 72, since Stockholm up to today, is also a debate between the developed and the developing world about how do we come together in this world from which we all know we can benefit, but actually at the moment, by not working together, we are undermining each other. And I think development cooperation right now is once again becoming a subject in the crosshairs of domestic battles about do we spend money on ourselves or do we spend money on, you know, the UN, the bureaucracy, or some people somewhere in the world. It's a tragedy of our political discourse that we are still having this discussion. And let me remind you, as we sit here today, the richest part of the world, the so-called OECD DAC nations, still together do not invest more than 0.33% of their GDP in development cooperation. And yet, we expect to have an energy revolution. We expect to eradicate poverty. We are expected to stop pandemics in their tracks. We are supposed to help countries essentially deal with the whole, for instance, phenomenon of inequality between men and women, girls' education, working in crisis countries like Afghanistan. So we don't go back to where we were not 18 or 19 years ago, but 22, 23 years ago. September 11, remember where that started? But, you know, we are completely underfunding that system that we expect to carry the world. And I often say the Secretary General's regular budget for the Secretary of the United Nations is just a little bit more than New York citizens pay for their fire department. So just for a moment, you know, take that and then ask yourself, are we actually projecting onto this notion of development cooperation some magic formula or some miraculous process of turning, you know, straw into gold? Because we are literally supposed to take the Paris Agreement right now. We are negotiating for years on this $100 billion of co-investment. And here we are in Stockholm, we are still debating essentially the environmental transitions as if we were all the same on this planet. And what may surprise some people is that the developing world spends hundreds of billions already today on investing in renewable energy. But the perception is that in asking the richer part of the world to invest 100 billion, they have to somehow do the upfront payment as charity. And this is what is going wrong in our economics of environmental and sustainability discourse and development cooperation. Nature conservation is the same. Some of the loudest critics in developed countries when they speak about loss of biodiversity in the global south have no idea that there are many countries across the world that have dedicated up to a third of their country to conservation-led land use. And they are paying the bill for that. First of all, in terms of foregoing the use of the land, but secondly, struggling to put the rangers in place, the infrastructure to protect wildlife. And yet in the Biodiversity Convention, we still somehow come to the conclusion that any request to share the costs of this global heritage is an unreasonable request. I know money is not something we like to talk about, and it's not all about money. But to pretend that you can ask people who are poor, who are in this moment, particularly right now, facing fiscal deficits that are almost leading them to bankruptcy after the pandemic, to step up on the climate agenda, to step up on the sustainability agenda without sharing and co-investing is asking the impossible. So I think we do need to take the discussion about development cooperation forward. I think it is a very different era. This is not the era of development aid anymore. No. It is an era of development cooperation so that together we can make the transition to a low-carbon economy, to a more sustainable green economy, a more inclusive global economy.
Thank you for framing all of that, Achim, and you really pointed to some very, very key messages that we're all interdependent and it's not about charity. But Sweden is one of the countries that really stand up for 1% of GDP going to development cooperation. And we've done that for a long time. I don't see any big protests against that, although there's some differences in opinion on that even in Sweden, but I think more countries would follow us, but they don't. Why do you say, Matilda?
No, but I'd like to start off by saying, sort of, if you in sort of the international society, everybody looks upon Sweden and know that we carry a big leadership, and I'm proud of that. We've done that for many years, and we will stick to that. But I must say that it's not something that you can take for granted. Look in Sweden, the two biggest opposition parties, they don't stick to that Sweden should continue to use 1% out of GNI to development cooperation. So it's not something, in my point of view, that you can take for granted. And also we need in Sweden to get Swedish voters and Swedish citizens, more of Swedish citizens, to actually say, yes, we want to be, we want to do this. We want to use our public money to international solidarity. More people in Sweden need to raise their voices and say that this is what we want to do, and also hopefully use their right to vote in that direction. But saying that, I think what we are touching upon here is absolutely crucial, because it's only 3 countries in the world who actually give 1%, Sweden, Norway and Luxembourg, and a lot of countries don't even reach UN's goal of 0.7. So, and the needs are so much bigger than sort of the budget for development cooperation actually can embrace. So, of course, from the Swedish perspective, we are working a lot with trying to find ways to use our development cooperation money as a catalyst to bring in other private money because it's necessary. And we're doing a lot of work to get other countries to use more of their money because there are rich countries who could provide more and reach the UN target. But I think, as I also said before, that development cooperation money and engagement, it's one part of trying to put the world in another more sustainable direction. But it's only one part. There are a lot of actors that need to step in.
And that was my next question, actually. So, I mean, what can we do more, even if all countries would provide 1% of GDP, would that be enough? Probably not. I mean,
but we would be in a much better place.
Absolutely. But what more would we need in order to kind of live up to the environmental conventions and really meet all the challenges that we have? Some connected to poverty, but others are also very much present in rich countries, to be honest. So what's your take on that? What can we do more?
Well, as I said, I think we can do more to actually sort of use the money to attract also private money, because that's will get us much further. But then of course sort of the developed countries, they need to take their responsibility to actually reduce the emissions and use the technique and new research and so on to form more sustainable societies. And we also need to take the responsibility to stick to what we have promised the developing countries, and they need access to finance and to finance for adaptation, as well as financing more maybe for adaptation nowadays. And that's something that me myself have worked with for many years, also with you. And I think Sweden, we need to keep on pushing for that kind of leadership. But I think we all need to realize that we are facing a lot of challenges, and that will affect us. But as I said, I think there is a positive agenda in this, that we will we will live better lives in a more sustainable world. And being Swedes, we know how to do change. We have taken Sweden from a very poor country to a welfare state. And now we can show that we can take the next step, but we need to do it fair and just, so everybody can actually come along in this transformation. It's not easy, but we need to believe it can be done. At least I need to believe that.
But that's true. We have a good narrative in Sweden, going from an agricultural, very poor country some 100 years ago, 120 years ago, until here. So it is possible with a change. But Achim, what's your view on what do we need? What do we have to do more in order to see real results and real change? Is it about the narrative? Is it about the money? Is it about more conventions without...
I think probably a lot of people would argue no more. Well, that's always welcome, yes. But I think we don't necessarily need to look to more negotiations, to more process. We need to look to more enabling conditions. I think, I mean, to me it has been striking to follow the last few weeks when in Europe we suddenly conduct a debate about energy security that many of us have actually been trying to bring to the forefront of thinking about the future of energy in Europe for the better part of 2 decades. And yet it takes a war to actually suddenly allow us to do things that beforehand we were told by energy specialists, by economists, by leaders in industry would ruin our economies, namely an accelerated transition away from oil and gas and coal. It's remarkable, I don't know how many of you, for instance, follow different renewable energy technologies, but I've been struck by how in less than probably a 12-month period, green hydrogen, which was one of the sort of outliers of potentially adding more to our renewable energy infrastructure, has exploded onto the world scene. There are now dozens of green hydrogen plants being actually built. And one that I listened to in the last few weeks with astonishment is a $10 billion investment in a green hydrogen production facility in Namibia that could be already producing hydrogen maybe in 3 to 4 years from now. Why does it take us often so long to, combine an extraordinary opportunity for Namibia that has extraordinary good renewable energy conditions, better than anything in many parts of the world, so it can produce an endless amount of renewable energy, use it to produce hydrogen, convert it into ammonia, transport it to different markets of the world, and essentially light up and power its own economy as a byproduct of a major new export industry, creating jobs, clean energy for its own domestic economy, and enabling the world to decarbonize. And there are projects like this happening all over the world suddenly. So I think we have to demand more honesty from our leaders in government, in industry, but also in our local communities and municipalities, because we're all pretending that we want to have the world change, but we're not willing to take consequential steps. Now, some of that has to do also with economics. I think there is a very significant role, and where countries such as Sweden, I think, have also a very pioneering role. Regulatory frameworks change the way that we act as consumers, as producers, as investors. It is a travesty in my mind that much of the financial world to this day, with everything we know, is still investing in an economy of yesterday simply because it pays and because it is allowed and because the incentive structure doesn't take the $430 trillion of wealth. That's actually the amount of money we have in the world today, to invest in something as simple as switching from oil and gas to solar, wind, geothermal, green hydrogen. An existential risk, and yet we seem to be almost like deers in the headlights. So to the Greta Thunbergs out there and to all the young people who are actually saying to us, what on earth are you doing? I can only say, yes, you are absolutely right. And in practical terms, I think we go back to how do we get to let's say, a paradigm of green economic transition. I said earlier on with the United Nations Association here in Sweden that, economics is often portrayed as if it's a physical science. It's actually not. It's a social science. Economics is a set of choices that you translate into a set of policies. And interestingly enough, very often in the way that we make the incentives for our economies to function, deliver different outcomes. So let's change the rules of our economy, and very quickly you will find that we're actually able to have very different outcomes. Why else does Denmark have today 70% renewables? And a couple of neighboring countries have not even gotten to 10%. So that's, I think, part of the answer, and many others, obviously, that we could debate.
Yes, so the realization about that there's a positive change there that is possible, and that we need to believe in it, and we also need to set up our regulatory frameworks in order to really push that forward. And I think that is also the role of countries such as Sweden and Denmark and others that are really investing in that type of regulatory framework and showing the way. And Namibia was a great story to hear.
May I add one more
yes,
example, which also gives an interesting connection between 50 years ago. Stockholm was also famous because of Indira Gandhi and the way that she brought, let's say, the face of poverty as part of the debate about how you think about the future in sustainability terms. Few people realize today that India is now implementing a 450 gigawatt renewable energy infrastructure program that it is implementing in its economy today. And so also India, and not only some of the countries that we are more familiar with, have become leaders in this economic transition from an existential point of view, but also from an economic point of view. And I think this is where we need to understand how different policies produce very different outcomes.
Exactly.
Sorry, just to offer that as an example.
And I just want to add a little thing. No, because aligning sort of finance to sustainability is crucial, of course. But I also would like to say, when you mentioned Indira Gandhi, I think we have to, and I think Sweden has a role to play there as well. Always work with gender equality and with women and girls, because we know that they are disproportionately more affected when it comes to climate change, poverty and so on, but we also know that women, they need to be at the table where the decisions are made when it comes to how we invest and how we form more peaceful societies and sustainable peace and sustainable societies. So more women at the table as well. Yeah.
That's a good point, and Sweden is also a pioneer by actually having a feminist foreign policy. Could you say something about how that
a little bit more on that?
You already explained the importance of having women at the table, but is this affecting also Sweden's climate policies or how we are relating?
Yeah, but absolutely, and sort of we were the first country who adopted a feminist foreign policy, and I'm very proud of that, and more countries are following, and that's a good thing, I think, and I think it's. You just look at how the reality are. Women are more disproportionately affected by climate change and poverty and so on. But we also know that if we empower women, that is the best way to fight poverty. And we also know that women can do more, but they can't get access to finance. So this is something that needs to be changed, and we are working with this constantly in our feminist foreign policy and development cooperation. But of course, here we can do a lot more. But also, if you look upon sort of a lot of our development cooperation work is channeled through sort of a geographical development cooperation, and look upon sort of the African strategy that we got. I think 80% or something out of everything we do in Africa has a gender target what we are doing. So so absolutely, this is important for Sweden. It's a part of our feminist foreign policy, and I think, and I'm proud that we were the first country, but I'm also proud that other countries are following us.
But that's also with Agenda 2030 that you see that all the targets are interlinked and they can actually also enhance each other. But Akim, you were asked on your expectations earlier on for Stockholm Plus 50, and then you answered, and you said very eloquently that the time for incrementalism in an era of transformation is a hindrance. In plain English, could you explain what this means?
Incrementalism is essentially a way of saying that you believe little steps and lots of them over a long time is enough, and clearly it isn't. On many of the things that we consider to be a danger to human well-being, to our future, we are running out of time. So I think Stockholm Plus 50 must also be a moment where we go from the incremental steps of creating consensus in our societies, getting some leaders in industry to finally lead on some issues, to real scalable systemic change. And I'll give you a very small illustration. And it doesn't always have to be immediately clear how you will do it. In our new strategic plan in UNDP, and I'm very grateful to the member states that they allowed us that license, I said to our teams around the world, and I said to member states, if we really consider climate change to be an existential threat, how can the development program of the United Nations spend the next 4 years finding a few projects in which we're going to put some more photovoltaic panels into action? And we must make the issue of climate change a central responsibility of UNDP. So we now have in our strategic plan the almost impossible aspiration to help 500 million people over the next 4 years to gain access to clean and affordable energy. We don't know yet how we're going to do this, but I think it is the only right thing to do, which is to say nothing that we do in UNDP from here on onwards can ignore the threat of climate change, and therefore we must think of the impossible. And some might call it a moonshot, others might call it delusional. I call it taking responsibility in an institution that is one of the largest in the UN, one of the largest in the World of Development Cooperation. If we are not willing to commit to a totally different, non-incremental approach to this, how can we ask anyone else to do it?
Great. Time is running out. I have just one last question to both of you, and you must answer very, very shortly. What would you like to say to young people, children that are watching us right now? Do you have a message for them?
That they are absolutely crucial. Every generation need to have the spirit and the fight for a more sustainable future, and everything we do for them, and they are the ones who push us ahead, and we need that push. It's the adults we are responsible for now. We need to do our part, but we need the young people to push us harder.
Thank you. Akim.
I agree. Believe in the power of one, and above all, believe in the fact that there is millions like you out there who, if you can connect with them, you can actually change what happens next in the world. We've seen it, and I think all of us are hoping that our young people will be back out on the streets, but also on stages, in television cameras, in stadia, in newspapers, and doing what they actually are entitled to do, which is to say, don't sell us a future that is not credible anymore, and take responsibility. And I think it'll make us all get up in the morning with, first more pressure, but also more motivation.
Thank you so much, both Minister Krantz and Administrator Steiner, and thank you so much for this interesting talk. I think I will stand up now for the final words and say to you viewers that at UNDP Hour tomorrow, we will discuss climate and inequality, how the impacts of the climate affects different groups differently, and solutions aligned with the concept of climate justice. You can see the discussions by joining us here in Stockholm or by viewing the streaming via Twitter or the We Don't Have Time website. Follow the hashtag UNDP Hour to take part in discussions. Now, thank you very much to the audience for joining us. Thank you to our most notable speakers for all their excellent reflections. I am Isabella Lövin. Thank you and goodbye.
I'm sorry. Welcome to the second of this week's Exponential Race to Zero shows, brought to you by the We Don't Have Time, the Exponential Roadmap Initiative in partnership with UN Race to Zero and We Mean Business Coalition. Today we're going to look at how transportation of people and also of goods can be transformed right here, right now. We'll start by focusing on net zero transport by 2030. And please join me, Johan Falk, co-founder and CEO of Exponential Roadmap Initiative. He will be up on stage shortly. And also we have with us Ingmar Renshag, CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. Great to have you with us here. Yes,
to get on stage.
Huge to get on stage. Well, lots of people want to join us here. That's fantastic. So Ingmar, I understand you're doing a number crunching game here today.
Yes, I would like to start this segment by giving a question to the audience. And that is, how likely do you think it is that we're going to reach the emission targets in the Paris Agreement on a scale between 0 to 100%? And try to get this technology to work. So those that think it's 0% that we will reach the emission target in the Paris Agreement, raise your hand. Do we have any pessimists here? We have some pessimists in the room. 25%. A little bit more, and 50%. We have some 50%, 75%. We don't have any 75%, and I presume maybe not 100% either. You're actually a little bit more pessimistic than the audience we had yesterday. We have also asked this question to the viewers on Twitter. Here we have about 57% thinks that it will be very low chances that we reach the emission target, and 11% thinks that we're going to do it. When I ask this question to a lot of people in business community, in investor community, and also on events like this, most people are actually kind of pessimistic. I can understand that, because if we read the news, it's not good news every day. But if we're going to solve this, I think it's very, very important that we believe that it's doable. And what I believe in is that I believe that it's 100%. For me, it's totally clear that we're going to reach the emission targets in the Paris Agreement. And I have some facts to back it up. When we did the first broadcast climate conference from We Don't Have Time 5 years ago, we had 10,000 viewers, where we had people tuning in to watch climate solutions all over the world. When we did this last year, we had 5 million viewers, and when we did it this year on Earth Day, we had 13 million viewers. So the number of people that are engaging in the solution and working to solve the climate crisis are increasing more than exponentially. We also have the business community. United Nations have an initiative called Race to Zero, where investors and businesses and cities can join where they pledged to leave the fossil fuel society behind and go net zero. And today, more than 50% of the global GDP belongs to a business that have pledged to leave the fossil fuel society behind. So we're going to do this, but it's just one important thing, and that is we need to do it on time, because if we're doing this transition too slow, when we will not solve the climate crisis. So we need to do it on time. And what We Don't Have Time is all about is that we want to speed up change, and we have created a tool for that. So if you download We Don't Have Time app, you could give climate law every time you see someone doing the solutions, doing the right thing. You could give them climate law, and you could share that to others, so more leaders will follow. And when you see someone doing something bad or delaying things, you could give them climate warning, and people don't like to be warned on social media. So this drives change. And we also need the businesses to do the change. And therefore, we are partnered up with the Exponential Roadmap initiative that are helping the businesses not just to pledge it, but also to do it on time on an exponential scale.
Thank you, Ingmar.
So, Johan, we need to know here, why is transport so important, and what is happening in the transport sector exponentially?
The transport sector is, the electrical vehicles is already on an exponential trajectory. And, but we also, it's not sufficient. We also need to build all these vehicles with fossil-free material, and we also need to share the vehicles. Basically through mobility as a service. What we've done in the Exponential Roadmap initiative is that we are bringing together the leading transformers and disruptors, taking action in line with the 1.5 ambition. We basically started with a few companies, and now we have companies representing something like $1,000 billion in revenue, all with the same mission. We need to halve global emissions by 2030 towards net zero. And that is the carbon law. The carbon law we developed with our chairman, Johan Rockström, about 5 years ago. And that carbon law is actually now implemented as part of the UN Race to Zero. It's part of the European and the US targets. So it also shows that we can scale big ideas fast. It is achievable. But now it's all about action, because we are beyond pledges. And that is the reason why we developed the business playbook, we developed the Exponential Roadmap, the supply chain leaders, and the SME Climate Hub. So these are all examples of exponential climate action. And the Exponential Roadmap states that we have the solutions to halve emissions by 2030 in energy and all the other sectors. And today we'll talk about transportation. So transportation of people, transportation of goods. And how can we reach zero value chains in transportation? Not by 2050, but actually 2030. And why value chains? Well, as a company, you cannot reach zero or net zero on your own. You have to do that through radical collaboration and innovation with your suppliers and with your customers. So we are very excited to have some of these leading companies here today to really talk about how can we go faster in the exponential race to zero. Back to you, Katarina.
Excellent, Johan.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you very much, Ingmar, for showing us crunching the numbers. It's really, really important what visions we have and how we act together.
We're going to make it, but we need everyone on board, because if you are on the sideline, we're not going to make it. That's simple. We need you all here.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Ingmar. Thank you very much, Johan.
Thank you. Thanks.
We now move on to listen to a keynote from a very well-known person in the field of climate action. And he's with us via Zoom. Nigel Topping was the CEO of We Mean Business until December 2019, where he drove really radical collaboration for climate action. Nigel Topping is today a commissioner on the Energy Transitions Commission and has been instrumental in the launch of many collaborative initiatives, such as science-based targets, Business for Nature, and the Global Commons Alliance. And I hope I have Nigel. Yes, there he is. Wonderful to see you again, Nigel. You have our full attention for your keynote.
Great, thank you. Wonderful to be with you all again. Thank you for all the partners. We Don't Have Time, We Mean Business, and Exponential Roadmap for bringing us all together. And of course, thanks for the glowing introduction. I'm really speaking to you now with my role as one of 2 UN high-level climate action champions, which is a role which was created as part of the Paris Agreement in recognition of the fact that we have to mobilize the whole of society, not just national governments, but businesses, investors, whole value chains, cities, and civil society. So, and this, some of you who know me will know that this topic of the exponential transformation in our transport systems is one that's obsessed me for some time. So it's a thrill to be able to join you and share some thoughts on that. And what I want to do is share some perspectives on. As I very much agree that this is already happening, and it's happening exponentially, which means it's going to happen much faster than even many of the forecasters predict. But I also want to lay out many of the reasons why there's a really good case for doing this faster, not just in terms of reducing emissions, but in terms of other arguments, which will be helpful for some of you in businesses or in campaigning organizations or in government. I mean, first thing to say is we know that this is a huge chunk of the problem. Road transport, about 10% of greenhouse gas emissions. But we know that this transition is already taking place. And as I think Johan said, it's largely about e-mobility, but it's also about different models like mobility as a service, and of course about active transport, so more livable, walkable, cyclable cities as well. And it's very, very relevant today because one of the main effects of this transition is to reduce companies' reliance on imported oil, which is volatile in price and geopolitically influenceable, as we're seeing now with the terrible war in Ukraine. I think the transition since Paris in this sector best describes the way that things go exponential, even when people don't expect them. In 2016, after Paris, the IEA, the International Energy Agency, was still saying that we'll be largely buying combustion engines into the 2070s. Then we have this sort of systemic transformation, which involves a disruptor like Tesla, and then some cities like Paris and London starting to ban high-emitting vehicles, and then some countries saying that they'll phase out in 2040. My own country, the UK, said in 2018 that it would phase out combustion engine sales in 2040. And then just 2 years later, as the cost started coming down, Tesla started improving. We had like Mercedes saying there'd be net zero 20 or 100% electric by 2039. All these signals start to coalesce, and the very interesting thing happened in my country. And of course, there's others who are faster, Norway, the Netherlands, but in the UK, there was a consultation between government and society, particularly business, that said, we've already said 2040, we now want to think about whether we go 2032 or 2035 within just 2 years. The response to the consultation came out very strongly, do it earlier, do it in 2030. That was business organizations like We Mean Business and the Energy Transitions Commission. It was even an oil company like Shell said, do it earlier because we know it's going to happen. To Imar's point, we know this is going to happen, and certainty on it is good for everybody. So, of course, earlier certainty is good for the climate and all of those who are suffering from it, but markets too like that certainty because it de-risks investment. Interestingly now, Bloomberg New Energy Finance are forecasting that 70% of all new car sales will be ZEVs by 2040, but we know it will be wrong because they're wrong because their projection has doubled in the last 5 years. So all these forecasters, whether it's Bloomberg or the IEA, always get it wrong on the low side, even though they know that they still get it wrong on the low side. And they're now talking about trebling of sales in my country, and that we see that trajectory going really, really fast. And of course, I think that the very, very high price of petrol is only going to help accelerate that. So let me what we really believe is possible is that we can actually see the end of the combustion engine this decade. I'd be pretty confident by 2035, but it's possible with growing trends even as early as 2029. So let me go through some of the key points that make the case for accelerating this transition. First one I've already mentioned, energy security. Right, it's very obvious now how much relying on unreliable and expensive and volatile sources of energy for road transport is not a good idea. Road transport is the single biggest source of oil consumption. The shift to electric vehicles is the single biggest and fastest destroyer of demand for oil. Europe spends $285 million on imported Russian oil every day, 100 billion plus a year. So that's very, very stark at the moment. We also see a huge opportunity for emerging and developing markets by moving quickly to electric vehicles as they develop to save up to $250 billion a year on oil imports by 2030. You think about that as an opportunity to convert that spend, which is not necessary to spend on much needed infrastructure to support renewable generation, electrified transport and climate adaptation. Second reason is jobs, growth. The billions that are now being invested in this EV transition are creating jobs, and we know that there will be many, many more jobs actually, surprisingly, in this EV world, given that there will be a reduction of jobs in traditional fuel industries, but all the analysis says there'll be a net job growth. And I think that there's that's through, of course, the massive increase in renewable infrastructure and maintenance in batteries. The Faraday Institute estimates that battery demand is going to increase from 110 gigawatt hours per annum to 6,500. So that's a 60x growth by 2050. Third reason, cost. When the UK's Climate Change Committee looked at the transition from combustion engine to battery power at the level of an economy, they see massive macroeconomic benefits because this is much more efficiency here. So, but also as fleet owners are finding the total cost of ownership is already cheaper for zero emission vehicles, which is why, for example, in the UK, all of our bus companies have bought their last diesel bus already. And of course, for consumers, the sticker price, the upfront cost tends to be more the thing that people look at. But we think within the next 3 to 5 years, across every part of the vehicle range, the purchase price will be cheaper, and of course the savings will be further enhanced. Next point, health. Millions of people are dying prematurely every year because of pulmonary conditions exacerbated by the particulates and the nitrogen oxide that are created by running combustion engines, particularly in cities. So it's another huge benefit. And I think I'd end by saying that in COP26, we saw a real focus on this transition. We saw many countries and many companies lining up to commit to phasing out by 2035. And this was, I think, one of the really important a manifestation of that new dynamic of the COPs to be more about implementation. So yes, negotiation, but the Paris rulebook has been negotiated now. There are some things still to be negotiated, there probably always will be, but the focus is really on public and private driving towards those exponential goals. We know that Glasgow hasn't guaranteed 1.5 degrees, but the international system has agreed to ratchet every year. So one opportunity for everybody here is to look at which countries don't have a combustion engine phase-out date, either cars and or trucks. Because if they don't, then there's an opportunity just to align with the pace of change and say 2030 to 2035 for cars, 2035 to 2040 for trucks, and that will probably bring a lot more ambition into all those NDCs. And what we're really focusing on now with my colleague Mahmoud Mohideen, the Egyptian champion, is how to bring that kind of exponential momentum to Sharm el-Sheikh and have many more countries, many more cities, many more companies, all aligning with that exponential change. The UNFCCC is starting its global stocktake. That will be an opportunity for everybody to input to say where there are opportunities for forward-looking policy measures to accelerate that change. And I think that any of you who are interested, I would encourage you to look at the UNFCCC website and look at how you can engage in that process, not just to say how much we're failing by, because we are failing now, but to say how much more confident we can and should be in our ability to go much, much faster. And I think nowhere are we more ready to accelerate the transition than a move from expensive, unhealthy, dirty, polluting, old-fashioned, noisy combustion engines to healthy, cheaper, zero emissions, sexy, cool, more powerful battery-powered vehicles. This is going to take the whole of society, though. So whatever your role is in this transition, your support is needed to help us reach that point where zero-emission vehicles are the obvious choice for everybody, and we can find combustion engines where they belong in the museum. So really, it's a delight to be joining you today, and I'm thrilled with the work of all the partners here in driving that transition. And I look forward to another milestone in Sharm el-Sheikh towards the death of the combustion engine and the birth of a clean energy economy in which everybody all around the world can thrive. Thank you. Let me hand back to the studio.
Well, thank you so much, Nigel, for spelling it out so clearly and also painting out the vision, because we, as Mingmar and said before, really need to have a vision to aim for. What would you say is the impact for Europe after the decision just came out of Europe to the Commission to ban the oil import? It just finally came through the other day. What effect will this have on this transition and transformation of the transport sector?
Well, it should have I mean, of course, banning imports from one country doesn't mean banning oil imports, so you could keep the same energy structure of the economy and just shift the source. But I think what we all hope it will do is rapidly accelerate the shift towards electrifying transport in Europe for all those reasons I've laid out, and not just search for alternative sources for oil, but to actively reduce the reliance on oil. And as I say, the cities of Europe, the businesses of Europe are ready for that transition. And just one little factoid is I remember when actually I think it was the first incumbent manufacturer to fully commit to going net zero was Mercedes. In 2019, I think the new CEO Ola Källenius committed to the whole company being net zero by 2039. So not just zero-emission vehicles, but zero-emission materials, as Johan was saying. Less than 2 years later, at the Petersberg Dialogues in Germany, which is a sort of industry ministerial dialogue, Ola said, now that we've been looking at this for 18 months, we're very confident we can be fully electric by 2030, so 10 years earlier. That's very common, right? When people seriously throw engineering and finance intellect at the problem, a couple of years later they realize that they can go much, much faster. So that would be my hope, is that everybody starts to realize that in Europe we can and should, and therefore will commit to going 100% zero emission vehicles by 2030.
Well, thank you. Another factoid, just recently there were reports coming out of Sweden in terms of vehicle sales, and we just broke the barrier of having more EVs sold than any other engine. So it's happening.
It's definitely happening. And that's another good example. No one would have believed that 3 years ago, right? It happens so much faster. That's the power of the exponential function.
Wonderful. Thanks so much for joining us, Nigel.
Thank you.
Our next guest is Charlotte Smith. She's Zero Emissions Children's Health Campaigner, EV, and she will be joining us shortly here. From the age of 11, Charlotte has been campaigning on behalf of all children. And just as Nigel said, the air quality, of course, and also the impact of all of the vehicles is very important. But she's been campaigning all over the world, highlighting the benefits of zero emissions transport by thanking every EV driver that you can find around Great Britain, Oslo, and also in California. And her goal is to take her zero emission campaign message to every country where there is children. So Charlotte, you are with us here. There you are. Wonderful. You have the floor. You have our attention. And please share your presentation.
Thank you. Well, hello, I'm Charlotte Smith. I am the Zero Emission Children's Health Campaigner, and I highlight the benefits that zero emission transport has on children's health with my EV thank you cards, which read, "Thank you for choosing to drive a zero emission all electric vehicle. You're helping children like myself to breathe easier and avoid long-term illnesses, such as stunted lung development, brain illnesses, cancer. Charlotte, age 15. It all started at around age 10 when I was asked by my primary school to write a science paper on changes, and I decided to write mine on the change from ICE, internal combustion engine, to electric. And throughout that process, I not only learned a lot about electric vehicles in general, but also about the benefits that they have on children's health. I then went on to continue, and the only unanswered question from my science paper was when. When would this behavioural change, this pickup, this tipping point to go to electric take place? And this question was finally answered 5 years later when I read a book called Change by Professor Damon Centola, which taught me about tipping points and when behavioural change might happen. For example, behavioural change can be like bumping elbows rather than shaking hands due to COVID, or in our case, moving from combustion engine vehicles to electric. And this taught me that the tipping point is actually when we reach 25% of, like, say someone's network. And this was fantastic news, as the zero-emission all-electric vehicle UK car sales for last year in December was over 26%, suggesting that the UK had already passed the tipping point for electric vehicle adoption. And as you mentioned a little bit earlier, with this knowledge, I hope to take my children's health campaign message to every country where there's children and help to bring their countries to this tipping point.
Wonderful, really. And I've been driving a full electric for 7 years, and I can tell you, whenever I drive in the cities or close to people, especially children, past a school or past a preschool, it feels completely different, because I know that I'm not contributing to their bad health. So there are really big benefits also for the driver, and you're pointing them out and making us feel better, and more people will join, I'm sure. So what is the next step for your campaign? You've been in Great Britain, you've been in Oslo, and so how do you roll out? How do you expand? What do you need to make this happen even faster from your perspective?
The platforms such as today, and also the opportunities to travel, as I said, to other countries and speak on bigger stages. Obviously, this is a massive stage, and I'm super excited and grateful for this opportunity. And really get my voice pushed to bigger audience, so like world leaders and people who can really make influence and change happen on behalf of all children.
Wonderful, and I'm sure you will get lots of climate love on the We Don't Have Time platform after this great presentation. And people will share your good example, and you'll be able to expand your network, I'm sure. Thanks so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, bye-bye.
And now we move on to the next section here, transport of people, and I hand it over to my dear colleague, Nick Nuttall.
Great, thanks, Katarina. I was just thinking that my brother has an EV in Canada. He has a Tesla with Gulf wings, which I know he bought because he said he was being environmentally friendly, but I think it's because he thought he was very cool with a Gulf wing Tesla. Okay, we're going to kick off this segment, which is transport of people. Let's hear again from our Exponential Roadmap CEO and co-founder, Johan Falk. Tell us about this section.
Thanks, great. I think it's really important to understand the opportunity of exponential change, as we talked about. We heard some numbers today. How far we reached in terms of new sales of electrical vehicles, which is just outstanding. We are in Sweden today on over 50%, 56% of new sales. In Norway, 85%. And on a global basis, around 8%. And if you look at the forecasts 5 years ago from Bloomberg, they said we will be at 60% 2040. What we said is that basically we will be at 90% on new sales before 2030, and that will happen. Absolutely sure. But it's not just about the electrical vehicles. We also need to build them with fossil-free materials, such as steel, which is most important, aluminium, plastics, and so on. We also need to ensure that we use our vehicles much more efficiently. They shouldn't be parked 95% of the time. We need to share them, right? But also mix it with other type of vehicles, of course, public transportation, biking, and move to mobility as a service. Our focus today here is zero value chains in people transport, not by 2050, but 2030. And we're very excited to have some of the leaders in these areas, H2Steel in fossil-free steel, Polestar on zero vehicles, and Via on mobility as a service, all focusing on how can we scale faster. Back to you, Nick.
Yeah, super.
Thanks.
Johan, that's great. Thank you very much indeed. So we're going to have 3 keynotes and then a meaty panel. I say meaty because that's not really very appropriate on a show like this. Maybe a vegan panel, but an interesting panel, I'm sure. And first up is Frederica Claren, who's head of sustainability at the electric car company Polestar, which is on a remarkable and a very fascinating journey. Come and join me. She joined Polestar in April 2020 to drive the company's sustainability ambitions forward on issues such as climate neutrality and circularity. Frederica, tell us about your moonshot. You have the floor. Over to you, Frederica.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. Such a pleasure to be here on this summit discussing these very important topics. And I'm here representing Polestar. We are a young Swedish electric vehicle brand operating from Gothenburg, but with a growing global organization and footprint. And we are all about accelerating the shift into electric and sustainable mobility. We know that as an industry, we have a climate solution today, but we are not fully utilizing it to meet the climate crisis, even though we hear numbers. The electric car sales is literally going through the roof. We still only have a few % of the global car stock that is represented by electric vehicles. And the climate change really doesn't look to sales number. It looks to what is actually being emitted on the roads today. So we know that as a company, we really have to use our 3 core pillars of design, innovation, and tech to secure that we get an attractive offer out there to really speed up sales even more for us to be able to meet the climate crisis with this powerful tool. And we also want to talk about the fact that as we now transition as an industry into electric mobility, we have to be very honest about the fact that, yes, they are better, and I will soon show you numbers that can show you this, but they are not at all sustainable or perfect. And we really need to put all of our efforts now and move away from focusing on tailpipe emissions to production-related emissions and user-face emissions stemming from charging. We use life cycle assessment at Polestar. It is kind of the beating heart of our climate work. And when we developed Polestar 2, we got to develop a very robust methodology to measure the carbon footprint of the car. And we also were able to collaborate with our affiliate Volvo on this matter, so that we can really also see the difference between a petrol car that was built on the same platform as the electric car. And what we clearly saw was that electric vehicles really offer a route to sustainable, fully climate neutral mobility in a way that fossil fuel cars can never have. And I wish we didn't have to debate that anymore. Can we say here now that we leave that debate behind and start focusing on this climate solution that we have? And also focusing on getting the emissions stemming from production and use phase down to zero. Like you see in the bars behind me, if you choose an electric vehicle instead of a petrol car and you charge it with renewable energy, you more than half the climate impact of that choice. Halving the climate impact is the magnitude that our actions need to have now. We of course see that batteries, the yellow field in our bars here, represent a specific challenge for us. So at Polestar, we want to use this knowledge that we have, and we now want to take the opportunity to really secure that we see a reduction in climate emissions stemming from the production of electric vehicles this decade, that we can start decoupling the growth of the electric vehicle industry from environmental impacts. And like many companies, we have a net zero target. We want to become climate neutral by 2040, looking at all of our value chains emissions. But we know that it's not enough. We really have to set targets that are more in line with the science. So we decided to establish a moonshot goal for ourselves, to create a fully climate neutral car by 2030, and we call it the Polestar Zero project. And this project aims to fully eliminate all of the emissions stemming from the raw material production to when the car rolls out of the factory gate, and also then stemming from when the car ends up at its end of life stage. And this is, of course, a huge challenge, and that's exactly why we're calling it the moonshot goal. We don't know how we will get there. We only know that we must. So we are putting in place now collaborations to research and innovate around 20,000 plus components going into a car on how to exactly produce them in a way that is climate neutral, both when it comes to material, but also functionalities in the car. This is going to be a real car. It's not a concept car. If we only create concept cars, we'll never see true change. We are very happy to already now have onboarded collaborators like SSAB, who does steel, Norsk Hydro, who does aluminium, ZF, for example, SKW and Autoliv. We've also put out a call to action to really open up a channel towards innovators, research institutes, startups, industry peers, other companies from other sectors to really join us now in these collaborative efforts and really take the chance to also, for them, secure that their climate strategies can be realized. And we're not betting on offsetting. That is very important for me to be clear about that. This car will be produced with net zero emissions. We will eliminate the emissions and not rely on efforts like tree planting that doesn't have the impact that it needs this decade. And we also focus, of course, on seeing true change now in our current car projects. And for example, Polestar 2, we are working with iterative improvements all of the time. And for example, we've been able to, compared with a model in 2020, to reduce the carbon footprint with over 1 ton simply by resourcing the smelting part of the aluminium production process and securing renewable energy in that part, since it has such a big share of the emissions. And these are incremental steps that have such a big impact, and we will continue to work with them as well, of course. And last but not least, we will be fully transparent in this journey. Like the numbers you see behind me, we actually put forward to our consumers. And we also published a full life cycle assessment and methodology for anyone to read. We believe that true climate action needs to be coupled with radical transparency. And that is also something that is sorely needed in the automotive industry and throughout other industry. We need to be more brave with sharing the data that we have and the knowledge that we have going forward if we're going to make this happen. Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you very much. It is definitely a moonshot and not a moonshot, which I said earlier. That's really fantastic. Join us for the panel, which is coming up very shortly. Okay, next up is Lena. Hakensdotter of H2 Green Steel, where she is the Vice President and Head of Public Affairs. Yeah, if you want fossil-free cars, you need to build them with fossil-free steel, which is H2 Steel's aim, with a first focus on Europe. And Lina, you have the floor for your keynote. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for this kind invitation. And our name is H2 Green Steel. You might have heard of us, you might not have. We're a real new company, industrial startup. That's not very common species in the world today, but we will see more of us in the coming years, I'm sure. H2 Green Steel's mission is to decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors. That's a difficult sentence. Hard-to-abate sectors, these are those industry sectors that recently have had, or historically have had, hard times getting rid of their fossil emissions. And we try to help them, and we start with steel, to produce green steel with almost zero fossil emissions. Sustainability is at the core of our business. And we, as all companies, have some stakeholders in the game. The usual suspects, the investors, the employees, and of course, the most important ones, the customers. But we see that we have two more stakeholders that will judge us, judge our efforts, and also applaud what we're doing. And those stakeholders are the society and the planet. So of course, we are backing, fully aligned with the 1.5 degrees target. And it's our ambition not only to decrease and look upon our own emissions, but to help other sectors. When it comes to our own production, we will of course source fully fossil-free and renewable electricity, get the best raw materials that we can. We will make use of the very efficient process that we are aiming to have with a fully integrated steel production. But we will go further than that. We will help other sectors to decrease their emissions in scope 3. We just heard Fredrika talking about the Polestar emissions, and when you saw her graph, you could see that there was a big chunk still left, the black box. That's the materials going into the car, and steel is a major part of that. So by doing the steel fossil-free, we help the car manufacturers, and of course other customers as well, to decrease their emissions in scope 3. That's a very important part of our business. We already see a great demand. We have a lot of front runners. Polestar is one of them. And we have already secured the sales, the offtake of 1.5 million tons of the steel that we're going to produce. We haven't started our production yet. I will come into that a bit later. But already today, we see that the customers' demand for our product is really high. So we have a lot of front runners, but we need policy to make sure that the ones that are lagging behind also get on the train. So even though we see the front runners are super important for creating the market and putting the demand up and making our investment a possibility, we also see that policy plays a vital role here in setting targets and also putting standards in place. So what are we going to do then? When I told you we're producing green steel, that's our first mission. And we're embarking right now on a journey to start building our factory up in the northern part of Sweden, in a place called Boden. The reason we chose this location is that it has an excellent position when it comes to electricity. In the northern part of Sweden, we have almost 100% renewable electricity in the form of hydropower and wind power. And we also have a great grid access at the site that we have chosen. So right now, we're in the process of getting the environmental permit, and we hope to put the shovel in the ground during summer to start building this magnificent site that we're aiming for. The core of our production will actually be hydrogen. To produce hydrogen, you need a lot of renewable electricity, as I just mentioned. And the hydrogen production that we're going to build will be the world's largest electrolyzer when it comes into operation. From the hydrogen, we will build a tower to directly reduce iron ore and produce green iron. This green iron we will then use in an integrated process to produce the green steel, which is our final product. To do all this in one step, in a continuous integrated process, is highly energy efficient. The processes that are used today use carbon or coal as the reduction agent instead of hydrogen, and that's why it's so heavy fossil emitter. But it also heats and cools and reheats during the process, and that is really energy efficient, not energy efficient. So we will both be using the renewable electricity, but also in a very efficient way. Our target for the phase 1 is to produce 2.5 million tons of green steel, and that we will do by 2025. So as you can hear, we're already almost there. This is not some futuristic project. We are now in the phase of getting our permits, as I said, and the production will start in 2025. So getting back to the customers, the ones that are buying our products. As I mentioned, we have already offtake for 1.5 million tons of steel. And we see a great interest from the automotive industry. We have companies such as BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Scania on our list. But we also see a great interest from white goods manufacturers, and also a bit surprising to us, construction is a very interested customer side. So I want to conclude by saying that it's not the future, it's already here. We can produce the green materials. We need a customer base, not only the companies buying our products, but the end user wanting to have the totally fossil-free car, not only the one running on electricity, but also using fossil-free materials. We can do it, and we're only starting the journey from H2 Green Steel today.
Great.
Thank you.
Really, really interesting. And as you say, it's only 3 years off.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's another moonshot. We've got a lot of moonshots on the show today. Stay with us, because we're going to have a panel. I'm going to go to the next guest, and then we'll start it. So exit the stage for a second, and then I'll call you all back. All right. So last but not least of this trio of speakers on transport of people is Chris Schneider. He's the co-chief operating officer of VIA and the CEO of VIA Europe. At VIA, they're not just into car sharing, they're taking minivan sharing, and we're talking bus sharing, up to new, more passenger-flexible ways of envisioning public transport in cities, but also in rural areas and places underserved or badly served or not served at all with any kind of transportation system. Chris, we're looking forward to your keynote. Yes, here you are on the magic of Zoom. We look forward to hearing what you have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Honored to be with you. I only wish I could be there in person. And before I talk about VIA, I think we should talk about what's at stake. Transportation is now the #1 contributor of greenhouse gas emissions in the United States with a 29% share. And it's risen to the #2 contributor of emissions in the EU. And we as humans have devised ingenious, sustainable transport modes, from the bicycle to the scooter to the subway car, but we remain incredibly attached to the private car. Today, 76% of Americans drive their car to work, while only 11% use public transport. In Germany, which has invested significantly in public transport infrastructure, 65% of people still drive to work. And even in the Netherlands, where biking is a way of life, 56% of people choose to commute by car. At the same time, transportation is a historical source of inequity and injustice. In the US, 45% of Americans have no access to public transport. And at the same time, owning a personal vehicle is the second highest household expense. So we know that efficient, affordable, sustainable public transportation creates access to jobs and educational opportunities and connects communities. But traditional public transport infrastructure is also hugely expensive. So in far too many cities, our investments in public transport haven't kept pace with urbanization. The result is that increasing numbers of people aren't able to live within a reasonable commute jobs. This creates a kind of mobility poverty that erects barriers to economic opportunity. In fact, studies have shown that transportation is the single biggest barrier to escaping poverty. Okay, so what are the stakes? To avoid the worst impacts of climate change, as well as to create more just and equitable communities, we need to fundamentally change how we humans move, which means radically reimagining our relationship with the private car. The good news is that we have the most important solutions today. They already exist. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, but we do have to rethink the bus. At least that's how we feel at VIA. We envision a future where efficient, affordable, sustainable transport is available to all, and we believe that technology has a huge role to play in expanding the reach and impact of public transport systems. As a transit tech company, VIA builds innovative software to enable our customers, who are cities, transit agencies, school districts, among others, to transform their legacy transport systems, which, let's not forget, are based on 17th century technology, into advanced digital networks that run on data. Technology-enabled public transport uses algorithms and mobile apps to create more dynamic and resilient services, which can be launched in weeks and then adapted and expanded as the needs of communities evolve. In practice, that can mean creating demand-responsive buses, which rural riders can hail with an app, or providing tools to help cities plan more efficient transport networks and redesign streets for shared use mobility, or enabling efficient first and last mile connections from suburban transit deserts to existing high-frequency rail or bus services. And what we found, having deployed our software in over 500 cities and 34 countries around the world, is that this approach works to reduce reliance on private cars and shift people to more sustainable modes. For instance, we partner with Transport for Wales to launch a service called Flexi, which is a nationwide demand-responsive bus system that provides flexible transport options for residents of 11 rural, suburban, and urban communities. And when riders were surveyed, 73% said that they had been able to reduce their private car usage thanks to the service. And 9% reported that before using Flexi, they had never taken a bus before. We're also partnering with Jersey City in the United States, which has 17,000 households, a significant portion below the poverty line. And we launched a service with them aimed at providing underserved communities with an effective first and last mile connection to transit hubs in the downtown area. Now, this service launched right at the beginning of the pandemic, and not only was this one of the few public transport services in the entire country that actually grew during the first stages of the COVID pandemic, 41% of the riders of that service say that they have been able to use the service as a direct replacement for their private car. I could tell you about a list of similar projects that are hundreds long and include some of the most important public transport players globally, whether that's the BVG in Berlin or TfL in London, cities like Seattle, or European regions like Flanders. I think the question is, why do these services matter right now? I think number one, traditional public transport, buses, trains, is often the wrong tool, especially in suburban and rural contexts. A bus that comes twice a day is simply not providing adequate mobility, nor is it competitive with a private car. On-demand modes can provide much higher levels of service for the same cost. Number two, we just don't have time. Legacy transport systems, trains and buses, take years, if not decades, and billions of euros to realize. Digital systems can be launched in a matter of weeks and can complement more rigid investments like subways. And over the last decade, number three, we've paid far too much attention to electrifying or automating single occupancy vehicles, and not nearly enough to encouraging modal shift towards sustainable modes, which is something we know can have an impact right now on our carbon emissions. So obviously, if the question is, how can we radically rethink our relationship to the private car, then we do need to take an all-of-the-above approach, which includes bikes, trains, buses, scooters, EVs, and on-demand shuttles. What Frederica and the Polestar team are working on has immense promise. EVs, but simply electrifying every single occupancy vehicle in the world wouldn't be enough. For one thing, we don't have enough time to do it. It will take decades to electrify every vehicle. And for another, our energy grid is obviously not 100% renewable, nor is it anywhere close to that. Building cars, EVs in particular, takes a significant amount of production energy. And EVs take about 2 times that of internal combustion engine cars today. Obviously, that will improve. But if we're trying to make progress today, we need to take an all-of-the-above approach. Crucially, even if we could magically transform every vehicle into an EV today, there would still be far too many cars on the streets. So we have an enormous opportunity to reimagine our communities and the ways people get around them. And cities and governments in particular have a fundamental role to play in this process. They set the vision, they plan, and they can fund new projects. Companies like Via also have a role to play because while increasingly cities are offering bold visions for achieving carbon neutrality, they don't always have the technological tools to implement that vision on their own. So there's a real opportunity to establish public-private partnerships that are durable and aligned to the long-term goals of building more livable cities while also moving rapidly towards the adoption of far more sustainable transport solutions. Reflecting on the last 2 years, there was a moment or two in the summer of 2020 where a remarkable side effect of the pandemic revealed itself in cities all over the world, and that was streets devoid of cars. Bicycle highways, superhighways were springing up, streets were giving over to pedestrians and curbside restaurants. This is obviously not a state that could or should last forever, and obviously there were terrible side effects of that situation as well, but it offered a glimpse into a fairly tantalizing future, I think, a future in which cities could thrive without polluted air, without congestion, without the private car. The question is, what are we going to do about it now? And at Via, we believe that bringing tech-enabled public transport to as many cities as possible, as quickly as possible, is one of the key things that we can do to reduce our carbon footprint and increase the livability of our cities. Looking forward to discussing with everyone else.
Super. Well, thanks, Chris. That was very exciting. And just one quick question, because we just have a couple of seconds, is when it comes to Via, a lot of people maybe don't know Via, because I think a lot of you people you're working with in these cities and things like that have their own names for their public transport systems, don't they? They have names all over. You just mentioned one in Wales, I think, Flex, yeah? So there's
Flexi in Wales. Yeah, there's Sprinty in Hanover. There's the Berlkönig in Berlin. There are all sorts of names. And we are, in a way, in the background, helping to power these systems using our technology.
Yeah, okay. Just clearing that one up. Okay, we're going to have a panel. Could the two amazing speakers that were with us before join us physically here? We've got this very delicious black sofa, which you may wish to sit on. There's just two of you. I mean, Chris is virtual, so why don't you join us on the sofa here? And thanks very much. Chris, you can see us. You can see who we are and stuff like that.
I can see you great. I don't have a sofa, which is too bad, but I'll do my best.
Well, don't worry. You're actually in Stockholm, even though you don't know it, because we've actually got an amazing backdrop there. So that's super. Okay, so maybe an overarching question to you all that focuses on the opportunities and overcoming the challenges to speed up even faster the race to zero, the UN race to zero, where we're all supposed to be halving emissions by 2030 and hitting net zero sometime well before 2050. I think this is the idea of radical collaboration. I mean, it sounds fantastic, but what is it? And why is it different to how we've done business before? And maybe, Frederica, I could put that to you, or maybe you'd like to pick that one up, or Chris, who would like to? What is this thing, radical collaboration? Because we keep hearing about it on these shows. Why is it different to what we did before? Yeah.
I can start. I think the value chains are really important, and we work very close to our customers and also to our suppliers in ensuring that we move forward as fast as possible. So I think that's collaboration, and the value chain perspective is key to making this happen at the speed that we need.
Right.
And I mean, the word radical gets thrown around a lot, but it is indeed radical because industries, companies traditionally are not used to collaborating like this. They are afraid of competition laws. They are afraid of losing IP rights, patents, and so on. That's how we've built our industries. So taking the first step towards a collaboration is feels very risky as a company, I think, still. So the idea in itself is a bit radical when you look at the company culture that is prevalent. But it is what we need. And we also see that when we do it, when we finally do it and collaborate, it has an amazing value, not only on an environmental or social level, but also bringing value, monetary value to companies. And that is what I think that more and more companies are realizing, which is good.
Chris,
if I can add just one quick note on from my perspective, I totally agree with Lena and Federica said, but we sell software. That's how our business works. But we refer to all of our partners, most of which are in the public sector, as partners, not customers, not clients. And that's because we see the relationship that we're building as essentially co-creating a new mode of transport. And that's something that cities can't do by themselves, and we can't do on our own either. And so it's this, really we in the best cases, we are tied at the hip, and we are, really pursuing almost identical goals. And I think that's a pretty radical departure from, selling other kinds of software, whether it's, word processing software or something else to the public sector. It's a really different vision for how that public-private partnership could work.
Did you want to come back on that, Federica? Or you were just looking at me for a second? Maybe not.
I was just looking at you with interest on what the next question would be.
But it is interesting, Chris, because, just thinking about this, working with competitors, in a sense, is interesting for you, and also for cities, right? For them, the word radical must actually spring to mind for cities, because they're normally, quite conservative. There are some radical people within cities that want to do radical things, but generally a city is considered, a political system that is generally conservative in its behavior. So I think radical collaboration might work very nicely in cities too.
But could I just touch upon that, the competition piece? Because when we're into this business that we're into, decarbonizing all the hard-to-abate sectors globally, even though we have really high ambitions in H2 Green Steel, we won't be able to do that all over the globe. So we really aim to be lighthouse for others to follow. And we don't see, you mentioned SSAB, there is another fossil-free steel project up in the northern part of Sweden. We don't see them as competitors. We see them as we need so much green steel on the market, and we can work faster if we move together. And actually, since we launched our project, the hybrid project have increased their speed, like 10 years.
So maybe the competition comes later when you're all generating, billions and billions of tons of fossil-free steel. It'll happen later, but right now there's but
the market is gigantic.
Let's move on a second. I wanted to come to Federica here a little bit. On this zero plan for Polestar, you mentioned that you don't quite know how you're going to do it, but you're kind of moving down that road. So would you say you're on track to develop the world's first circular electric passenger car? And as you go through this process, where do you see the blocks on this? What are the things that are surprising you? I didn't know that, or is it all very predictable? So,
it's not at all predictable. We are learning new things every day. We are on track when it comes to our own time plans. We have a time plan for how to utilize these 8 years that are left. We will have a research and innovation phase. We will have a phase of advanced engineering and working with the architecture. And then the last 3 years will be your average car product development phase. We absolutely don't know how to, for example, reduce or eliminate the direct emissions stemming from the aluminium production, for example. There's chemistry in this. It's not simply just using renewable energy in the supply chains that will cut it. It's actually also eliminating direct emissions from processes that goes into producing materials. So we are teaming up with very knowledgeable people from business, but also from research on this. It will be needed that we have cross-sector collaboration to solve these problems.
Right. Lina, I wanted to ask you one thing, I just was reading something the other day, which is that China currently produces more than half of the world's steel and accounts for around 60% of carbon dioxide from steel emissions. That's huge, right? I don't know how much Sweden produces, but I mean, are you hoping that if you get this right, you could license this to the really big economies that are producing the huge emissions linked with steel? Is this the dream?
Yeah. It's like I said, we want to be a lighthouse for others to follow.
Yeah.
And actually, the technology that we are using, the electrolyzers, the direct reduction of iron, and then the steel mill, that is a mini mill concept, all these three pieces are already existing today, but they are not put together. And the direct reduction is using natural gas, not only hydrogen, as we are going to do.
Okay.
So we already have the pieces. Now we have to show that they work together, and then others will follow. And as I said, I mean, it's not only about us. Our purpose is to actually decarbonize globally. And we can't be the only ones doing that. So to serve as a lighthouse, to show that it's possible and to create a market, that's what's needed to make it in time.
Yeah.
And we don't have so much time.
I'm just trying to draw the thread a little bit here for the audience. So you could also be making fossil-free steel for buses, because Chris has been talking quite a lot about buses.
Of course.
Which gives me a segue to ask Chris a question.
Good.
All right, good. So, Chris, my question to you, when I talked to you last time, you were mentioning, I think you alluded to this in your opening remarks, you just bought another software company, is that right, that allows you to model streets.
That's right. It's the company's called Remix.
Yeah, what would that mean? So say I was a city leader tomorrow and you popped into my office. I went, what are we going to do about this mess here with all the buses going in the wrong direction and serving nobody? How do you share the streets? I think you talk about sharing the street a bit with this software.
Yeah. So it's a great question. There's a couple components of the software. One part allows transport planners to use data, layers of data, whether that's demographic, socioeconomic, distance from existing transport stops, to really understand where fixed route networks make sense, where perhaps they don't from an economic perspective, and where on-demand networks make more sense, and to make better decisions about how transport as a system should work in a particular city. And that's a process that used to take so much effort and using pen and paper that it only happened every 20, 30, 40 years, which is why transport can get so outdated so quickly. But if you could do it digitally and make it collaborative, that could happen very rapidly. And there's also a module that allows planners to redesign street infrastructure to allow for bus lanes or for cycle lanes. And you can imagine that put together, this process of planning really becomes a process of reimagining what a city could be and how it could look like. That a bunch of many cities all over the world are engaging in this process. And we're trying to bring tools to market that will help ideate what the city should look like and then actually implement and execute against that.
Okay, interesting. We're really running out of time here, which is terrible because I'm really enjoying this conversation. I've got so many damn questions here, even about your factory that you're building with this amazing design that blends into the landscape in Sweden, which was just cool. I wanted to know. But finally and briefly, to each one of you, what's your call to action for COP27 in Egypt, the next UN climate conference in Sharm el-Sheikh? It's going to have to be brief. So I'm going to go, Lina?
I can be super brief. It's time to move away from the pledges and get to action, near-time action.
Okay. Federica?
We have to secure a just transition within this decade on renewable energy. If we don't solve that, everything is risked. So
right, we need a massive ramping up of renewable energy and jobs for the workers that are going to be leaving the fossil fuel industry. Some security. Yeah, Chris.
Set ambitious goals for moving people out of private cars and into shared modes of transport, and then create the programs, the funding programs, the innovation programs that will allow cities to innovate and experiment and make it happen.
Okay. Good. Thank you very much indeed. I've enjoyed this conversation. It could have gone for hours because it's really, really fascinating, but we don't have hours. We don't have time. Thank you very much. Arrivederci, Chris, from New York, I think, where you are, and to our two wonderful guests here in the studios. Thanks.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Right. We're moving to our next section, which is transport of goods. And I'm going to ask Johan Falk of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative to join us again on stage to give us a framing of this, this theme. Come on down, Johan. It's like a game show, isn't it?
Right, Nick.
Okay.
Thank you. Great to be back again.
Great to be back again, yeah.
Yes, that's right. So now we talked about transport of people. We will talk about transport of goods. And I start with the sort of demand side, because as we heard before, through Race to Zero and these initiatives, we have almost half of the economy actually committed to net zero. And basically that we need to halve emissions by 2030 and do that through the complete value chain. So companies have committed to halve their emissions through their value chain, which actually includes transportation of goods, which is a large part of that, what we call Scope 3. So there is a great opportunity now that companies need low fossil transportation of goods just to be able to enable their targets. The same for cities. Cities have been setting net zero targets. They also need close to zero solutions for transportations to achieve their targets. Okay, the good news is that we do have solutions which can actually cut 50 to 90% of the emissions. Not tomorrow, but actually in the near term and around the corner. So it will be absolutely essential to connect demand and supply and to remove the blockers. We can only do that in collaboration through the value chain. We talked about that before. So we have these 4 leading companies, which we're really proud of and working together with, actually working together to show that it is achievable, it can be done, and also what are the blockers that we need to remove to accelerate move to zero good transportation. Back to you, Nick.
Super. All right.
Thanks.
So let me introduce our next guest. We've got Evelina Falk, who's Director of Strategic Account Management at Scania. Hello, come on down. We've got Martin Anderson, the Global Head of ESG, Environment and Social Governance and Quality at Scan Global Logistics. Massimo De Alexandro, Director of Sustainability and Innovation at Havi. And last but not least, Jimmy Paulson, who's Global Transport Manager at Alfa Laval. Good. Welcome, everybody. It's quite a big stage, this, actually, but suddenly it's got very small. Thank you very much for all being here. I think we're going to invite you, Evelina, to make the first remarks to get going.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Martin, it's great to be here together and to share what we have been working on together over the last year when it comes to decarbonization of road transports.
Yes, really great to stand here together finally to present some of the reduction possibilities within especially road transportation, which is also a part of all other transportation modes like ocean, air and rail.
Perhaps we should start by explaining why we are hosting this session together. I mean, you are representing a freight forwarding company and I represent the truck manufacturer. Normally, we would not be talking to each other at all. But your carriers and hauliers, they would typically be talking to our local subsidiaries to buy trucks. But 1 year ago, you contacted me directly. Why?
Yeah, that's right. I contacted you because we were wondering how should we start our reduction journey together with all the customers. And we thought we have to start at the beginning with the emitting trucks. So I came directly to Scania. As a logistic provider, we see ourselves as we need to take a coordinating role in the center of the supply chain to work with all stakeholders to try and create some solutions that can offer low or net zero solutions to our customers, and especially create a demand for them. The customers are coming to us and demand reductions now, not only because they want to stop climate change, but also to gain a competitive advantage in the climate transition in their sector and to avoid the CO2 tax coming. So this is also good business for them. And that's important. So we couldn't do this alone. We need to go into partnerships, and Scania is a very strong brand and have a strong commitment to sustainability. So this is why we actually came to you. Great match.
Yeah, yeah, it is. And it's been a great experience to work together across the last year to explore opportunities across the value chain. And in doing that, we have a lot of learnings that we would like to share with you today. And we have two great showcases that we are intending to explain. But before we do that, Martin, why don't you explain a little bit how you at Scania Global Logistics work with the decarbonization of transports?
Certainly. Well, we are a freight forwarder. And as a freight forwarder, it's also our responsibility to take care of the customers. We share the same emissions in Scope 3 from transportation. And we are committed to limit the global warming to 1.5 degrees, but also to reduce our emissions with 50% before 2030 and reach net zero in 2050. So this is key for us. But starting with the purpose of the company, we exist to make the world a little less complicated. And why is this important? Well, the world is getting more and more complex. We see border restrictions. There's a lot of things going on. So it's not a standard service anymore. You really need to create the right solutions to the customers. So that is our purpose, to decarbonize the world of logistics, but also decarbonize our customers' journey towards net zero transportation. It's critical that we start reducing, because the emissions within the logistic and transportation industry keep growing all the time. So we own 14% of the global emissions. So that's a big responsibility. And transportation and logistics is the fastest growing source of emissions. So we need to be more sustainable in this industry. However, we have solutions that can decarbonize transportation with up to 50 to 90% of the emissions. I want to present how we need to have a baseline for CO2 transparency. I want to talk about how transportation modes and setup can help us decarbonize the whole supply chain. And I'll also touch upon the fuel types that can really help us in this journey. When we look at the CO2 baseline, we have already today full transparency available to show the CO2 on all transportation modes, air, ocean, rail, road, down to each trade lane, down to the pickup and the distribution. And this is open source. Everybody can do it. It's a standard in the industry. And we calculate the CO2 at the highest international standard, meeting the requirements from the Greenhouse Gas Protocol. So this is important to have a complete transparency on your CO2 emissions. Next to this, we want to show that if we compare the different transportation modes, CO2-wise, then we will see that the air freight transportation is the most emitting transport mode. But if you go from an air solution to an air-ocean solution, you will save 49% of the CO2. An air-ocean solution could be ocean out of China into Dubai and flying it from Dubai into Europe. That will be an air-ocean solution. But if you go from an air-ocean solution to a road solution, then you will save 89% of the CO2. And from road to rail, 51%, and from rail to ocean, 53%. And most important, if you go directly from air freight to an ocean freight solution, you will save 98% of the emissions. So now we know that air freight is the highest emitter, but we also know that combined with all the cargo in the world, then ocean is still the highest emitting transportation mode, because the amount, the volume of goods going on ocean freight will exceed all other transportation modes. But if a company has a business model or need time-sensitive products and need to stay in air freight, then we have solutions also to help these customers. So if we look at air freight, we have sustainable aviation fuel, which is a drop-in blend for the jet fuel, and it will reduce up to 80% of the emissions from air freight. So that's a good opportunity right now as a transition fuel. We also talk about electric trucks, which can reduce up to 99% if we use renewable energy. But also here we have both biofuel and biogas to help us in the transition. And for ocean freight, there's also biofuel available to reduce the emissions up to 80%. And this is transition fuels, and this is while we are waiting for the hydrogen-based fuels, which will reduce the CO2 emissions very close to 100% within all transportation modes. But it will still take us around 5 to 10 years to have these fuels available in the volumes that we need. So there are significant opportunities already now to reduce our emissions. It's possible, we know the goals and we have the tools. So what does it take to get us there? This we will discuss at the end of this session in the panel discussion.
Thank you, Martin. I think what you have done in terms of creating that baseline calculation and using a scientific approach to have a starting point for the rest of the work that needs to be done is really, really excellent. So let me try and explain what is possible to do when it comes to road transports. At Scania, we build our sustainability around 3 pillars of sustainable transports. First of all, I should introduce our company to you a little bit. Our purpose is to drive the shift to a more sustainable transport system. We do that in collaboration with our partners and customers, and I think today's sessions here is a very good illustration of how we do that. Coming back to our 3 pillars for sustainable transports. We have energy efficiency, we work with renewable fuel and electrification, and finally, we also work with smart and safe transports. So, energy efficiency. This is about our engineering team working relentlessly to always come up with the most efficient solution for all of our engines. Renewable fuel and electrification. Well, here we are trying to create solutions for all different types of operations in all parts of the world to decarbonize transport. And I'll come back to this in a second. And then smart and safe transport. This is about digitalization. Today we have more than 500,000 trucks around the world where we can use the data of these vehicles, the operational data, to ensure that we can optimize the specification of the vehicle, that we can support driver behavior, and that we can use work with the fill rates to ensure operational efficiency. So let's dig a little bit deeper into what is possible to do here and now when it comes to renewable fuel and electrification. So the numbers you see on this slide is well-to-wheel calculations and intended then to share the operational efficiency of each of these solutions and the CO2 reductions that are possible. The gas vehicles are an excellent opportunity. And here we are really encouraged now to see the progress when it comes to renewable gas availability, and especially in Europe, in North Europe, in Netherlands and Germany, but also in Brazil. The biomethane is now getting possible to drive on, and I think this is an excellent way to reduce CO2. We also work, of course, with hydrated vegetable oil and biodiesel, But here we are relying a lot on the infrastructure availability as well. Electrical trucks will be a big important step into the future. But what you can see on this slide is that we still have a challenge when it comes to availability of green energy. If we look at the European net today, the possibility we have is to reduce by 55% because of the limitations of available of green energy in the grid. So it's important where we implement these kind of solutions when it comes to e-mobility today. So, at Scania, we are using all of these different measures towards our targets towards 2025. We were actually the first truck manufacturer to sign up for science-based targets, and 96% of our emissions are coming from the vehicles that we put on the road. So our target is to reduce all of the CO2 from those Scope 3 emissions by 20%. And you can see the scaling of how we intend to do that. Working with, first of all, with the conventional powertrain. We recently launched an upgraded new powertrain that can deliver 8% fuel savings versus the previous one, which is already efficient. And this will be still important in many parts of the world for the coming years. On top of that, we have the work we do then with the data and working with the optimization of specifications and the driver behavior. We have the collaborations on working together with biomethane and other collaborations on biogas. And then, of course, the big step forward will be in terms of electrification. So let me finish off by sharing our journey and our roadmap when it comes to electrification. Already today, Scania, we are doing city distribution and also some regional haulage with the first generation of electrical vehicles and also plug-in hybrids. But we know that this is also the most efficient way to use the energy in terms of heavy trucks going forward. And we see a tremendous growth of the availability and the growth of the roadmap going forward in terms of solutions. So over the coming years, we will see many new applications coming, and the big game changer for our industry will be the possibility to do long haulage transports also on electric vehicles. So what you see is that in the coming years, we will have a truck that will be able to do 4.5 hours of driving with 45 minutes of charging. And this is, of course, adjusted to the European regulations, where a truck driver anyhow has to stop for a break for 45 minutes after he has done 4.5 hours of driving. So this will open up completely new opportunities. And in combination with this, we also expect that the total cost of ownership will actually come down to a level or even go below the level of the diesel cost of ownership. So combining these different, the technological possibility and also the business case that will be improving, this explains the very steep growth curve of electrical solutions within our portfolio over the coming years. So technology will be there and the business case will be there as well. But the big challenge for us will be infrastructure. Today, the first customers that are operating electrical trucks, they are using their own depot charging, they are investing in their own infrastructure. But for long haulage to be possible, then we will need to rely also on public infrastructure. So, a lot of opportunities ahead, but also some challenges when it comes to infrastructure. Back to you, Martin.
Yeah. Great stuff. And very encouraging to learn that these solutions can actually be used all over the world, in all parts and regions. So, super important. To illustrate, I want to present the next case, which we have done together with our customer Alfa Laval, who is also a company who are highly committed to sustainability. So, welcome, Jimmy Paulsen.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Jimmy Paulsen. I come from Alfa Laval. Alfa Laval is a leading provider of first-class products within separation, fluid handling, and heat transfer. We strive to accelerate success, you can say, for our customer, people, and also the planet, at least. And in our strategy going forward, we have committed to be carbon neutral by 2030. And we strive, of course, to succeed there through our prioritize to decarbonize and innovate and our partnerships. If we look at our scope, then we have an ambition goal to reduce, you can say, 50% of our emission by 2023, based on 2020 numbers. We, of course, expect to reach that target. And we talk about scope 1 and 2. It's what directly impact Alfa Laval in production. When we look at scope 3, it's everything that goes in indirectly, like sourcing products, transportation, etc. And that, of course, means that we have a clear scope for the future, and we are on the right path when it comes to that. When you look at transportation, as Martin said before, air freight represent the majority of our emission, and on our outbound side, air freight represent 80%. And that's, of course, easy to look at, and we, of course, strive to use sea freight more than we do today. But everything counts. When we then look at the key contribution factors, it's of course important, as said today, that we strive to move to alternative fuel sources and away from fossils, and switch to renewable electricity. And you can say that's why Alfa Laval is here today, to be part of this positive initiative and part of this team presenting today.
Yeah, thank you, Jimmy. If we look at the case that we did together, then we started out by analyzing how we could go from the factory in Lund in Sweden via Staffanstorp, another factory, and then to Denmark to drive this with the electric truck. And what we learned is that this is very possible. It's a road for 60 kilometers each way, so in total 120 kilometers, and this was no problem with the trucks that Scania provides. And I think it's quite impressive that we have an operational range of 350 kilometers, and we can carry more than 40 tons. So we are also talking the most heavy unit in transportation, which is the 40-foot container, and we can take it 350 kilometers. So the solutions are very much available. We saw that if we use the overnight wall charger at the depot, then we will be ready every day to do this trip, but also able to service more customers if we have the fast charger put in place. And that's where the renewable energy at the location in Alfa Laval could be a good opportunity to use the renewable energy for the fast charging at their location. And if they have a break, the driver, which Scania talked about, of 45 minutes, then we can actually gain 170 kilometers extra. So this is a quite good case. If we look at the total cost of operation, well, we could see that it will increase with around 14%, but that is with subsidies from the government. Without subsidies, we will have a 22% increase of the total cost of operation. Looking at the CO2, we can see that versus conventional truck using electric truck, we can reduce with 58% of the CO2 if we use the current energy mix in the grid that we have today, with the renewable energy that's in the grid that we get out today. But if we can use completely renewable energy, then we will be close to 100% reduction of the CO2. So there are good possibilities there.
Well, thank you, Martin and Jimmy. I think this is a great example of how we can work together across the value chain to achieve what we would like to in terms of sustainable transport. Now, here we could see a gap in the TCO analysis between the diesel solution and the electrical solution. Now we have the commitment of all the parties involved in this discussion to fill that gap, because we need to have those first examples and first experiences of having those electric trucks on the road so that we can start working on the scaling of e-mobility within Alfa Laval's transports for the future. So that's our first case. Our second case is together with a partner that we at Scania have been working on for a long time across the value chain. It is actually a customer that was the first one to challenge us to come up with a sustainability roadmap and to also ask them to tell us how can we find a CO2 solution and also look at the total cost of ownership to enable this kind of transition. So for me, it's a very big pleasure to welcome Massimo D'Alessandro from Havi.
Thank you, Valena. So, good morning and good afternoon also from my side to everybody. Let me start explaining who is Havi. Havi is a multinational company that is managing the supply chain for leading brands. Our biggest customer is McDonald's, so you understand that we operate in this type of business, transporting food, packaging at multi-temperature. We work on sustainability since many years, so it is now more than a decade. So we have dedicated a big effort to this area. And one of the first learning since the beginning was that it was important to properly measure the improvement done on sustainability, starting from the concept that you cannot improve what you are not able to measure. And also another important concept that was clear since the beginning is that the sustainability area is an area where you cannot work alone. And so the concept of partnership, and we will talk again during my presentation, and also the previous colleagues, they spoke about it, is very important. Because if you work alone, the results that you can achieve are limited, but instead, if you engage properly customer and supplier, of course, the results are exponential. In this slide, there are some examples of awards that we got during this journey of more than 10 years, especially from McDonald's, you see. And these awards normally are given from them to the supplier that is more active and achieving the highest level of results to contribute to their, let's say, Scope 3 target. We have been also, like Scania, one of the first in the logistics sector to commit to SBTi. In 2019, we started with our official target to reduce within 2030 our intensity emission, I mean the kilogram of CO2 per tons that we deliver. This is the way we measure, by 40% within 2030. Now we are already raising the bar because we want to also commit for the net zero in 2050. We are already in this process, and of course this process will increase the previous target of a reduction of 40%, and our expectation is that in the near term, in 2030, this 40% will be increased to more than 50%. The concept of partnership, I spoke already about it before. This was already clear since the beginning, and this is the reason why, together with Scania, together with McDonald's, we have established a partnership in order to do projects together, to implement technologies, to implement a way of working, to make programs. You will see later there are examples of programs that we have implemented. And with Scania, specifically in 2016, we have also signed a single vendor agreement. So our Scania is our official supplier for trucks. And thanks to this, we have aligned our target in order to boost the implementation of all these, let's say, panel of technologies and projects that we have tested and implemented up to now. Some examples. So between the several projects that we have done during this journey, I wanted to put the attention on this one. We started in 2016 with a program that we have called Alternative Fuel Roadmap. And the target of this program was to convert all our entire European fleet from diesel to alternative fuel. When I say alternative fuel, is all the other type of fuel, meaning gas, natural fuel, electric, hybrid, and also hydrogen that today we have in our panel of trucks. But then this program has achieved great results, but we saw also during this journey that the environment was changing, and especially the big cities. So we know we are in Stockholm now. Stockholm is one of the examples. And many cities are increasing the restriction, meaning city center are closed to combustion engine. And this is the reason why we wanted to create a new program that will support the first one. This new program has been called Zero Emission Roadmap, and it's quite clear. What does it mean? Meaning that especially for big cities, we want to anticipate what is going to come, analyzing and studying the way to convert the classical combustion fleet to fleet with zero emission. This was not only a study or an idea, because we have already tested this program, and the first market where we have established it was Spain. And it is also a way to create a positive competition between the market, because competition also in sustainability is something that creates a positive environment. But coming back to Spain, of course, the parameter that has been taken into consideration to make this analysis has been, of course, first of all, we need to be honest, in this moment, the new technologies are more expensive. So when we speak about battery electric, when we speak about hydrogen, we know that the price of this truck are much higher compared to the diesel. So without local subsidies today is very difficult. But then there are other parameters that can be taken into consideration, like, for example, the higher flexibility that zero-emission truck can get when they go into the city center. Because normally in many cities they create restriction in terms of time, in terms of zone to high-emitting trucks. And when you go with battery electric or when you go with hydrogen, of course, the flexibility increases. Higher flexibility means higher utilization of the truck. And higher utilization of the truck together with the subsidies means that you can also take under control the total cost of ownership. On the right of this slide, you see that in Spain, this analysis has shown that it is possible. It is possible. We have identified the two milestones in 2025 and in 2030. And of course, our initial fleet in Madrid, now we are talking here, the example is for Madrid, our totally combustion fleet, diesel plus gas truck, will be gradually converted to zero-emission trucks. But what is important is that this is not only an idea, because you see in the slide 2025 or 2030. It is already happening now, because again, thanks to the subsidies, we have been able already to put on the street electric truck in Madrid and hybrid trucks. So this is already starting. As Martin said before, it is possible already now. Of course, there are some. We need to find the proper environment and the proper way to make it happen. These are the results. So I said that this zero-emission roadmap, the final target is to reduce as much as possible the emissions, the CO2, at the same time to keep under control the total cost of ownership. And you see that both in 2025, arriving to 2030, the emissions are pretty close to zero. But at the same time, what is important is that also the total cost of ownership is kept under control. And we expect also, with the evolution of the technology, to have a little bit of savings using this type of technology. It's not only Spain what we are doing. Here there is a map of Europe where you can see linking the type of color to the type of truck. We have already battery electric, we have already plug-in, we have already hydrogen truck that are already in the street. And we are doing this where also economically is feasible. In addition to this, of course, it is always important to keep in mind that the biggest part of the trucks that are running across the world, also in Europe, are diesel. So the presence and the availability of biofuel, especially now, is still very, very important.
Thank you, Massimo. I think it's extremely encouraging to see that already today we have a concrete case where we can calculate the parity on the electrical case versus the diesel technology. And this is important because we are going to need that if we're going to scale up the electric solutions for the future. So, to summarize in a few words, we wanted to share in this session that it is possible to drive the shift to sustainable solutions already with today's technology and today's solutions. But that we need to collaborate in new ways across the value chain to make it happen. If we work together and we take all the different parts of the value chain and put them around the table and we apply a little bit of creativity and a little bit of open-mindedness, then we can find solutions to the roadblocks that we are sure that we are going to encounter. So, we are all determined here to make it happen in the coming years, and our hope is that we have inspired some of you to also join our collaborative approach for the future. Thank you.
Super. Right, we're going to have a panel, and I've made the executive decision we're going to sit down, because you've all been standing up for so long. Let's go over here. We can probably get 2 on the sofa. I'll take the chair here as the moderator, and 1 on the easy chair. Actually, there are 3, so that's 3 on the sofa. That's really quite something, isn't it? Oh, there's one of those little copper things. It looks like a milk churn. Well done for that. You know, actually, I learned something, which the penny dropped when I was watching this. And the penny that dropped was, when you think about the Science-Based Targets Initiative, where you have to reduce your Scope 1, your Scope 2, and your Scope 3 emissions, and people talk, yeah, the value chain, you have to decarbonize those and things. You suddenly realize that, of course, you're all connected in a chain. Right? And you're not going to be able to reduce your emissions unless Scania does something, and you're not going to be able to do what you want unless they do this, and you're not. So suddenly you realize that actually you're all pushing each other if you're going to meet your science-based target. And then, of course, collectively, you need to push the governments as well on certain things like charging infrastructure and et cetera. So you suddenly realize everybody's actually putting pressure on each other in a positive way to actually deliver on the science-based targets. And sorry I didn't realize that before, but maybe it's because I'm stupid, but we have an audience of ordinary people out there watching this. They're not all experts on trucks and supply chains and Scope 1, and Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions and stuff like that. And I think they need to understand a little bit that the interesting simplicity of what you're actually all doing is absolutely riveting. Okay, let's talk about charging infrastructure, shall we? Maybe I could ask Evelina, but I could also ask Jimmy and Massimo. I mean, where is this investment going to come from? Where do you see it arising? I see from the presentation, companies are taking their own decisions to install them, as it were, locally with their businesses. But for the long-distance stuff, obviously, or even maybe the medium-distance stuff, you need more charging points for these big vehicles, right? So whose responsibility is this? Who's going to do it? You tell me.
I can start if you want.
Okay, super.
Yeah. So when we speak about investment, and talking of now, because we see that something needs to be done already now. As I said before, the biggest part of the fleet today is still diesel truck and gas truck. So the highest level of investment, from my point of view, should be placed now in the production of biofuel. Because this biofuel can be directly used immediately in this huge fleet that is already available. In parallel, we are talking of electrification, of course, infrastructure is very important, but also subsidies, because today the price of this technology is still very high. So without the contribution of the local government, today is still very difficult.
Do you see that? Yeah.
Yeah, I can add from a transportation buyer point of view. Of course, we set demands to our partners, and we call it a partnership, of course, because everybody needs to contribute to make a difference to a more sustainable transportation solution. And not being a buyer just focused on price, we also need to contribute to be a more flexible approach, you can say, to do it together and not having one way. So that's why we're here today also to present it as one unit.
What happens in a city like Stockholm when they say we're gonna not have diesel coming into this city? Do they then automatically install the charging points in Stockholm, or no, it doesn't work like that? Okay, I'm just really interested because they say no more diesel.
No, it is,
and then
it is partially true what is happening, because what is happening in Stockholm, like in other cities, is that going with the zero-emission truck. So I said already in the presentation, they give to the company higher flexibility, meaning that you can make your delivery in the city center during moment of the day, the night, of course, where normally is forbidden. And this, what does it mean? It means that you can use your truck much more. So the occupancy of your fleet increase, and of course also the total cost decrease. This is what is happening already. And this is the invitation that I was trying to give during my presentation. So we need this type of restriction increasing in order to facilitate the implementation of other truck type.
Right. Interesting. Evelina, for you, this is a big issue, yes? I mean, the charging infrastructure. I don't know. I'm ignorant. I have no idea how many charging points there are in just Western Europe. I mean, I don't know if that's... And are they different charging points for trucks versus cars, or is it the same? It is different.
I think that is one of the challenges that are very often overlooked when it comes to electrical trucks versus electrical cars, because the investments that are needed are much bigger when it comes to electrical trucks. So as an example, a fast charger for trucks is much more expensive than it is for passenger cars. And the other key challenge is that the truck operators, they have a very tight time schedule. Typically, you say that it's a very low margin industry. So, I mean, typically you say they make money between Christmas and New Year's. So obviously stopping for charging and for waiting for charging is not possible. It has to be done in a very efficient and smooth way. So this means there's a huge need for infrastructure. We will do our share from that from Scania. We are even working together with our competitors to form a joint venture to put 1,700 charging points across the main roads of Europe. But that is, of course, by far not enough. So this is where we need to work together also with the authorities, the policymakers, to ensure that we can have infrastructure and that the investments are made in the grid, because the grid capacity is simply not enough to cater for the need that we will see with the increased possibilities. So the technology will be there, but is it possible to deploy it? Well, it will depend on the development of the infrastructure.
Yeah. I mean, is every country in Europe committed to expanding this grid, this charging infrastructure, or is everybody taking a different approach? I mean, I'm just thinking about a truck making a journey from, Stockholm down through Denmark, might get into France, I mean, are there going to be places where there's going to be loads of charging infrastructure and there's not going to be any charging infrastructure? What about Portugal? I don't know. Or is there a common approach on this in Europe? And if there isn't, what do we do about it, right? Do we have to go and call our politicians now? Anybody want to handle that? Is it patchy? What is going on? I'm quite curious.
But that's a very good point. What we see is that the rules and legislation and the way the countries act are not harmonized at all.
Right.
So we have different dimensions allowed for trucks. We have subsidies in some countries. We saw it with the example with Alfa Laval. We have subsidies in Sweden and in Germany, but not in Denmark.
Right.
So this needs to be harmonized. It's a huge problem that it's not dealt with in a mutual way.
Right.
But what we also see with the national policies is that we need to have enough power in the grid.
Yeah.
So is the grid strong enough to have 10 trucks in a certain location that are charging this amount of voltage? This is important, but also that the energy that we take from the chargers are renewable energy. So we need a lot of these things besides the subsidies and all this. But
it's a bit chicken and egg, isn't it, right? What comes first, yeah?
Yeah, and we have to create the demand for it. So if we start with individual solutions, that's good enough. But if we want to accelerate this, then we need to go together in larger partnerships, share data, find out where are the gateways in Europe, in US, where we need the chargers. So it's not a single solution, but it's a solution where we can deploy electric trucks and run in these huge gateways that everybody can use. And it would be nice also if we have fast chargers in the airports, in the ports, in the railway stations, where cargo comes in and out. That could help a lot. That is also infrastructure.
Is there some city planning here as well? Because, I mean, on the edge of cities is where often big trucks end up, yeah? And then it goes into smaller things and smaller things and smaller things down to maybe even bicycles or whatever, it's Deutsche Post. Okay, anyway, probably spent too much on this, but it's just really quite interesting, actually. I mean, ordinary people have no idea how complex these things are, and I'm an ordinary person, so I'm speaking on behalf of all the listeners. I mean, Martin, I was going to ask you a question again about national policies to scale zero-emission goods-carrying vehicles. You kind of touched on this a bit. I mean, hasn't the world all been shocked by the war in the Ukraine, but at the same time, hasn't this been a massive wake-up call for those politicians in Europe who basically are saying, yeah, we're doing good on renewable energy, we're doing fine, and everybody's going, right, we're just still chasing our own tails. It's actually growing, but it's not growing fast enough. Do you think there could be a big change on this as a silver lining out of a very dark cloud?
I think that's a very, let's say, something positive can come out of this very, very terrible situation, of course. Because we do see a lot of, let's say, willingness to create more independence from, of course, the sources that we've been used to. So I think there will be a lot of investments into green energy solutions, both when it comes to electrical solutions, but also biogas solutions. We see a big interest for that. And for me, I mean, I think we need both. We need to develop both types of infrastructure to enable the steep growth that we would like to see. And let's remember, I mean, also for companies, I mean, there is something positive about this shift also to take control of your costs. Because if you actually develop your own solution and find your way of having renewable energy that you create in a circular way for your company, then you're also controlling the complete cost for your transport solution, which was not possible when you were relying on the diesel pricing going up and down in the past. So I think there will be something positive coming out, both in terms of more investments into this sector in general, and also for companies when they look at how to control the cost of the transport solutions.
Anybody else see a shift in thinking on renewable energy? Because if you need more renewable energy to do the chargers, then we need to really scale up much faster than we're doing in Europe alone. I mean, I know renewable energy is doubling every 3.5 years or whatever, and it's fantastic, it's reached exponential, but I don't know if there's another phrase, exponential growth, but that would seem to be in order. Where does all this go in terms of what you've learnt beyond the shores of Europe? I mean, does Havi operate in Bangladesh and India and Japan and other places around the world?
Yeah, we operate in Europe in terms of logistics, not in all the market. Of course, Europe is by far more advanced when we speak and we compare with Asia. Honestly, in terms of renewable energy today, so we have also distribution centers in addition to a big fleet. And I could say that today the percentage of renewable energy that we use in all our distribution centers across Europe is 99%. So is already quite high. So this, for me, does not represent the problem in this picture. For me, the problem, as Martin said, is first of all to have a common approach when we speak about subsidies, when we speak about regulation, because today is still a jungle. So you need a multinational company operating in different markets, needs to spend a lot of time to understand what is the rule in Sweden, what is the rule in Italy, in Spain, and this cannot be. And they are changing very quick. So a decision that you take today may be not valid for tomorrow. This is the problem today.
But I think it's a very valid question, just to add on to the topic of going outside of Europe, because for me that is a super important question. I mean, we all are focused on taking the first steps of electrification in Europe and so on, but we do have a lot of operations outside as well that we need to work on. And right now we see some promising development in Latin America, where there is investments in biomethane going on, starting in Brazil, but also moving into some of the other countries. We actually decided also some months ago to launch our first battery electric truck in Mexico, of all countries. Wow. And that was an experience in itself. Talking about the total cost of ownership, it will not be possible to find a parity versus diesel, because there they still have subsidiaries for diesel.
Well, I was just going to come to that, yeah.
instead of to get support to implement an electric truck. So it goes the other direction. But still, it was an important step for us, because also there we need to understand in what kind of operations, and there are big corporations also there. We have partnerships that are driving this topic, and they really want to experience also electric trucks in Mexico. So hopefully they can show the way. It will not be done by policy in these markets, I would say. It will definitely be done by private investors. But we have definitely also key stakeholders that want to show the way on this topic also outside of Europe.
Yeah. So you mentioned subsidies, and maybe I wasn't paying attention because, of course, you just raised the fossil fuel subsidy story. I interviewed her CEO in Glasgow at the Climate Caap, and we were pointing to a counter on the screen, counting up the amount of money governments have spent on fossil fuel subsidies since the beginning of the climate conference in Glasgow. And he was one of many who went, that's just absolutely crazy, you know. And, it really does seem pretty crazy actually sitting here. But are there other subsidies that we should be aware of? You've mentioned subsidies several times. Is it fossil fuel subsidies you're referring to, or something else?
No, the subsidies that I'm mentioning are two types. First of all, subsidies in order to subsidize the production of biofuel.
Okay.
This is important because today,
so there are positive subsidies and negative. I think we should just clear that up, yeah.
Yes, and also subsidies on technologies.
Yeah.
So these are the two types that today are important to have.
Exactly. So you need subsidies on those that deliver the goals that we want in society right now, which is acting on climate change, for example, and to get rid of the other subsidies for companies which are hardly startups, like the major oil companies, which actually skew the playing field against the electrification of vehicles and renewable energy. So so not all subsidies are bad, or at the right time they might be very useful. Yeah, biofuels, for example.
And we see subsidies in some countries on electric trucks. We see subsidies on charging infrastructure, but not in all countries. Right. So that's the harmonization that could be great, that we can ensure when we want to deploy this, that these are the rules and subsidies that we can work with.
Yeah. Well, I don't work for the EU, and I'm British, so I can't really talk about Europe anymore. But it would seem if the EU could get its act together on some kind of common position on this, it would be quite useful. Okay, look, we are really running out of time. We're at 30 seconds. I'm sorry if I haven't asked all the questions, but the things we were talking about were so interesting anyway. Let's think about COP27 in Egypt in November. Is there something that you're going to bring as a common position on this in terms of what we've seen presented today? Or if not, what do you want to see the governments do in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt?
How we see the future and looking at the COP in 27.
Yeah.
Well, we hope that the transition fuels and all the efforts that are coming from joining forces will take us a long way until we get, support from new technologies, from hydrogen-based fuels. So we hope that we can get there. But we are also starting now to arrange, working groups with the Exponential Roadmap initiative. to go together and start sharing data, and this needs to have some good results before we meet again to a big status.
Okay.
In 27.
Briefly, everybody else, because we're running out of time. Any thoughts?
You say Alfa Laval today produce and innovative and sustainable products already, and our focus on the outbound for transportation is, of course, to put pressure on this team here and ensure that we have a common goal to do better, not only on air freight, but every transportation mode worldwide, so as a global company.
Massimo, yes. So, for me, the commitment is to continue to be committed. In this approach of partnership. So this is for me the key for the future. So you said before, my target is also the target of Scania, is also the target of somebody else.
Yes, it's the most interesting thing about
having clear this in mind, I think this is the best way to move forward.
Yeah, got you.
I think our main contribution, apart from the technology, which is obviously our responsibility, is also to do this kind of analysis that we have shared with you today, because it is important to not only look at the CO2 reductions that are possible with different technologies, but also look at the cost of operations, to combine those two. But I also look forward very much to what Martin referred to, the collaboration within the Exponential Roadmap, to really find possibilities to drive these kind of topics. If we go together with all of the forces of the different members of the Exponential Roadmap, then I think we have the opportunity to influence governments if we see that there is an opportunity for a lot of transports in a certain country to get that infrastructure in place to make it happen.
Good. And I look forward to cancelling fossil fuel subsidies and spending it all on renewable energy and charging infrastructure. There we go. All right, we've all finished. Thank you very much. It was really interesting. Well done. Really enjoyed it. And hope to see you all again sometime soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go this way. And I'll welcome Katarina back to the stage for the next session. I may have got that in wrong order, but I think it will be there. Okay, bye.
Thanks for great insights. Now I'd like to call up Andreas Foller and Rasmus Valanko and Matt Rogers to discuss the blockers and opportunities for fast-forward scaling. So please join me here on stage. Take a seat. I'm going to sit in this chair, so you can choose the sofa or the armchair to the side here. And it's wonderful to have you here, all three of you. And you've been listening in on the session here before, so you know a little bit about what's going on. It's been going on the stage. We were watching it from the green room somewhat before. And you're all representing different sections of this transition. And today we're going to talk about the blockers, removing the blockers. And I'd like to start with you, Andreas. What are the major transitions and what blockers do we really need to start removing fast?
Well, it's a big question, but to give you the headlines, and I think this excellent panel has been into all parts of it, we need to get the right incentives and regulations in place to move the TCO parity between diesel and zero emission closer. We need the charging infrastructure. And hopefully we're going to get back to that, but it's been also covered in the previous section really well, I think. And finally, we need to be bold when it comes to putting the right demand signals to the transport operators, because these are low margin, low risk players. We can't expect them to do all the heavy lifting. Transport buyers need to ensure that there is demand so we can de-risk the investments. So that's the headlines of the enablers that we're needing.
And you need to get a proper presentation. You are head of sustainability at Scania. I just said your name initially. And of course, Matt, you also need a proper presentation. You're from the We Mean Business Coalition, and you're CEO at Mission Possible, not Mission Impossible.
Mission Possible.
I'm sure possible, exactly. That's a different story. And Rasmus, you're Managing Director Systems Transformation at the We Mean Business Coalition. So we just get that straight. We Mean Business Coalition and Mission Possible.
There we go.
All right. So Andreas, in terms of scaling low-emission transport solutions. That's what Scania is doing. So from your perspective, what needs to be put in place to make this happen?
Well, first of all, the technology is already there. There are no major obstacles left when it comes to technology. And what we need to focus 100% on now is the large-scale adoption. At Scania, we believe that, to put it simple, we will double the volumes of zero-emission vehicles every year now, reaching 10% of our volumes by 2025 already, which is also the year where we will have all our applications in a battery electric version. 2030, 50% of our volumes is an estimate. So what is needed now is that we are helping the adoption. We're standing behind the EU Green Deal 100%, especially the ETS2, which put road transport into an emission trading system. And this is crucial, because if we can put a price on carbon, then it will help the adoption very much. We see countries like Germany, France, the Netherlands subsidizing battery electric vehicles now, which is great. Low emission zones, road toll waivers are other examples of pieces that we need on the way. So these are some examples of what is already going on, and that will help us scale.
So Rasmus, what are your reflections after having listened to all the previous speakers, but also specifically Andreas here?
So if we take a step back all the way to the beginning of the session, really, and thinking about what Johan was saying about the need for exponential change, you know, there's really two challenges when it comes to trucking, but other sectors as well, which is the need for speed. We need to accelerate the change. It's not a given that it will be exponential. And that's why we're talking about the obstacles now here, right? And the other thing to also remember is that when you're talking about an exponential change, it's also a systemic change. And a systemic change is things about like changing our whole energy system, right? It's about changing our transport system. So these aren't really small things. And the one thing that is in common really here is that we need so many different actors to do their part for that exponential change to actually happen. And so Andreas already talked about the role of governments in terms of putting into place either the incentives or disincentives for companies to take action, for example. But we also have other stakeholders who need to do their part. If you think about companies, you've got the supply side and the demand side. Earlier we were talking about passenger electric vehicles, but actually there's quite a few customers out there today who are waiting for the electric vehicles and not getting them because there's a semiconductor shortage, right? So there are these bottlenecks that are coming up as well on the supply side. And I think what's really important for the kinds of conversations we're having here today is that we're improving, actually, by virtue of being here, our ability to coordinate amongst these different stakeholders, because we're sharing information about what the plans are that companies or others have. It allows us to plan and preempt and take coordinated action. I mean, Andreas was just talking about the demand signals, right? So you've got things like the First Movers Coalition, you know, you've also got EV100+, who are really there to aggregate demand for example, electric trucks, and send a very strong signal to the market so that the OEMs manufacture the trucks, that they're ready for it. So we need these kinds of much more open dialogue and planning together around roadmaps so that we don't end up with these bottlenecks like a semiconductor shortage or earlier talking about charging points not being available on long routes between countries.
So apart from this, from a session like this and the entire day like this and the entire week like this, what else is needed to make sure that the bottlenecks don't occur in terms of communication and collaboration?
So it's I think a really good example, and I'm going to maybe steal a little bit of Matt's thunder here. So we've had for a long time, different kinds of technology roadmaps that have come out from the IEA or, informed by the IPCC, et cetera. And I'd say that now some of the best roadmaps that are available for how a sector is expected to change are coming from the Mission Possible Partnership, right? And that gives a level of granularity which allows you to really plan your business. It really shows, who needs to do what. And I think that's the key is that it's good enough to talk about, being on stage, et cetera, but you need a tool. You need something which is specific in terms of who needs to do what when, so that you get that coordinated action. You by virtue of developing a roadmap together in a collaborative way, you also build a shared vision. We heard that earlier as well, that shared vision, how important it is that Nigel was talking about as well. If you have that shared vision, an understanding of what the roles are and what your capabilities as a policymaker are, or as a NGO representative or a manufacturer, if you understand that role and you share your intent with the other stakeholders, then you can unlock some of those very tangible and concrete actions that are on your shared roadmap.
Thank you for pointing it out so clearly. And Matt, any comments?
Well, I think if you look at the roadmaps that we've laid out for heavy-duty trucking as a simple example, we would argue that we need to get to 10 million net zero trucks by 2030 in the next 8 years. If we talk about exponential growth, you were describing what that looks like. That is a remarkable ramp up, and it's a ramp up for the original equipment manufacturers, so we have to make those trucks. It's a ramp up for the fueling stations, whether it's hydrogen or whether it's electric. We have to make sure that we put those in place. And then it's a ramp up for all of the pieces that go behind that. So for every charging station, we need more renewables. For every hydrogen station, we need more hydrogen. Then we need more renewables. And really understanding that full value chain and understanding how we build that up in a disciplined fashion. The good news about trucking, as a simple one, is that we know route structures. We actually know where the trucks go, and we know there are some high-density routes. And so we can be actually quite efficient in where we locate fueling infrastructure to match up with what those route structures look like. If we do it with one hand not talking to the other hand, we'll build charging stations over here and the truck routes will be over there, and that won't actually help things very much. And then we have some very practical pieces, because we need to, for example, get permits for fueling infrastructure. And sometimes those permits, it takes 3 or 4 months to build a fueling station. On the other hand, it may take 3 or 4 years to get the approval to do that. And if we take 3 or 4 years for the permit, there's no way we get the exponential growth. And so how do we begin to work with regulatory authorities to say, this is what the map of fueling infrastructure needs to look like. Can you please approve all of these for the next 8 years in one block and make sure that it's very straightforward and we don't have to all wait in line or go to 17 different regulatory authorities to get the stamp on the permit to make that happen. So there's some of those kind of basics. And then there are other basics like we actually need more electricians to make electric trucks workable. We need to train up people. Over time, if you look at the number of people that are required just to support that kind of infrastructure, just at the human level, at the electrician level, we don't have enough. And how do we get enough of the trade schools bringing folks forward? Because we've got jobs now for the next 30 years for the next generation, but we aren't actually training up enough in order to support the infrastructure that we're going to build out here.
I understand there's also a need for programmers for the computer back end of this transition. So Matt, in terms of what Andreas touched a bit in the beginning about the need for policies, and so did you. So how do we put pressure on the decision makers to really make sure that these policies fall in place in the right time, so they don't make up blockers?
I think this is quite an important topic, because what we have to somehow get is a mindset of urgency. When we put our minds together and we get a mindset of urgency, we actually can get a lot done relatively quickly, but it actually has to be across the value chain. So we need to have the equipment suppliers and the truck suppliers and the shippers and the truck drivers. We need to get them, if you will, all in a room in a relatively short period of time. We actually know what the policy requirements are. It's not very complicated. There are 5 or 6 things that I think we could all write down that we would agree on, but we need to get that room together and make those decisions like by the end of this year. Like, it only takes about 6 months to actually put in place those things. And somehow it has become common to say, well, maybe we should just extend the discussion longer. And my simple one is, from all of these things, we need standards by the end of this year. There's no reason not to have standards by the end of 2022 for what the trucking requirements are. What does it mean to have a net zero truck? We should be clear about that. What's the appropriate carbon intensity for a biofuel versus hydrogen versus electric? We know how to do that math. But we need to get all the right people in the room, and then we need to hold our elected officials accountable for deciding and putting it off to the next generation. There is no excuse for taking longer than the next 6 months to make those kind of decisions.
So, Andreas, your view here, you would obviously be one of the players in the room. So what is your reflections on the policy topic here, more in depth?
I think we all share the sense of urgency. We have to get this right now, and that's why we are doing something that we haven't done before. We are 100% transparent with our product development plans. We're sharing that with everybody now, so you can see it. We show when our products are coming. We are transparent with our volume predictions. That used to be business secret, highly confidential. Now we want the world to know, because we have to work concerted on this. Policymakers on all levels need to do their part here, because if we're talking about charging infrastructure, which we tend to do here, it's massive investments in the grid, and it's massive investments in that last piece of the grid that will take the effect, the capacity out to where it's needed. We have already in 2022 customers that asks their regional grids if they can be extended to their depots, and they hear, yes, in 8 years.
Oh, good Lord.
In 8 years, we will be able to help you here. I mean, that's what we're talking about, and that needs to change. And I think the name of the game here is transparency from all parts. We can do this, but we need to know how to do it in a concerted way.
So this goes all the way up to, well, the highest level of planning for infrastructure in terms of electricity. Just in Sweden, we know that we need a doubling of the electricity output quickly in order to make this transition possible. Yeah.
And that's not so much of that is going to transport, actually. It's less than what you think, because it's such an energy efficient way of using energy. Most of it is going to the steel and the cement. Yes, which is great.
The industry. But you have your share, and you're part of pushing for more renewable energy in the system as a whole. So Rasmus, let's dwell a bit from your perspective also on policies, because who would you like to see in this room?
Well, it depends which part of the world we're trying to tackle first, right? So I see this happening really at 2 levels. So what has been incredibly useful is that companies at the highest level, when they're meeting at, the Caap meetings, for example, in Glasgow or later in Sharm el-Sheikh, there we're talking at the level of nationally determined contributions. So in other words, what is the overall goal of the country, and what are the key components of the plan to get to that goal, right? So that's certainly what we need, and that gives companies, a good idea of what is the direction of travel and the speed for the different countries. But that's kind of not enough, because nobody builds a charging station at a global level or at a COP meeting, right? Where you put a charging station in place. It's, you know, on a street or at a depot or, you know, a physical place with GPS coordinates. And so wherever you're wanting to take real action, you have to involve also the very lowest levels of decision-making in government as well. So it's not just about countries, it's about states, it's about cities.
Complex.
It's not about the ministers always, it's about, you know, the person who's in charge of parking in the city of Amsterdam, right? And I think we need to have two conversations at two levels. One that gives confidence about the general direction and speed of travel, and the other one about how are we going to solve this locally. And again, I think they're very similar though in the sense that you need to bring all the players around the table in both cases. And one I just don't want to forget, because there's a tendency to kind of point fingers a little bit in these kinds of conversations. Well, we would do more if you only did that, but and there's quite a lot of finger pointing on the governments, but we really do need to see governments as partners, right? And the other constituency is civil society. I'm sure there's also plenty of people following this, you know, who are wondering what can they do as individuals as well. And there's really two things: it's vote or put pressure on your either local or national level decision makers to say that this is what you want. And of course, the other one is, you know, make smart choices in terms of where you put your money. You know, buy that electric vehicle if you can, or get that taxi which is electric, or, you know, buy off Amazon with, you know, or ask, you know, the companies to deliver with electric, right? So there's many components, but I think this idea of having, there's two levels. One is about direction, the other one's about action, but you really do need everybody involved.
Matt, you're nodding, yeah.
Yeah, no, and I do think this is a really important idea, which is the action comes at a very local level. So one of the places that we get very excited about are things like ports, because we've mapped out 10 green shipping corridors for deep sea vessels. They all land and then they put their materials on trucks. And so how do you create the infrastructure at the port level in order to support the ships and to support the trucks? By the way, most of them are close to airports, so how do we make sure that we support the airport infrastructure? And the ability to work across industries to build up the infrastructure in a disciplined fashion is quite important. Ports are a good example where the Port Authority is, you know, a landlord on the one hand, a regulator, they're a participant in infrastructure development, but they can actually coordinate a whole set and be an orchestrator of a whole set of businesses and industries that are there at the port facility or in the surrounding area. I was up in Luleå yesterday, and the mayor there is a force for nature and a force for good. And what we observe, we're trying to get 150 industrial clusters, industrial hubs around the world to start focusing on how do I decarbonize at the local level. And because what you need then is the local mayor to say, I need to get more teachers because of all the people that are coming here. I need to get more doctors to come into town. I need to think about the very local infrastructure. And a powerful mayor, a powerful local leadership turns out to be as important or more important than a whole set of natural endowments. There are places in the world that have great renewables, but lousy leaders. I'll take a place that has a great local leader, and they'll figure out how to solve a set of the infrastructure problems way more quickly. And I think the power and the importance of that local leadership. The other bit is things like the health impacts from converting over to net zero trucking, because what we do, we always talk about greenhouse gas emissions, but we also need to understand particulate emissions and NOx emissions that have very important health outcomes at the local level, and getting the communities on board with making those conversions helps move these things ahead at a much faster rate.
We had in a previous session today a young activist she's thanking all the EV drivers she can come across for the benefit of the respiratory health and health for the children. So that's health, I think, is a very good aspect, even in more conservative sectors where people do not really want to talk about still climate change. But they can talk about health aspects of pollution. So Rasmus, companies and entities that are part of the Race to Zero campaign, they soon mobilize 50% of GDP. which is promising. It's still not good enough, but it is very promising. How can we translate this into more demand for the low emission transport? There's a big push here, but the pull also.
Yeah, so 50% of world GDP, you can get to those kind of big numbers quite quickly with a handful of very big companies, right? So if you think in terms of numbers of companies, it may not actually be that many, right? So I think that one of the really important levers that we have to pull is that where we have some large multinational companies really leaning in, taking responsibility to take on, let's say, a slightly higher cost, like a price premium, for example, to implement something. Maybe thinking about, historical emissions, because that's how they built their business. These companies, they have an incredible responsibility, but also an incredible opportunity as well to bring along with them the other 50% of GDP. When we're talking about the other 50%, it's medium-sized or small enterprises as well. How can these companies, be very clear about what their expectations are, for example, on their suppliers, but also help those suppliers, not just saying we won't buy from you if you aren't zero emissions, but saying, look, we've started to solve this problem. We've got a huge team of sustainability experts. This is what we've done. Here's some tools that we've developed that we're going to make available for you as well so that you can come on this journey. There's a great example of how a lot of companies, these large multinationals amongst others, are banding together. We've got, together with Exponential Roadmap, an initiative called the SME Climate Hub, which tries to do exactly that. It tries to really provide the tools and resources to get more of the global GDP onto this journey. Depends. Well, I hope I answered your question.
You did.
Okay.
Thank you. And I know I've seen that Andreas looking at me, so you want to come in here? Great. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I was just building on what Rasmus is saying. I think, and also what Nick has been asking all his guests today, the expectations moving forward. I mean, if we looked at the previous COP, it was the COP of the pledges, of the commitments, and that's all great. But now it's time to get down to really starting to realize this, and let's talk about paying a little bit more for transports. I think that's something that we need to be prepared for. I mean, these solutions that we're talking about will carry themselves, and they will be more profitable than the conventional transport solutions moving forward. There's no doubt. They're superior in any standards. But there will be a period now when we have to pay a price premium. So what we're doing at Scania is that we have allocated a budget for 20 million euros up to 2025 to help us reach our target to halve the emissions from our own logistics 2015 to 2025. And we will install, of course, the equipment needed for battery electric charging in our premises. We need to step up as transport buyers and also as individuals and be prepared to maybe carry some of the costs here and carry these transport companies over this buckle.
Can I just build on that? Yeah. So if you think about the systems which we rely on today, like the energy system or the road system, etc., these have been built out over decades, right? And we've had decades to really optimize them, right? Like we've squeezed out every use we can out of them, right? I mean, we have roads made out of bitumen because we wanted to burn the stuff and we had something left over, and then we needed to find something to do with, right? So this price premium is not forever, right? It's for a few years. And by companies like Scania leaning into the challenge and others, then what we have the opportunity to do as we scale up and become more efficient, we essentially recover that price premium, right? It goes away. And you have to really think in terms of, this is a big challenge. This is a systemic transformation that we're trying to do in an exponential way. And of course, the first few moves here and part of this beginning of the transition, you have things like a price premium, or, customers think, well, I have to pay maybe, 20 cents more for my Nikes, oh my God, right? But these are things we can absorb. And as time goes on, we will find out ways to work between the sectors, as Matt was pointing out. Industrial hubs are such a great example of that, where, one company's waste or byproduct becomes another company's raw material, or, waste heat can be reused in the district heating system, etc. So this is completely possible, but it does mean that maybe there's a couple of years where we need some support, where companies are leading, but then also governments are supporting, to the earlier points around providing, subsidies for the right things and removing the subsidies for the wrong things.
Exactly. I was just getting to the subsidies. It's Nick's favorite question and mine too. I mean, we do still have fossil subsidies going on big time. And what impact would this have for your transition, the journey that you all three are part of, if they would be to be removed? That would be a major blocker, wouldn't it, Matt?
Yeah, they step one, levelize the playing field and take the subsidies off, all of a sudden would make one quick shift. The other one, by the way, is there are subsidies even between sectors. So the aviation sector versus the trucking sector. And so what we need to do is, if we don't get a levelized playing field, what happens is we misallocate resources and we misallocate them systematically. And that's about how do we price power, it's how do we price fuel. And so beginning to understand what those are and levelize the playing field, I think, become quite important. And then begin to put in place things that allow the development of infrastructure at a rapid enough rate that you can scale up, right? Because one of the, again, we are used to having infrastructure installed that we installed 30 years ago, and then we forget, we just use the operating costs. And we actually do have to put new capital into the system to create a much more reliable, much more resilient, much more accessible, much more affordable system. But we do have to put some capital up now, and creating the incentives to bring that capital into the market is really quite important.
So let's just summarize a bit here, because we need to have a sharp call to action for the COP, the coming COP. What would that be from your perspective, Rasmus? You will be there, I'm sure, but just for the viewers, we have millions of viewers watching this. So.
Well, we haven't quite decided exactly, what we're going to be doing at COP, or it's none of our really one thing; it's many, right? I mean, we're on the same page as Nigel very much around, we've kind of figured out the rule book, and we've negotiated enough commas now. It's really a COP about action. And, maybe back to my original point in the very beginning, COP is a great place where you bring governments, companies, civil society, academia as well, and others together to be quite open and share what the plans are. But it's also a great, let's say, forcing mechanism as a bit of a deadline to work towards.
It is. That's hence my question.
Right? So I think the way that we hope to use COP, and I think a lot of other people will use COP, is really about how can we really work in the months intervening to develop either new collaborations or partnerships for real action. So more of this local level action around maybe industrial hubs that can be announced really at COP and make them very well known so that everybody can react and plan accordingly.
Big team coming, pushing it.
Several teams.
Several teams. Andreas?
No, I think as the transport panel said previous to this session, this needs to be a race to the top, and we really need to make sure that we find those best practices when it comes to policies, incentives, charging infrastructure and demand signals, and then make sure that that is being the standard across markets. So we're going to be there, and we're gonna give these messages that we're ready for large-scale adoption. The technology is there. Now it's just about being bold and ambitious.
Bold and ambitious. We like that. Thank you, Andreas. And Matt?
The time for talking is over. We're going to get evaluated on gigatons abated, not PowerPoints created or new commitments written down on some piece of paper. it's really about, companies like Scania that have stepped up and said, these are the projects we're actually going to go do. Here's the time frame over which we're going to go do them. And I think that's the measure of merit. The measure of merit is what projects are we going to do. We know we need, for example, 300 sustainable aviation fuel plants by 2030. If we get to the Caap in Abu Dhabi 18 months from now and we don't have 100 of them already at final investment decision, we are way behind. And the nice part is we have to take the time horizon from 2050 to 2030 now to 2025 and say which projects are we putting capital into by 2025 where they're really going to be operational. Then we'll know we're making real progress. But until then, it's all talk.
Well, we know that you are doing your best. That's been very obvious in this panel and all the other previous panels in this ERI segment. And it's wonderful to have you here on board on our stage here today. And we'll probably see each other in Egypt. And I'm looking forward to the progress that you're creating together to take part of that and enjoy it. Enjoy the ride. Well, thank you so much, Matt. Thank you very much, Andreas, and thank you, Rasmus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd like to be joined now by Johan Falk and Ingmar Renshaug for some reflections on today's session here on transport. So Johan, as a co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, what are your main takeaways here? What are your reflections, please?
Yeah, I think working in 1.5 value chains, that is and will be the game changer. We talked a lot about what companies do, a lot about the solutions. The way to do it is to work in value chains. And you have to do that with suppliers, which has the same compass direction, and customers. They have to have the same direction, the same ambition, the same speed. And if you can then connect these, as we heard about brilliant examples from Polestar, from Scania and the team, which I think was excellent, basically. If you then can connect that to leading cities and regions, going in the front line, as well as governments to actually push these precise levers, I think that way of working can help us to break through in the next stage. So we need to find a way to work which we can copy through different sectors.
Thank you, Johan.
That's what I'm thinking.
Ingmar, from a communications expert's perspective, and also that we don't have time, what's happening on the app in terms of what's happening here on stage today, what are your reflections?
My reflection today is I'm amazed. Because on all our shows we have seen corporation and policymakers and others cooperate with each other, but not on this level. We had global companies doing different things in supply chain, not just presenting what they are doing together in a project. They are getting up here, wearing the same color on the clothes, coordinate slides, presenting not like 5 companies, but like one initiative. And the focus is not their own profit. The focus is what they are going to achieve together. This is why I believe in the 100%, that we're going to reach the emission targets. We just need to do it faster. And one way to do it faster is to do it together and involve others. And I think it's amazing. There's a lot of effort behind that. And we're going to see now the whole economy changing. Instead of competing, we're going to cooperate. Of course, we're going to compete like in sports, but we also need to cooperate with each other in order to reach the bigger objective.
It's clear that we're in this race together.
Yeah, I mean, it's a race of survival. So if we can't cooperate, no one will win. But I will also see this approach on the political arena. And we don't do that. And I think that's a shame. Why don't we have leading politicals, different parties, talk and present on how they are going to solve this? Why are they not here? It's not, I mean, we have invited them. We have room in the audience. Where are you?
Good final words for this session, and thank you all for watching. We are now handing over to Spotify for their segment, and we'll continue later on today. Thank you for now.
You are listening to 2072, a Spotify original. This episode is called Ragna, a short story written by Henrik Björn, told by Gizem Kling Erdogan. The story takes place 50 years from now, in a reality that might be ours according to contemporary science.
It was my 12th autumn, and in the days before everything changed. It was a happy time. I had everything I needed, and above all, I had Grandpa. He was a mother and a father to me, and my best friend. My only friend, actually. My loneliness was not caused by some kind of social problem. It was simply down to the fact that there were no other people in our forest. But although I felt safe in our cabin and was relatively well fed, a nagging sense of worry had begun to build after the summer. Sometimes the dark thoughts took over, and I felt like I was going to be sucked into a black hole and simply vanish. Maybe this is what growing up feels like, I thought. Seeing the bigger picture, beginning to understand things I was previously unaware of. Yeah, that must be it. I had started to worry like an adult. I didn't know exactly what the future held, but the ominous lump grew bigger by the day, layer by layer, until it felt like it had permanently settled in my chest. That night, I lay on the sofa bed in the kitchen, trying to escape my thoughts with a children's book I must have read 1,000 times. I wanted to think about something other than the things I didn't even know about, and could even less influence. One day at a time, Liv. I jumped at the noise. But it was just Grandpa. Who else could it be? His thick silver hair stood on end, as if he was still battling the wind outside. I looked at his face, the white stubble of his beard, the deep wrinkles. Can you hear the rumbling? Thor is in a really bad mood tonight, he said, and hung his worn tunic up to dry by the stove. The ones that people worshipped thousands of years ago. We have much to learn from the people of long ago, he used to say. They knew how to live alongside nature without destroying it. It was when we started playing God ourselves that everything went wrong. How did it go? I asked, and he smiled wryly in reply. Not great, to be honest. I think the pike have caught on to me. Grandpa looked at me reassuringly. It'll work itself out. I'll bait better tomorrow. We sat by the fire, each holding a steaming cup. Grandpa called it coffee, but it was actually made from roasted dandelion roots. Over the years, I had grown accustomed to the bitter taste, but really drank it mostly for Grandpa's sake. You probably wouldn't believe it, but you'd be glad to drink real coffee, he said. Nothing could make him more nostalgic than the mythical drink from a bygone era. The winters are as long and dark as they used to be, but you can't have a good coffee break anymore. There was no escaping from the note of longing in his voice. Grandpa laughed a bit when he saw me swallow a sip. The black gold from Colombia. To think it just disappeared. We didn't know how good we had it because we didn't want to understand how bad it could get. When the heat waves came more frequently and hotter every year, people seemed to think it was a good thing. People could grow grapes in Luleå and have a pool year-round in Skåne, and holiday at home, a staycation. I remember when we had a once-in-a-thousand-years drought for the 4th year in a row. And even then, we didn't do anything other than slather on stronger sun cream. He paused and cracked a little smile, as if he had just thought of something funny. It wasn't until the coffee ran out and the cafe chains began to close that the Swedes realized it was serious. He chuckled a little to himself. Caffeine withdrawal. That was almost worse than what came next. The wars, the Fimbulwinter, and finally the heat. I didn't always understand what Grandpa was talking about. Some pieces of the puzzle were often missing, as if he wanted to spare me the details. But he had told me that it was in the war over fresh water, clean air, and natural resources that everyone in our family had died. My parents, my grandma, until it was just me and Grandpa left. Don't forget that you and I are privileged, he used to say. Nothing can live on the other side of the barrier. We have that to thank for everything. But it's fragile. It wouldn't take much for everything we take for granted to disappear. I was so young when I saw the barrier that it had faded from my memory. Grandpa described it as a huge wall that protected our forest and kept us alive. Sometimes I thought it was built for just the two of us, although of course I understood that this couldn't be true. For as long as I could remember, I had listened to his reassuring voice. I had the feeling that all his stories would be useful to me in the future. For this reason, I often memorized what he said, recited the words to myself at night, and learned things by heart. It suddenly hit me like a punch in the stomach how much I would miss his voice the day it went silent. The realization that we were only here on borrowed time almost made my ears pop. I pushed the thoughts away with my mantra. One day at a time, Liv. Then it happened again. Grandpa looked at me, almost as if he could see what I was thinking. Everything will be fine, Liv, he said. Tomorrow we're going hunting. Because when the pike don't show themselves, you need to switch to plan B. We're going to hike a long way, towards the middle of the forest, so we need to get a good night's sleep. He poked a couple of night logs into the stove, and we went to bed. Grandpa in his sleeping alcove, me in the sofa bed in the small kitchen. It was hard to sleep. My eyes were drawn to the childishly embroidered painting of a forest, the one my mother made when she was my age. Ragna was embroidered in the lower right corner. My mother. I didn't remember her, but thinking of her name always relaxed me, and eventually I was able to fall asleep. We walked in silence, deeper into the forest than I had ever been before. I held my bow with a firm grip, the arrow resting on my arm, but still ready to fire if I needed to. Grandpa had seen tracks of a female roe deer and her 2 fawns the day before, and they were what we were tracking. It was a magical morning. The sun struggled to break through the morning haze. Grandpa breathed the fresh air into his lungs. I looked around and was struck by the forest's beauty. This is primeval forest. When everything else was burning, this forest survived. At first, forest fires were seen as accidents, as something exceptional. But with each passing year, fire became part of the new reality. There were no deciduous trees in the new forest, only spruce planted in neat rows. But this primeval forest held out. It has wet bogs, lush deciduous trees, wet moss, he said, and stopped in his tracks. He put his index finger to his mouth and silenced me, and his eyes turned to glade. On the other side of the grove, 3 beautiful roe deer were feeding on a wild raspberry bush, the mother doe and her 2 fawns. Remember what I taught you, Grandpa whispered, without moving a muscle. Move stealthily, against the wind. Aim for the heart. It takes half a second from the time you shoot the arrow until it hits the target. Adrenaline was pumping through me as I crept through the bushes to find a clear shot. The wind was in my face perfect. I took a deep but silent breath, set the arrow and took aim. But suddenly I had second thoughts. She's so beautiful. She's their mother. I didn't have time to think further because Grandpa was suddenly behind me. He whispered, "She's an old doe, so these are her last fawns. They're big enough to survive on their own now. Besides, without this game we'll starve." I understood, so I pulled the bow back, aimed, and let go of the arrow with a soft but firm movement. The arrow hit the heart center, right where Grandpa taught me. The doe collapsed, dead before she hit the ground. I saw the white backsides of her 2 fawns as they scampered away into the forest. Now it was just the 2 of them, and that made me a bit sad. But Grandpa promised me they would be fine. They were over a year old and they would have left their mother any day now anyway. He looked at me proudly. "This meat will last well into winter. We can smoke it and dry it. The roe deer died so we can live, but we only kill as much as we need to. Remember that, champion hunter. We must be part of the forest's own breeding." Grandpa threw the doe in his back and I took the rucksack. Mosquitoes and gnats swarmed around us in the autumn heat. "You did a good job, Liv," he said suddenly. I was filled with exhilaration at having actually managed to kill the game. When it mattered most, I hadn't flinched. It was a very satisfying feeling. "Some things have to be done even if they're unpleasant," Grandpa said later. "That's how you grow as a person." I couldn't have said it better myself, I thought. "Tonight we celebrate," he said with a grin. I'll never forget the delicious smells that wafted through the cottage that night. Grandpa took a big knob of salted butter from the mug in the earth cellar and chopped in a couple of handfuls of dried chanterelle mushrooms we had collected in a jar. While Grandpa was stirring the food, he got that look in his eyes, the one that seemed to wander off into the distance. "In the beginning we ate loads of meat, too much," he said. "Then suddenly there was none to be had at all. Unless you were very wealthy, of course. Do you know what we ordinary people had to eat instead? All the crops, the wheat, oats, corn, rice, everything we were used to eating was destroyed. The heat created insects in such enormous numbers that the swarms blocked out the sun. No crops were left after they had been. Our only solution was to put up huge nets. We could get tons of crickets in one catch. Grandpa added a pinch of salt and stirred the pan. It sizzled and an explosion of delightful aromas spread as the chanterelles minged with the onions and tender meat. The insects became our food instead. They're rich in protein. A bit dry and crunchy, but if you added enough salt, they were bearable. The meatballs were actually okay, really. As long as you didn't look at them too closely. I shuddered at the thought. Couldn't you eat fish instead? Grandpa smiled indulgently. The only treats the sea had left to offer was seaweed and jellyfish. They made an acceptable porridge, as long as you held your nose. I laughed at Grandpa's pragmatic attitude. Crickets and jellyfish. It sounds disgusting. Hunger is the best seasoning, he replied with a wry smile. Then he poured some malt beverage into 2 glasses and raised one of them. Here's to you, champion hunter, and here's to the forest for giving us this meal. When we had cleared the table, Grandpa said he wanted us to go out. There's a place you have to see, so you understand what's at stake. The sudden seriousness of his tone made me feel the uneasiness in my chest again. Grandpa fixed his eyes on me. I don't have long left. You know that, Liv. It's almost time for you to fend for yourself. It felt like something was about to burst through my throat. I just wanted to scream. But life is good here, Grandpa. was all I could manage. He smiled his warmest smile. If something feels too good to be true, it usually is, he said. I just wanted to cry, but I couldn't. And deep down, I had known all along. We were here on borrowed time. It was dark when we came out into the yard. Grandpa had packed his rucksack, which worried me. It seemed he was planning a long walk. We walked in silence, first along the path, and then we turned off. The forest was denser here. It was difficult to find a way through. We walked for a long time, until my feet began to ache. I yearned to get home to my warm bed, but Grandpa just kept going, tirelessly. It had started getting lighter when Grandpa finally slowed down. We were on a hill and he swept away some thick spruce branches. I stopped and just stared. At first, I didn't know what I was looking at. On the horizon, as far as the eye could see, ran a gigantic wall of gray concrete. The smooth vertical wall was so high that I disappeared up through in the morning mist. It was impossible to see where the wall ended. The barrier, said Grandpa. It's time for you to see what's on the other side. The lump in my chest was back again. But it's dangerous. You said so. He put his big hand on my cheek. You have to be brave to see the truth, Liv. Are you brave? I nodded and tried to swallow my worry. We made our way down to the foot of the giant wall. How will we get through? I wondered. We can't. We're going under, he answered. And at the same moment he grabbed a chain that was buried under layers of grass and moss. He pulled as hard as he could and I helped, not knowing what would happen. Then it was as if something gave way and a hole appeared in the ground. Grandpa took 2 headlamps out of his rucksack and gave one to me. Then he started climbing down into the hole. Follow me, he said, and disappeared down in the darkness. I stood there for a second, confused. I took a last breath of the fresh morning air and climbed in after him. We walked through a rectangular tunnel. Numbers and notations were painted on the wall. Grandpa usually used to talk and joke, but now he was strangely quiet and serious. As well as that, the tunnel was cold, claustrophobic and creepy. If it wasn't for the headlamps, it would have been pitch black. I can't tell you how far we walked, but it took several hours. I had a sinking feeling that we were treading water, like we were walking in circles. Just then, Grandpa stopped and took his thermos out of his rucksack, taking a couple of sips of water and handing me the thermos. We're about halfway through the barrier, he said. Just halfway? I felt puny standing there. The size and weight of the wall above us was impossible to take in. Then Grandpa asked me if I recognized this place. We walked through here when we moved in. But you were just a baby. Of course you don't remember, he said. We carried on walking in silence for a long time. And it was a relief when Grandpa finally stopped. 68 was written on the wall. A sturdy, rusty iron letter led upwards, through a pitch-black hole. Grandpa took a firm grip and started climbing. I followed as closely as I could. We came up to a ledge where a thick, rusty steel door was waiting. A sheltered door, I found myself thinking, without really understanding what the word meant. I asked what was on the other side, but Grandpa didn't answer. Instead, he grabbed the heavy handle and spun it until the locking mechanism slowly opened. He took a respirator out of his rucksack and put it over my head. Breathe slowly, he said. And then he pushed open the rusty door with all his might. The heat that hit us was stupefying. The air trembled and it was hard to focus my eyes at first. I stumbled out and had a hard time taking in the nightmarish sight. We came out in the middle of a square, in a city. Or rather, what once was a city. Despite the heat, everything was covered in grey snow, swirling around and making it difficult to see. Grandpa seemed to understand what I was thinking. "It's ash," he said. "The forests on the other side of the barrier never stop burning." A couple of delicate grey flakes landed on my jacket, and when I brushed them off, they turned into a small black charcoal stain on the fabric. The sun was high in the sky, which was tinged with an unnatural orange glow. "It's the soot particles that makes the sky change color," Grandpa explained. "It's not blue here, like at home." It had been ages since anyone had lived in this town. The houses were abandoned and covered in soot. Lots of houses and cars had burned and the asphalt had melted, creating deep craters in the streets. To my right, a large lift of some kind had collapsed and was almost covered by the grey ash. In front of me, there was a low building with stairs that disappeared underground, the large windows cracked by the heat. A half-melted sign displaying a blue T hung at the entrance. We walked across the square, past burned car wrecks and metal twisted by the heat. Then I saw the water. It was nasty green from the seaweed and stood several meters too high, judging by some old cranes that had broke the surface like a forest of rusty metal. An acrid, rancid smell from the Dead Sea hit us. Across the gulf, I could make out poles and towers, like something out of an evil fairy tale. Grandpa saw where I was looking. "That's Gröna Lund Fun Fair. The Green Grove," he said. Pretty ironic in retrospect, he added. The heat hung over us like a quivering lid, but we kept walking. Grandpa leading the way and me close behind, down towards a golden-colored bridge. I remember thinking that there was something familiar about this place, even though it was impossible. Everything around us was dead. There were no people, no animals, no plants, just a dry, burnt desert town. I was about to burst into tears. Grandpa noticed. "I'm sorry to have to show you all this, Liv, but it's necessary," he said. We came to an alley with old cobblestones. The buildings here looked different. Everything felt old. Grandpa looked at me. "We have to hurry. They are waiting." I didn't understand what he was talking about, but he pushed me forward before I could object. We came out into a large square, where the ashes had blown together into a great black heaps that clung to the facades of the old buildings and in through the windows, as if the building were being swallowed by black lava. And suddenly, I saw what he meant. A group of people stood in a circle in the square. They were all wrapped in shawls and wearing face masks, and looked as lost as I felt. When we got closer, I saw that they were no adults. They were all children of my own age, over 20 of them. As far as I could remember, I'd never seen another child. I looked at him quizzically. "Who are they?" Grandpa took my hands and looked me straight in the eye. "They're the people who will decide the future. You don't know it yet, but you're one of them too. Go over there and listen. Tell them what you learned and what we experienced together." Grandpa let go of my hands and gave me a hug. "Remember one thing. It's never brave to pretend that danger doesn't exist. Bravery is when you see the danger, but overcome it anyway. When you do what's needed, no matter how difficult or dangerous." There was something about those words I liked. "So be brave now, Liv. The bravest you ever been," he whispered. I didn't want to let go, but I knew I had to. I had to be brave, for Grandpa, and for myself. The children stood in silence. They weren't threatening, but instead seemed as puzzled and frightened by the situation as I was. A small red-haired girl stepped forward into the middle of the circle. "Welcome, Liv," she said, looking straight at me. I didn't understand how she knew my name, but I still managed a quiet "thank you." The redhead smiled quickly. "Good, now everyone's here," she said. I was struck by the fact that she suddenly sounded so grown up, almost formal. "Put in your mouth guards and bite down hard." The children started looking on their pockets, and I did the same. To my surprise, there was something there that I hadn't noticed before. Something made from plastic. It looked like one of those mouth guards that boxers use. Boxers. I didn't even know what a boxer was. An unpleasant feeling that I was no longer in control of my own thoughts took hold of me. The other children also looked bewildered, as if they felt exactly the same way. "Bite," said the redhead. We listened to the instructions, took out our mouth guards, put the mouth guard in our mouths and bit down. "Shut your eyes," she said. I looked at Grandpa, who nodded encouragingly at me before closing my eyes. Then she said, "The reboot has begun." I barely understood the last part, because right then, an electric shock shot through my temples, blinding white with pain. I felt like I was being broken up, like all my memories were being fragmented, thrown around and replaced by new ones. Suddenly, I was in someone else's head, someone I already knew well, showing me their life story in images and emotions, at 1,000 times the speed and not in order. Vague sensations of the greatest love and the deepest sorrow swept by without being able to seize them. And then everything calmed down. I opened my eyes with a start and gasped for breath. The room I was in was stark white with bright LED lights in the ceiling. I was lying on some kind of hard examination table, far from the cozy sofa bed at home in the kitchen. It was as if my body and my thoughts had separated, as if I no longer weighed anything, but was floating in the air, like some kind of mist. Then I realized that my lifeless body was connected by wires to a big whirring machine. A red-haired woman in a white coat stood at the foot of the bed. "She's on her way back," the woman said. But I didn't understand who was coming back and from where. "Breathe deeply. You're about to land," the redhead said. And that was actually how I felt. My thoughts slowly began to be part of a physical body again. I made contact with my fingers and could feel my arms. It was an unpleasant feeling, like when your leg falls asleep and you try to get up. When I looked at my hands, I got a shock. The hands were adult hands. The fingernails had bright nail polish on them. There was a gold ring on the ring finger. My panic intensified. But the redhead smiled reassuringly, and she suddenly felt familiar. I realized that I knew her. "Welcome back, Liv," she said. "Thanks, Emma," I heard myself reply in an adult voice I didn't recognize. "You've been away for exactly 12 hours. 1 hour per year. The technology worked perfectly. Your vitals are fine." The redhead, who was apparently called Emma, gave me a glass of sweet liquid. "You're showing some signs of confusion, but that's normal after a reboot. Drink this and you'll soon be back." I drank the liquid greedily, and the last cloud in my head already disappeared with the first sips. Emma took my pulse and looked satisfied. "You remember what to do now, don't you?" And yes, I did indeed remember. "I'm going to the debriefing as soon as possible," I replied in that ridiculous adult voice. Emma smiled and nodded. "Good. It's important that we bring everyone together right away, before reality contaminates our experience. Are you ready?" "That's what I signed up for, so what choice do I have?" I heard myself say. I sat up in bed and vomited straight up to the floor. Emma looked at me with a sympathetic gaze. Motion sickness. It's not uncommon. We'll take care of it while you go to the meeting. A young guard in uniform escorted me in silence through the white corridor with excessively bright lights. I remember that my name was Liv, but I was frantically trying to figure out who I was and where I was going. I didn't recognize the place, but to my surprise, I was finding my way. We reached a lift, and according to the display, we were apparently on floor 68. When the doors opened, there were already 2 people in the lift. A female guard who escorted a man with a confused look in his face. We nodded politely at each other. I had never seen him before, but he was still familiar somehow. When the lift started to move upwards, I realized that the far wall was entirely made of glass. I saw a night-lit city stretching all the way to the horizon. At first, I was relieved. This was the same dead city I had just walked through, but now it was alive again. I was struck by a chilling thought. I looked at my newfound friend. "Where are all the trees?" I managed to ask. But he just shook his head quizzically. That's when I saw that he was upset. Before I could ask him how he was feeling, he started speaking English with a rather heavy accent. I was little again. I had a grandfather. We cultivated the land. We went fishing, like people did before. But then there was a flash flood. Everything got submerged. Everything. We were forced to live on boats. My country was gone. It disappeared into the sea, he said before his voice broke. I put my hand on his and tried to find the words. But the silence would have to be comfort enough. He was just as stricken as I was. We shared our experience, even though his was obviously quite different from mine. The silence was interrupted by a lift voice saying, "Top floor." She sounded just like a flight attendant, I thought. But I didn't know how I knew what one sounded like. We wandered down a corridor clad in black marble and came to a large double door. My guard opened the door and I stood for a second, bewildered. Then he smiled reassuringly and waved his hand to signal that it was time for us to enter. The room inside was bigger than I had expected. There was a huge table in the middle. National flags and oil portraits of important men and women lined the walls. The far wall was entirely made of glass, and the city outside formed a glimmering backdrop that took your breath away. But most striking were all the children sitting in silence around the big table. The children from the square. Only they were adults now, just like me. There were name plaques with little flags in front of them. They came from all 4 corners of the world. A door opened at the far end of the room. A little murmur of recognition went through the room. When I saw him, my heart skipped a beat. Grandpa. But it wasn't him. He looked much younger. That wasn't Grandpa. But his warm gaze was the same. Then he spoke. "Welcome back, and congratulations. You have just completed the first step in Project Ragna." All the adult children around the table looked at each other in confusion. The man continued. "As you know, Ragna means to conjure up. That is, to create, in Old Norse. And that's exactly what Ragna does. Creates possible future scenarios, individually tailored to the recipient, with the aim of conjuring up maximum impact. Thanks to Ragna's high-tech neurological simulation, through your avatars, you have just relived your first 12 years, at some point in the future. Everything he said sounded so familiar, but it was still new to me. You all know the project objective, don't you? The question was aimed at everyone, but no one answered. Right then I made eye contact with Grandpa, who was obviously someone else. He was my age. I interrupted my own thoughts. That has to be Grandpa standing there, right? He saw my confusion and smiled at me. I understand. There's a lot to take in and you haven't completely landed yet. Let me remind you of the objective. The future of humanity is under threat. All our efforts have been in vain. It's quite clear that boring forecasts, formal calculations, and rigid processes won't save us. There simply isn't enough time. That's why we created Ragna, a hyper-realistic simulation of the future based on all the known climate data we have today. Look around in the room. We looked at each other. I couldn't remember any of their names, but they were familiar faces. Some famous people, some vague acquaintances, even some close friends. The man who wasn't Grandpa continued. The combined power around this table, with the top politicians, policymakers, opinion leaders, and business leaders, can achieve the change that is needed. That's why you funded this project. You want to help, but you needed to know how. When he said the last part, there was an outburst of emotion in the room. We didn't get any answers. What exactly do we need to do? He raised his steadying hand and everyone fell silent. I understand that you didn't get a simple solution you had hoped for, because unfortunately they don't exist. But you have all, in different ways, been given the elements you need to move forward. With Ragna's help, you were able to live a life that people today have lost touch with. You were able to reconnect to an unspoiled world, surrounded by safe and functioning ecosystem. You also got to experience a terrible, lifeless future that we know is coming if we do nothing. Ragna's objective is not to return humanity to a primitive life in the forest. The objective is to remind people of what has been lost, how fragile the planet is, and what's at stake for humanity. This isn't something you can read about. You have to experience it. No one in here knows exactly how we are going to succeed at this precise moment. But now you know it has to be done. Use that feeling to drive your work. The room fell silent. It was clear that we had all experienced things that had changed us fundamentally. We met each other's eyes, and it was as if we all suddenly understood. Ragna's chief operating officer, who I had thought was my grandpa throughout my imaginary 12-year life, looked at me. I would like to start by handing over to you, Prime Minister. Everyone's eyes turned to me. I gathered my thoughts, then I stood up and spoke. We can't solve this, but only if we are prepared to make great sacrifices. Only if we are brave, braver than we have ever been. And only if we do it together, one day at a time, I heard myself say, with complete conviction in my voice. The man, who was not Grandpa, looked at me with the same warm gaze as when we lived in the untouched forest. That's exactly right, Liv. One day at a time. And the moment he said it, I knew we were going to figure this out.
Kling Erdogan. Author Henrik Björn. Director Henrik Björn, Lina Svanberg. Audio engineer Daniel Högberg. Sound design and mix Jonas Mats Jansson, Jakob Ödman. Composer Jonas Mats Jansson, Anders Nygårds. Research Andrew Mary, Head of Futures at Planethon. Product leader and producer Munk Studios, Stina Tyrell Samgård. Executive producer Spotify, Karin Bäckmark and Peter Nyrén. 2072 is produced by Munk Studios for Spotify.
right or wrong, how will you behave? Do the right thing, as they used to say, more than ever, that is true today. Be part of the solution, switch it up, for future generations, level up. If our planet dies, how will you console me? We don't have time to ignore the signs. We don't have time, no
We grow up, and we play. We invent new ways of doing things, and we collaborate. We prepare for that special date, and we care for each other. We do whatever it takes, but our world is on fire, and our future is at stake. We don't have time to wait, but no country, business, or individual can fix this on their own. Together, we can set things straight. Let's act. Through the power of many, we can make change happen. Let's encourage sustainable solutions. Let's suggest new ways of doing things and demand bad practices to stop. We all unite behind the one thing that matters, to save our world. Will you join us?
We are in a climate emergency, and we are very far from where we need to be.
Welcome to the second Exponential Climate Action Summit.
This decade is crucial for the future of us all.
The outcomes for humanity could actually spell disaster.
There are no jobs on a dead planet.
And that's why waiting is not an option.
We're not recovering in a green way as we had hoped last Earth Day.
Poor communities are the one really facing the biggest burden of climate effects.
World Bank estimates that every year we need $4 trillion of capital in emerging and developing economies to pay for the mitigation and adaptation need.
Personally, I don't believe the fossil fuel industry should continue to be allowed to operate the way it's been operating for the last several decades.
The vast majority of green products on the market today create new profits for investment firms, but do absolutely nothing to fight climate change.
We have to transform the 55% greenhouse gas reduction target that we now have at the European level, the declaration that we're getting from other countries, including Biden today, to halve their emissions, into actions.
So we need strong climate action from business, we need strong climate action from finance. I will encourage every company, every financial institution to join the Race to Zero immediately.
Investing in a low carbon, a resilient economy.
We now move on to the Climate Initiative session, and we start by addressing how we can accelerate the access to renewable energy. I will therefore give the floor to Katarina Grönvall, Chief Communications Officer at OX2, who will moderate this session in the company of a few colleagues. So please take the stage, Katarina.
Thank you. Have a seat. Hi, everyone. It is great to be here today. We feel very privileged that we are able to be part of this very, very important day. My name is Katarina Grönvall, and I am Chief Communications Officer for the company OX2. And we are here to talk about accelerating the access to renewable energy. So you could ask why? Because we work with renewable solutions. We work with developing and selling turnkey renewable solutions. We work in different technologies, and we are very proud to say that today we are actually the leading company when it comes to onshore wind power in Europe. The big why we are all here today, and I think it's something that I share with many of the companies that are joining these days, is the fact that we are standing in probably one of the largest challenges in our history. Our recent history is, of course, the climate challenge, the climate change. OX2, like many of the companies, believe in, of course, profit, I need to say, as we are a listed company. But we also believe in purpose. And we think that profit and purpose work perfectly well together. And actually, they are very interdependent. We all like to deliver on profit, but we need the purpose to do so. And in order to deliver on purpose, we also need the profit. So that is I think, it's a very natural way of thinking for a modern company, as we like to be, of course. So we work in the renewable energy sector, and that has been around for many years. It's not something new for 2022, but we see a big change. And as you can hopefully see here on the slide, I will swap slide. There is a lot more, or the renewable energy sector is absolutely growing. In 2050, we wish to believe that the renewable energy sector will actually represent 50% of the energy sector, the total energy sector. I know a little bit about renewable energy, but I brought 3 friends that know a lot more about the renewable energy sector. We have Paul Stormoen, who is our CEO. We have Rebecca Karlsson, who heads sustainability for OX2, and we also have Peter Thunberg, who is head of development and acquisition. Paul, I think I will start with you. You've been with the company for many, many years. Can you just tell us a little bit about what you have seen within the renewable energy sector as such during these years that you've been with the company?
Absolutely. Thanks, Katarina, and thanks for inviting us. So when I started at OX2 about 14 years ago, renewable energy was still marginal. It was a peripheral source of electricity production. And I remember going to conferences. We were always in the basement. Oil and gas were in the main hall. That really started to shift some, I would say, 4 years ago, when we could start constructing our first wind farms without the need for government subsidies. So that made a huge difference. And as you kind of see on this slide here, the cost of renewable energy is what is driving this. There's a lot of development in the whole sector, giving comfort to investors, expecting lower returns. The whole investment is considered less risky now compared to 10 years ago. But all in all, the cost is somewhat 70% down on wind and decreasing on PV or solar PV by 80% or so over the last 10 years. So huge improvements have been made on the whole scene, not just the kind of the cost scene, but how investors have viewed investing in renewable energy. And the fact that we went off subsidies was surprisingly positively received by the investors, no longer being dependent on how the political wind was blowing, but rather being able to long-term analyze what is the electricity consumption going to be like, where is the electricity market, and that's more easy, to be honest, than analyzing politicians. So this has made a huge change. We now see major global industrial companies investing in renewable energy, kind of both for the profit, as you pointed to, but also with the ambition to secure their supply of emission-free electricity. So if you look at the business case, it's typically not anymore driven uniquely, as I'm coming back to, by politics and policies, but we still need the support for development. It's infrastructure development. So we're going through the court systems, we're going through the law on how this is being developed. So of course, we need a strong backing, which we really feel that we have all the way globally today, that renewable is going to be a core part of our future. And we have support both from the science, IPCC report recently presented now in April, very clearly pointing to that renewable energy is the fastest and most efficient way to fight climate change. And here OX2 really wants to be a leader in accelerating the access to this. So we have a long history, a fantastic track record. As you say, we're the leader in Europe when it comes to volume of how much we have built out, about 3.4 gigawatts over the last 18 years where we have been active. So if you flip to the next page, you look at some of some of the targets we've set when we saw that we are now looking at long-term development, not just meeting political targets. We could start investing heavily in the portfolio, in the organization, to meet a much, much longer horizon. And I think this is important for a company, to not work in these kind of confined, finite boxes all the time, but being able to invest long-term. And that's also why we set out for a public IPO last year. We've announced that we're tripling our output by next year, which is just really fantastic, considering all of what's happening in today's market, where unfortunately last week we saw Repower EU expecting an increase in coal consumption again back in Europe, and we really want to kind of contribute to fight that one. So the targets we're setting is high, but so far in the public scene, I mentioned it's about 12 months since we IPO'd. We have delivered significantly above the targets that we have communicated, so we have a good start on that one. And of course, big targets means a bigger market. We cannot just cannibalize on the market share. So we're growing also and now covering 11 countries in Europe, which is really what I think this trend is about. You need a global, or at least a kind of a pan country approach to this. You can't just be a large developer in one country. You need to learn from multiple jurisdictions, multiple cultures, and we're really seeing the benefit of being able to both build the organization with more and more cultures, learn from what's happening now in Poland, what's happening in Spain. It's so much we can bring back to Sweden and how we develop in Sweden. So, of course, there's not without challenges. So we have challenges over the last couple of years. We've seen a pandemic, which actually came to force us into working more technologically connected, more on a distant basis, which we have benefited from as an organization. As I said, we've grown from 3-4 countries over the last years up to 11 countries now. We're recruiting when it comes to solar PV. The competence is down in Southern Europe. We don't need to move people to Stockholm anymore to be included in the OX2 organization, but rather connect. We have digital offices, and this is really helping connecting throughout Europe. So this is something we've been fighting, and of course also when we saw this terrible incident in Ukraine and what's going on there, we were constructing 3 wind farms in eastern Poland, where we had kind of seen firsthand what it's like to meet these refugee streams coming from Ukraine into the municipalities. So we're supporting a lot on those. So a lot of learnings over the last couple of years, and as I said, I think we're getting just stronger by being exposed to more geographies on this topic. This is a global issue that we need to solve, and we really need to cooperate across borders for this one. So the opportunities are fantastic, pointing to some of the challenges here, but we really see that the market is following us. We're announcing new constructions every quarter. Yesterday we announced the construction start of a wind farm and a PV farm, quite significant in Poland, where the IKEA owners, Inca Investment, will be the end buyer once we have constructed the project. And yeah, I think I don't speak just for myself when I can say that this is extremely motivating to be part of. So as you said, both being able to match what drives the business, which should be delivering shareholder value, but also having kind of the opportunity to stand in front of my daughters and say that we're doing something that will be kind of supporting their generation. So we're working in onshore wind. We're working in offshore, which is really a societal shift, I would say. And I think Peter can talk a bit more about the offshore wind and what that will do for the society. We also see fantastic opportunities in solar PV. As we said, that cost has come so much down that even in the Nordics, it makes sense to build large-scale solar PV by now. So really, really amazing the opportunities that comes with this energy transition. So yeah, we're now looking at how do we support the fact that this is an intermittent source of energy. The wind doesn't always blow, and the sun definitely doesn't shine all the time. So we're working on storage. We're working on hydrogen to gap these both on long-term and short-term energy needs. So I think that this is kind of the perfect match where technology is working together with a long-term purpose, and yeah, it feels really really fantastic to be part of
It
this
sounds
one.
like you have fun at work.
I do. 14 years in and still amazing to be part of.
Yeah.
So I think with that, maybe Peter, do you want to catch up?
Peter, I asked you to join because when I joined the company, I had very sort of low level of understanding for renewable energy. I didn't know that much. And you were my buddy, and you taught me everything, and I think you're very, very good at explaining what this is all about. So that's, can you please help us out here with some detail? I think Paul did a great job in introducing, but...
Yeah. Absolutely. No, and I will go back a little bit to what Paul was pointing towards earlier, the kind of fantastic development that renewables have seen over the last 10, 15 years. And we could start there on the cost side. On the left part of the slide behind me, you have a cost curve, both pointing out what the cost development, the levelized cost of energy, what does it cost to produce a kilowatt hour of power from onshore wind, and what does it cost from PV. And as you can see for both these technologies, over the last 10 years, it has moved from being expensive sources of electricity production to today achieving levels where they are by far the most cost competitive when comparing to the fossil ways of generating power. So it's no longer a matter of actually needing to be a lot of subsidy in order to construct renewables, but today is the cheapest way of actually producing electricity. And when you compare then the different sources, and I think one should also bear that one in mind, the kind of development that we have had over the last 10 years. For a long period of time, it was very much around the climate change, that governments wanted to subsidize renewables in order to increase that share into the electricity mix of different countries. But over time, and I think Ukraine has even more pointed towards that, the importance also of energy security, and that renewables is really something that we can produce within our countries, and by doing so, we also benefit clearly from an increased energy security, which is more and more important. When we move from being a small technology, which renewable was 10 years ago, to being the main source of not only electricity production, but energy production, because that's what's happening at the moment, in that in order to move away from our dependency on fossil fuels, we also are transforming into a system where all electricity and thereby all energy will need to be produced from renewables. And when doing so, the whole electricity system needs to transform. It needs to transform both from the perspective that it needs to be much more electricity produced. If you take Sweden as an example, we today have some 150 terawatt hours of production of electricity. But the forecasts of the needs when the electrification of industry happens and when the electrification of transport happens, we forecast, or the state is forecasting, that we will need probably around some 400 terawatt hours of production. So renewables needs to be geared towards growth, which is very important, but it also needs to be geared towards how to cope and how to ensure that we have a stable electricity system, because it is also so that renewables is different. The PV is producing when the sun is shining mainly, and the onshore wind or offshore wind is producing mainly when the wind is blowing. But we need to be able to have electricity and energy at all points in time. So when approaching the electricity and energy system, one also need to rethink and rebuild the system. It's not that you're going to construct a replica of the system constructed 50 years ago, but instead start with today's technology and think what solutions can we today implement that enables 100% fossil-free electricity and energy system. I think if we move to the next slide, here we have a bit of an outlook on how could it actually be so that we have achieved now this utopia, which it was 10 years ago, where renewable sources are actually the cheapest sources to produce power. Important to bear in mind when looking at such figures is that it will vary very much depending between different markets. Every market is gifted with different types of resources. If you take the Nordic countries are spoiled with having a good resource, relative resource from a renewable perspective, meaning that the wind is blowing and the sun is at least shining a part of the year. But as well as with the number of inhabitants is relatively limited, which enables a quite strong growth. But if you would move to a Central European country, the recipe for how to produce the renewable energy there will be different than from for example, the Nordics. So when rebuilding the system and bearing in mind the storage, the hydrogen, the ammonia, the different ways of how you can transport electricity and energy, it is a big shift, and it is a very, very big task that we have ahead of ourselves. And the positive thing is that what you can see in this graph is that the more that the system is expanded, the more renewables that is being constructed to date, that has only led to that the cost is coming further and further down thanks to the technology development. When you compare to some other sources of electricity or energy production, that hasn't necessarily been the case. And why is that then? If we flip to the next slide, that is really, in the end, the expansion of technology. When Paul and I, we were fortunate enough to start working with this, both of us some 14, 15 years ago. Then we were on the onshore side constructing turbines that were around 2 megawatts. And typically maybe had a tip height of or a total height of something like maximum 150 meters. Today, the turbines that we plan to deploy in our offshore wind farms are turbines which are far higher than 250 meters, and they have an installed capacity of some 20-25 megawatts per turbine. And this technological development has then really continued to push down the cost. The cost to produce a kilowatt hour with this levelized cost of energy that I was mentioning earlier has been sharply declining, and with further expansion, and when now offshore goes from being taking that one as an example, going from being a European activity and it goes global. We see offshore development in the US and in Taiwan and in Asia, etc. The continued expansion is also likely to result in a continued drop in levelized cost of energy. So it's not only the right thing from a climate perspective, it's also the right thing from an energy security perspective, and it's also the right thing from a pure cost perspective, also when bearing in mind the full system cost integration.
Thank you, Peter. Now I turn to you, Rebecca. You are head of sustainability, and it's easy to argue and say that we are a sustainable company because we are in the renewable energy sector. But I think it's also about, I mean, the business in itself is sustainable, but it's also about how we operate. Do we deliver in a sustainable way? Can you please just share with us some thoughts about what we are working with?
Definitely. OX2 we've based our strategy on the people, planet, profit aspects. It's often called triple bottom line. These three areas help us develop renewable energy projects, both thinking of the environmental aspects and the social aspects, as well as being profitable, of course, because that's essential. But I would like to highlight two of our sustainability areas that I think is relevant when we're talking about the environment and social aspects. It's the community engagement target. For OX2 is very important. We want to involve and show respect for the people who live and work around our solar and wind farms. And we also have an ambition to provide local jobs when possible. So I have an example from OX2 in Poland, for example, where we've, together with the Wind Hunter Academy, set up a training for former miners to transition over to the renewable energy sector. That's a good example of how we work with community engagement. And another long-term target for us is biodiversity. It's important for OX2 to develop renewable energy, but not do it at the expense of nature. So we have long worked to minimize the negative impacts that the construction, for example, of a wind farm actually have. For example, deforestation of trees. But now, during last year, we've set a target goal of nature-positive wind farms by 2030. So we're actively working towards that. And I mean, with this focus, we want to develop renewable energy that creates significant benefits for both the climate and for nature. I think those two are good examples of how we work with these three aspects.
Thank you. And we still have a couple of minutes left, so I think we have time for some questions here. But something that often comes up, at least as we all, the four of us, we live in Sweden, and unfortunately we have a bit of a debate of either you are pro-renewable energy or you are pro-nuclear energy. Do we have to have that sort of contradiction? Is that the wrong? Are we talking about the wrong thing then?
I believe to a large extent we do. We do talk about the wrong thing. And I think it goes back to what I at least tried to point towards earlier, in that each market will need to find their own way, depending on what they feel is a viable path ahead. And for some markets, depending also culturally, if they feel that nuclear is something they want to construct, it could definitely be the right way ahead, in a combination with renewables. And if you take for our own country, that could also be the case. And things cannot change overnight, and you need to take this system perspective into have that one in mind when you design and how you want the new electricity / energy system to look like, because that's going to be the same.
Thank you. Rebecca and Paul, you meet a lot of investors and analysts and journalists. Do they understand what we're doing?
Well, yeah, I can start by pointing a bit to that. It's changed quite a lot over the last 5 years. That the questions coming from, so when we talk about investors or customers, one kind of so the ones that buy the wind farms and solar farms that we work with, they have started to adapt a lot to the frameworks set in EU. I think the financial push that is being placed on the financial system now to support is actually working, because we're spending a lot of time talking about ESG related topics on the wind farm. It's not just what's the cash flow. It's very much what are the biological diversity impact assessments? What are all of these? How does this fit into the different type of frameworks that has been established? Basically, all in all, to make their own financing come through in a cheaper way. So I think this is a fantastic way. I know a lot of people think that kind of working through the financial system is kind of a cold-hearted way of solving it, but it's a necessary way to achieve it. We cannot ignore that this is an important factor. And now we have that momentum. We have much more buyers than what we can entertain in terms of products. So we really need now to work on getting the projects through and being able to kind of with that push forward the speed of which we can deploy and support the renewable consumption as well. So I tend to come quite a lot to you, Rebecca, as well, talking about how does this kind of fit into anything from the taxonomy to different type of certificates. So
I think the EU taxonomy and the CSRD, and that's coming up quite soon, is really what's pushing customers looking into. I mean, companies like us, and we need to help them to deliver on their KPIs as well. So I think it's also improving our sustainability work, which is good.
So I think that's a great way of ending. We are interdependent, and it's very, very fun. I can just encourage everyone, if you don't know what to work with, we suggest that you start working with renewable energy. We think that we are working with something fun, but we're hoping that we're doing good for society as well. So thank you today for OX2, and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, OX2, for your session here. Well, thank you very much, OX2, for your session here and for sharing your insights. And this concludes the Climate Initiative session for today. We continue with a presentation about the fabulous space we are in right now, which is called space. And I'm happy to welcome Åsa Caap. She is head of space here at Space, and she will talk to me here. How about you take the sofa and I take the armchair? Or
Thank you.
It's not an armchair, it doesn't have any arms, but the
comfy.
The comfy, yes. So it was wonderful to be here in your space. We are enjoying ourselves thoroughly. It's a fantastic place, this is. And for those of you watching online, we need you to tell the audience all over the world, what is space?
Oh, what is space? Well, first of all, we're really happy to have you. So thanks for being here. So Space is a digital culture center. We say it's a physical meeting place for the digital generation. So more or less everything within digital culture. It could be gaming, esports, podcasts, music, anything digital around. It could be art, but anything around digital culture.
Well, it's big. Can you just frame a little bit what it's like for the people?
So
that
we're below ground now, two floors below ground. The gaming is they don't need windows. So below ground here we have this arena, and then we have the largest gaming center in the world with over 400 gaming setups. And then one floor up we have Avicii Experience that we've built together with Tim's parents. It's a museum, an interactive museum about Avicii and Tim's life and work. And then we have restaurants, cafes, we have studios, different studios, broadcast studios, podcast studios, green screen studios and stuff like that. And then we have a big co-work and a meeting and event arena as well.
So these 5 days that we're here, you're really helping us bring sustainability solutions to the world. But in other aspects, how can space be a facilitator to create a better big space, the planet?
Well, we work a lot with sustainable business models around tech. So first of all, we have space is a very inclusive place. So digital culture, maybe especially gaming and esports, is very male dominated, and the LGBTQI community, also females, don't very often feel 100% included, maybe. So we're working really hard with everything from language. We have house rules here, and if you break them, you get your account closed down, and then you can take a test to be approved again, and then you can come back.
So there is an educational aspect of this.
Yes.
Wow.
And I think it's a long, we're in this for the long term. I don't think we change this overnight, but it's something that we take really seriously. So we try to work with the whole environment here to be inclusive.
And I know for sure that the Tim Bergling, the Avicii family, the foundation, they also work with #4BetterDay.
Yes, they sit here as well. They work with us. Yeah. So we also donate.
It all fits together.
Yeah, exactly. We also have something that I'm really proud of, which we call Space Academy. And it's a learning platform to democratize tech knowledge and also make the tech industry more diverse. So Sweden is a tech country, and we lack around 70,000 coders.
Indeed.
Only Sweden, and we have a problem importing this labor. And on the other hand, the school system is obliged to teach 9th graders coding, but they don't have the equipment.
But you do.
But we do. And in the mornings, no one is here gaming anyway, so we let the schools come here. They also struggle to inspire kids. And since if they're all, so if you, I make it simple here, but if there were only white men who developed all tech products in the world, then they would only attract, these products would only speak to one target audience. So we need to broaden the people working with tech, and they lack inspiration. They lack role models also within the business. So when they come here, we invite company leaders within the sector who really wants to attract these youngsters as well. Ooh. So they come here, they get the coding education, and we've had over 800 students just this year who've come. Every Tuesday we invite them for free. We bring them lunch, and companies invest in Space Academy, so they are paying for that. So it's a non-profit.
Well, this is brilliant. Just in one of the previous sessions here today, we were talking about the lack of engineers and also coders. Because if we're going to make this leap into the future in a sustainable way with electrification and all sorts of product development and technology advancements, we absolutely need people with software knowledge.
And it's also it's a good job. You know, we had the students from a less fortunate area outside of Stockholm here last week, and one of the pupils said to the CEO of IBM, Vahid Sohali, who also was a refugee coming to Sweden when he was 17. And then this student had his hand up and he wanted to ask a question. He said, do I need to learn all the rivers in Africa to be able to work at IBM? It's like,
that's a great question.
No, you can skip geography as long as you do English, do your homework on math, and then do coding, and you're welcome to come and work for us. So I think there's a need for this bridge between the companies and a group of young people who really could make a difference in the tech business.
What a great story. Great work, indeed. And this has been our home office, not just yours, will be for this entire week. Why did you choose to work with us? We don't have time.
That was an easy yes from us. We're very honored to have you here. The Stockholm 50 is so important week for everyone, and for us just to be able to host this event is amazing. It goes in line with everything that we stand for. So very happy.
That's terrific. And people might wonder, how big is this LED screen? I mean, is it the biggest in
the world? It's actually the largest permanently installed 8K screen in the world now.
See, that's what I thought.
These things move fast, though. But it's 100 square meters. It's pretty nice, isn't it?
Well, I've been working as a program host for many, many years, and this is the most fabulous stage I've been in terms of LED. Amazing, amazing. So, if you look into the future, you've been open how long now?
4 months.
So this is a big event early in your career as a venue here, as a space.
Very much so.
So what are you looking forward to in the future you talk about the inclusivity and also other aspects. How can you further sort of expand your sustainability ambitions?
Our dream is to see a billboard where you have a unicorn And there's one white young lady from a rich area, and then maybe a refugee family, a brought up guy from another suburb, and someone would ask them, but how did you meet? How come you started your company, and how did you meet? And they met at space. So that's our dream, that we can really connect. That's our vision. Yeah.
But we have been talking a lot about vision here today, and the need to have visions. So I'm going to ask you a question that all the speakers here have gotten more or less in some version. It might be tricky, but from your perspective, as an individual and also head of this fabulous space, what would you like the outcome of the Stockholm Plus 50 to become? What would you like it to focus on?
Focus is the right thing. I hope that it will put focus on important environmental and sustainable questions.
Enough talk, huh?
Enough talk.
And for those of you that are curious, of course, the doors are open here during our event. So you have to just register, and you can join in the audience. You can also, of course, watch this space online. But the venue is very, very open and very accessible. And how do you find it physically for those that might be in the vicinity of Stockholm? People might be watching and they're going to the...
so this is in the very city center of Stockholm. It's at Sergels Torg, which is close to the Grand Central Station. So, and it's right in the opposite of the big culture center here in Stockholm. So we're really close neighbors. We also collaborate together with them. We joke about them being the analog culture center and us being the digital. They are very digital as well, but so we complement each other. But so it's right in the middle of Stockholm.
So one final question: what is the most fun with your work here?
Sorry,
what is the most fun with your work here?
All the people
Because we always have to bring in some fun when we make difficult transitions.
This is fun. You can imagine my job is like one day I sit with pupils, like I said, talking about rivers in Africa and their future. And then I meet you and listen to all of this that's been said this week. Very exciting. And then we have eSport finals. We had the FIFA, the World Champions League finals here on Friday last week. I was here with my son, finally proved my job.
Can imagine you did.
Yeah, finally. So it's just the mix of everything. I feel very fortunate.
Well, we feel fortunate to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Åsa.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. So, we move on now. And what's coming up next is something we have actually never done on a We Don't Have Time broadcast, not in this size anyway. And we are very excited to introduce what we call the Dragonfly's Den. And it's a den where we will bring up a selection of We Don't Have Time partners to pitch their climate solutions to a panel of climate communication experts. And we have asked the speakers to bring their best arguments and communication tricks to try to convince us of the climate value of their solution. And they each have 5 minutes. And we have our panel, and they will then analyze the pitch and give the speaker a score between 1 and 5 green hearts. So the 3 finalists from today and Sunday get the opportunity to expand upon their solution in a 30-minute deep dive in our next edition of Climate Action News 101, and the opportunity to pitch at COP27. And, well, the winner, that's the secret for now. And I'm looking here over to the shoulder to my tech team here. Is the jury ready to join? No? We have a break before we ask the jury to join. So stay with us and we'll get back with the jury when they're ready to join. See you in a bit.
Listen, there's a there's a world to say. Right or wrong, how will you behave? Do the right thing, as they used to say. More than ever, that is true today. Be part of the solution, switch it up. For future generations, level up. If our planet dies, how will you console me? We don't have time to ignore the signs. We don't have time. No
We grow up, and we play. We invent new ways of doing things, and we collaborate. We prepare for that special date, and we care for each other. We do whatever it takes, but our world is on fire, and our future is at stake. We don't have time to wait, but no country, business, or individual can fix this on their own. Together, we can set things straight. Let's act. Through the power of many, we can make change happen. Let's encourage sustainable solutions. Let's suggest new ways of doing things and demand bad practices to stop. We all unite behind the one thing that matters, to save our world. Will you join us?
We are in a climate emergency, and we are very far from where we need to be.
Welcome to the second Exponential Climate Action Summit.
This decade is crucial for the future of us all.
The outcomes for humanity could actually spell disaster.
There are no jobs on a dead planet.
And that's why waiting is not an option.
We're not recovering in a green way as we had hoped last Earth Day.
Poor communities are the one really facing the biggest burden of climate effects.
World Bank estimates that every year we need $4 trillion of capital in emerging and developing economies to pay for the mitigation and adaptation needs.
Personally, I don't believe the fossil fuel industry should continue to be allowed to operate the way it's been operating for the last several decades.
The vast majority of green products on the market today create new profits for investment firms, but do absolutely nothing to fight climate change.
We have to transform the 55% greenhouse gas reduction target that we now have at the European level, the declaration that we're getting from other countries, including Biden today, to halve their emissions, into actions.
So we need strong climate action from business, we need strong climate action from finance. I will encourage every company, every financial institution to join the Race to Zero immediately.
Investing in a low-carbon, a resilient economy is actually an enormous opportunity right now.
The winners will be the ones creating positive impact.
And what we do at Prime is we offer investment options in solar energy projects in emerging markets.
So fintech is helping resolve access issues for the financially excluded while addressing climate change issues at the same time.
The key here is to put at least the same amount of determination behind actions to achieving this target as we do for major financial or business targets that the companies typically steered on.
So we don't have time, but we do have solutions.
When you scale this solution, in fact, we will save money. We will increase our productivity.
It's a $100 trillion plus economy, the greatest opportunities ever.
That is how we change things together. Your opinions will also be a rating on our platform, where those business and organizations that are doing good climate action will get a better climate score compared to the ones not doing enough. This is going to change how a corporation compete.
This top line is 200 to 300 green growth companies that are delivering much better results while taking down our footprints.
Young people have demonstrated that campaigns on the ground can actively shape where the money goes.
We want to be the provider that shows to the company, its employees, that you can make a change with your savings.
We now got 87 asset managers with $37 trillion of assets. That's more than a third of global assets committed to net zero by 2050, and 43 banks with $29 trillion.
The drive to net zero is the growth story of the 21st century.
And the time to act is now.
And about 73% globally of all used clothing is being incinerated or landfilled today.
Our food systems are failing massively, both people and planet.
In 40, 50 years, the glass age will sort of be over because we don't have any sand left to produce glass.
So ultimately, over 90% of all that hard-won stuff we use slips through our fingers and ends up as waste.
Welcome to the third Exponential Climate Action Summit broadcast.
All together, we have an amazing opportunity to create a sustainable future by transitioning to a society based on circular principles.
We use 95% less water than traditional farming.
Reusing products has given us a revenue growth of, on average, 20% per year.
So we decided to design for circularity and eliminate the concept of waste.
We want to create a climate neutral car by 2030.
It's removing 1.54 kilos of carbon per bottle.
You have to understand the life cycle impact to know if it's better to use and reuse or if it's better to recycle and use the material another time.
The problem, though, is that the nitrogen that we produce are we not allowed to use today. Because today's legislation, if you're going to use something, it depends on origin and not the quality. And if it has been waste, it is banned.
What governments should do is to ban landfill possibilities.
Today, reused materials very often are more expensive than virgin materials.
Cars have now absorbed almost all the space in cities, all the rights of way, all the parking space.
We can't wait for 2025, 2030. We need to change now.
Digitalization is one of the great opportunities to actually transform the world as we know it right now.
We need to have a behavioral change and mindset, not only in the companies, but also in the consumers and in the governments.
What if we could change the system together? We believe by rewarding climate solutions and warning all the polluters, we will make it profitable to save our planet and super expensive to destroy it.
The circular economy is gaining traction around the world.
We are working on a system of laws and improvements to the system so that you can fix everything.
More than 2/3 of the world economy are covered now by net zero targets.
The initiative is really about bringing together the leading companies that will transform, disrupt, and innovate our way along that pathway.
We are ready to make this transformation the greatest collab in human history.
The future is in our hands.
So what will this require then for us to achieve in Glasgow? But this must be the moment when we say goodbye to yesterday's provision of energy.
We are going to be there by train, of course, and we're going to do daily broadcast in 2 weeks.
We are, of course, really happy to team up with We Don't Have Time during COP26.
We're there really to drive up numbers.
COP26, of course, is critical.
I think the most important thing will be for all member states to understand that the material use should be a priority in their climate policies.
And we will be there and shine a light on what's happening.
For many years, we thought that the oil, coal, and gas, the fossil fuel industry, the transport, the telco industry, that was the biggest cause of human suffering and greenhouse gas emissions. Absolutely not. The biggest industry that touches every human being on Earth, human suffering, human health, and greenhouse gas emissions is the agriculture, seafood, and beverage industries and how we produce and consume food. And so it's the biggest pivotal moonshot moment in history that we have. 9 years left to really fix it. And so I say global food reformist. I think the entire food system needs to be reformed.
For every 2 tons of food produced on the planet, 1 ton is wasted. So around 1/3 of everything that's produced on the planet is wasted. It's over 1 billion tons of food every single year. Now, when you talk about those big statistics, it's hard to get your head around them. So let's just talk about them in a bit different way. You need an area the size of China to grow the food that we throw away every single year.
I think like all these like purpose-driven companies has to help their consumers to find the aha moments, because we are not enough as perfect consumers. We have to become active citizens as we are running out of time and have to act so extremely fast within this.
Restoring nature is so low-tech, and in a time where everything has to be high-tech and complicated, I believe people are in dire need of solutions. So yes, I do believe that consumer-facing communication, whether it comes from brands or from NGOs like ourselves or from governments, is super important when it comes to really changing the mindset and really making this the decade of doing.
It was a great meeting, but the highlight of it is that Jeff Bezos, who was at the meeting, made a big announcement to invest $1 billion for landscape restoration in Africa. I think we need that magnitude of funding. So Jeff Bezos' commitment will come together with another commitment made by 8 financial institutions. So in total now we have $20 billion committed
for land restoration in the Sahel from 2021 to 2025.
When we look at what the dietary people say, the specialists, they're looking at the nutrients of this kind of food and they see it's great. You know, it's basically beans in different varieties that you have refined. So you will have a high protein content, you will get a lot of nutrients in it, so we know beans are good for health. And then we can argue about, could we produce those kind of foods in a better way? Of course we can, and we will. So I think moving away from as a society, moving away from some of the large-scale farming, monocrops.
And now, welcome to the Dragonfly's Den, where we will bring up a selection of We Don't Have Time partners to pitch their climate solutions to this panel that's just going to be joining us very shortly, of climate communications experts. And we have asked the speakers to bring their best arguments and communications tricks to try and convince us of the climate value of their solution, and they have each 5 minutes. And our panel will then analyze the pitch and give the speakers a score between 1 and 5 green hearts. And the 3 finalists from today, and also from Sunday, because we do have a Dragon's Den on Sunday too, they will get the opportunity to expand upon their solution in a 30-minute deep dive in our next edition of Climate Action News One-on-One. And they will also get the opportunity to pitch at COP27. And the winner of it all, well, that's a secret for now, what's going to happen to the winner. And it's now my pleasure to introduce the panel members. We'll have with us Ingmar Rentzhog, CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. Please take a seat at the sofa, Ingmar.
Thank you.
We also have with us Rita Chakraborty, who is president of the US operations of We Don't Have Time. Please take a seat next to Ingmar. Rita. And we also have with us on Zoom Boas Paldi from UNDP. Let's see if we can connect with Boas on Zoom. There you go. Wonderful to see you, Boas. How are you? I think you need to unmute, Boas, or maybe it's the tech room that needs to unmute you. We still can't hear you, but while we wait for your sound to be connected, sorry about that, Boas, we'll introduce the next panel member, and it's Sergio Fernandez de Cordoba from the Public Foundation. And let's try your sound, see if that works. Not yet, not yet. And we're also expecting another jury member, Anita Soina, who will be joining us. She is at the preparing for the venue in Älvsjö, the big STHLM+50 event, probably getting her accreditation today. So she might be running in a little bit short of breath any second now. So Ingmar, before we wait for Boas and Sergio's sound to be on, could you explain again how this is run, the voting?
Sorry, just kidding. Yes, I can. We're going to hear a lot of solutions here, and I think I've been working in finance before We Don't Have Time, and in finance there is a format called Dragon's Den, where companies, entrepreneurs are pitching, and you have a jury that say if they are going to get the money or not. We're not going to give money, we're not going to invest. Instead, we're going to have organizations and companies pitching climate solutions, because we really need climate solutions. And what we're going to do is to vote on those solutions. And we're going to use the review system.
Tell us about the voting system.
And we're not going to give anyone a climate warning. So it's from 1 to 5 climate love. each of us is going to give out. You don't have those symbols with you, but you could maybe do a love sign or something like that.
Yes.
But it's not just about what we are doing, it's also about all the viewers and all the users. So everyone can vote.
Yes.
So in order to engage with this, download the We Don't Have Time app or go to wedon'thavetime.org, the webpage, and press a button there where you see what's new. And you will see those climate pictures, and you can press agree on those you like.
And one push on the agree button equals a green heart.
Exactly.
Yes.
So we will, in the end, we will take all the jury answer and all the people's vote, and we will have a winner.
So you'll be counting the votes, Ingmar, and counting on you.
Yeah.
Yes,
so,
excellent.
Exactly. Perfect.
Let's hear if we can. Let's see if we can listen to Boas now. Boas Paldi from UNDP.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Hallelujah. Wonderful. Excellent. And Sergio.
Another good reason. Another reason to wanting to be in Stockholm there would be no tech problems, but
well,
almost as good.
And it actually it looks like you're sort of in a heli balloon hovering over the city hall of Stockholm anyway in the image. So it looks like you're here. And we're very happy that you're on the jury today, Boas. And Sergio, please tell us your location. It looks like you're also hovering over Stockholm, but you're not.
Exactly. I'm actually right above you. I'm in New York City. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for having me.
Terrific. So we're still waiting for the juror, Anita Soina. She's from the Maasai community, and she's also running for office in Kenya. So I hope she's running this way very soon. But let's start with the first pitch. Well, maybe, you know what, let's hold it a little bit, because she might be on her way. So Jutta, you are the president of our U.S. operations, since this was actually the first time that you met us and the team.
That's right.
Yes. So tell us about what you've experienced so far here in Stockholm and what you're expecting here from this meeting.
It really is bizarre to translate faces from Zoom. That's all you've interacted with for years. And then to see people in the flesh has been a little bit discombobulating, but incredible. So it's been a fantastic experience. And I'm so excited about this session because I want those who are pitching to bring the passion. I want to see real excitement about the solutions that they're going to put forward, because this is a positive platform and this is a positive group of people. I felt that via Zoom all these years. So to be able to go from Zoom to be in person, that's just amplifying the excitement that I am personally feeling, and generally just what you can feel in the presence of good people and good work and solutions and positivity, and that together we are going to be able to overcome this climate crisis. So I'm really excited to see what these contestants are going to bring to the table, because we've set a high bar here with this team, and we want to get behind and support those that really are going to help accelerate the solutions to the climate crisis.
Excellent. So Boas, from your perspective, from UNDP, what are you going to look out for here, and the contestants? What do you want to see?
I think, solutions that can be scalable are extremely important. There's a lot of fantastic solutions out there. What we need to be careful of is just the idea that this can scale, that this can really reach the right amount of people in the right ways, and really have the impact that we need. At this point in the crisis, we need to reach as many people as we can, as quickly as we can. We need to have as many solutions as we possibly can, because we are at a very critical time, and we don't have time.
Well, thank you very much, Boas Paldi from UNDP. And Sergio, from your perspective, what would you like to see from the contestants here?
I echo a little bit of what Boas said, but I think it's also important that that these opportunities have sort of somewhat of an economic engine, that are scalable, and considering sort of multi-partner, multi-stakeholder approach. But a lot of what we see with some solutions is that it's usually very monolithic. and an opportunity here with so many climate innovations is an opportunity to really make sure that they are aligning all of the different partners and bringing in a multi-stakeholder approach.
Multi-stakeholder approach, indeed. So I just hear in my ear here that Anita unfortunately could not come. So we have a jury of 4, which is good enough. So let's bring up the first contestant. And I'm going to introduce her properly. It is Tina Kato, and she is strategy manager at Swedish clean tech company Aselio. So please give Tina an extremely warm hand. This is a nervous moment here. So a warm hand. And you have the floor here on this table, and I'll just step to the side, and you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So some 30 years ago, I was a kid growing up on a farm in Denmark near a town called Vejle. And our house, it was heated and powered by this very unreliable oil boiler. And it could make an end to a nice hot shower when you least expected it. To this day, that smell of oil, it reminds me of my childhood and what really feels like an ancient time, as if it was a million years ago. With the fast technological developments we've experienced since, and I mean, you can go to Mars with Elon Musk, and you can live your whole life through your iPhone. You'd think burning oil for power was by now an extinct technology. But no. Fossil fuels still supply roughly 80% of the world's energy. And you might ask with just a hint of frustration in your voice, why is this when we have perfectly mature and cost-competitive renewable alternatives like wind and solar? The quick answer is nature has its limitations. Rivers, they run dry. It's not always windy or sunny. But our homes and industries, they need power 24/7 regardless. So what do we do when there is a mismatch between what can be supplied and what's demanded? Today, it is bridged by fossil fuels. Tomorrow, we solve it with energy storage. And this is where Aselio comes into the picture. We're a Swedish clean tech company, and we've developed a long-duration energy storage technology solution. It works more or less like a battery. So you can charge it with any renewable, say solar PV during the day. You store that energy as heat and then convert the heat into clean power that you can consume when you need it. So let me tell you a little bit about how this works out in real life. Imagine your name is Joe and you operate a yogurt factory in South Africa. The grid is very unreliable, and that means you have power cuts every single day. You have to throw out entire batches of newly produced yogurt because you can't pasteurize it or keep it cold. So you're, of course, a problem solver. You want to solve this problem, so you install solar PV on the rooftop of your factory. And that can supply you and cover your energy needs from roughly 9 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon when the sun is very strong. But for the remaining part of the day, you will need to run a diesel generator just to generate power to cover your needs. Not only is the diesel generator smelly, noisy, and expensive to run, it's also polluting. These sort of cases we see all the time. And this is where Aselio's technology can really make a difference by replacing diesel and allowing for a reliable and clean power supply around the clock. So, not only is long-duration energy storage technology an enabler to the clean transition, it is an absolute necessity to make our local businesses prosper at the same time. This was recently confirmed in a report by McKinsey, stating that technologies like ours are absolutely crucial to decarbonize the power sector. This is a mission that represents a $1 to $3 trillion investment opportunity. So let's do it. Our technology is ready and it's third-party verified. We are now going to market with a network of very strong partners to develop clean energy infrastructure projects that will make it so much easier for commercial customers like Joe to operate and scale his business with a reliable and clean power supply. And so will the local farmer producing food, putting food on your table. So will the water treatment plant that is working hard to make sure we can reuse our scarce water supply. We are a NASDAQ-listed company with roughly 200 employees, and we have developed this unique technology to solve one of the biggest problems to get to 100% renewable energy in our energy mix. We hope you want to join us in this mission, and thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Tina. That was great. Yeah. And it's also great that we have a new juror here, Nick Nuttall. You probably already know him. He is also a program host. Tina, please stay.
Oh,
please stay
sorry.
with me. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. He is.
I just want to say that I'm not from the Maasai community in Kenya, which is pretty obvious. But I did live in Kenya for 13 years. So I'm standing in for Anita.
Excellent. Thanks for doing this, Nick. Absolutely wonderful. So we now have 5 minutes for questions, reflections from the jurors, and also the verdicts. How many hearts you will be receiving, Tina. So how about we start with Boaz Paldi for some reflections or questions to Tina.
I think the initiative is the right way to go. I think the more renewable energy we have available to people like Joe, the better off we'll be. This transition needs to happen quickly. I believe that the statistics are right. 80% of all energy usage comes from fossil fuels still, and that's very, very, very harmful, and we need to stop that as quickly as we possibly can. And I know that storage is a big issue in that whole debate. I'm not an expert on the field of storage, of energy storage, so I don't know how the technology actually works. But on the surface of it, I love the idea because it really reaches to the heart of the issue here, one of the most difficult issues, which is the energy mix that people use on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you very much, Boaz Paldi. Let's turn to Sergio from the Public Foundation for comments or questions.
Yes, no, thank you. I actually had, thank God I am on digital because I had to Google it. And I had to look up and understand what is the solution, because as Boaz said, yes, we do need a lot of storage, but I'm trying to, in the context of this presentation, trying to understand what is the actual solution, right, that makes this, obviously it's already a publicly traded company, it's doing really well, but how is this going to be one of the solutions that is going to change the world, right? And I'm just trying to understand, and maybe if you can, sort of, if we could have a presenter give us a little bit more on the actual solution.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead, Tina.
So this solution, it can provide energy storage of 8 to 18 hours. So that means if you can only produce power from solar PV, for instance, for 6 hours during the day, really cover your demand profile, then this solution makes sure you have clean power around the clock. The commercially viable technology out there to store energy is lithium-ion batteries, and they're really great for storing power for a few hours. But if you have a demand profile through the night, and most commercial businesses do, many factories do, hotels do, they need AC during the night as well for their customers. Agriculture need irrigation, they need to water, typically also throughout the night. Then you need a solution like this if you want to go renewable. So that's a little bit about the value proposition and why it's important with long duration energy storage. I hope that answers it more or less.
No, but I still want to actually understand the solution.
Yes, how it works.
You're giving the solution of solving the overnight problem, that's basic, right? What is the actual solution?
So the solution is, we call it the test pot. It stands for Thermal Energy Storage on Demand. So it's a physical product, and we store the energy in aluminum, recycled aluminum, in a big tank. So it's like 3 times 3 meters, the tank. And you charge that aluminum with solar PV, and you use that electricity to heat up the aluminum to 600 degrees, and then the storage tank will keep that heat and convert that heat via a Stirling engine to clean power when you then need it. So that's what it looks like, and that's how it works. And this is 13 kilowatts of output, and it can provide that for 13 hours a day. So 169 kilowatt hours one test pod can supply. Then it's modular and scalable, so you can basically fit as many test pods into your power park or hybrid energy system as required, combined with solar PV to cover your needs.
Thank you, Tina. We need to go to a vote now. I know you wanted to ask something, Nick, but we have a very strict timeline.
I just want to know what it costs, but I mean, I think that's kind of important, yeah?
Yeah. All right, quickly.
Sorry?
How much does it cost?
The cost.
Oh, we cannot disclose that without an NDA, sorry.
Okay.
All right.
Right.
So now we're going to the voting section here. Shutta, how many hearts?
Okay, I'm going to go with 1, 2, 3, 4.
4 hearts. Nick, how many hearts?
How many hearts can we actually...
1 to 5.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Excellent. Boaz, please.
I'll go with 4 hearts as well.
Thank you. And how about you, Sergio?
I'm going to go with 3. I'm still missing information.
All right. And the head of the jury, Ingmar Rentzok.
I'm in the same field as Boaz. I work with communications, so I also go with 3. I love the solution, but you should try to have the answer you got afterwards in the presentation, because we need energy storage. But what is your solution different from all the rest? What are you putting to the table? I think you answered that very good, but it was not in the presentation. Yeah. So next time 5, but this time 3.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Tina. Thank you. Excellent. Next up is Sandra Frank from Arvet. Sandra is leading Arvet's global movement towards a massive change in the global building industry. You have the floor, Sandra. You're right here, and this is your table, and fire away.
Thank you. So I'm Sandra Frank, and I'm from a small company called Arvet. And 10 years ago, we actually built this house. It's totally out of timber, and it's about 20 minutes from here. We didn't realize what we did, actually, to be totally honest, because those 2 first houses have totally changed our company. We've had about 125,000 people visiting from 150 countries. So we kind of went from a developer and a construction company to some communication, inspiration kind of company. But we realized one thing, and that is how important it is to build or show good examples. It took the Swedish forest 44 seconds to grow all the material for this house, which means that we didn't need to use any fossil materials for the upcoming of the house. So we also think it's about time to start talking about fossil materials, not only fossil fuels, because both concrete, steel, and glass is totally fossil materials that will never grow back again. So just thinking about the thing that the Swedish forest alone produces enough material for building a house like this for 50 people, 50 families to live in. It produces enough materials for that every minute, 24 hours a day. And we got the question to go down to UN Habitat's first assembly in Nairobi a couple of years ago, and to talk about why we need to change the building industry into a renewable one. And I thought, okay, it has been a thing to talk about this in Sweden because we have the forest. But how can I go down to Kenya and tell them to build their houses out of timber when they don't have the forests? And I went back in our history and realized that about 100 years ago, a little bit more than 100 years ago, Sweden was in the same situation as many people in Kenya. We had deforestation, heavy deforestation. People had no food and was flooding the country because of poverty. And our government at the moment, they realized that we needed to do something about deforestation and made new legislation that said for each tree you take down, you have to plant a new one. And today we're planting about 3 to 4. And the forest is growing by 15% each year, and we have more than double the amount as forest as we had 100 years ago. And that is a story. The forest industry, the forests, has actually built the world well-known Swedish welfare system. And then we could go down to Kenya and we could tell everybody that we all need to start replanting. And that is a task for everybody globally. It's not just, but here in Sweden, we have the knowledge and the experience, and we can truly be inspirators. An inspiration, yes. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Sandra. I'm coming from this direction now. Yeah. I'm turning first to Nick Nuttall, since he lived in Kenya for many years, and just to give some reflections or questions to Sandra's presentation.
Yeah, you gave a very interesting point about Kenya. Yeah, there was a time 100 years ago when things were very different due to all kinds of factors. I have really, though, not a really Kenya question, but I have a Swedish question, which is, okay, if you left your forests and didn't chop them down or didn't cut them down sustainably, maybe I can be polite, for timber houses, what would be the carbon benefit of just leaving the trees rather than building the house?
Oh, it would be... there is another very important thing that I think we need to talk about. While the tree is growing, it's eating carbon, because that is wood. Mm-hmm. But when it's fully grown, it's not eating carbon anymore. So for a short period of time, that would be a good thing. But after a while, when the tree is getting older and dying, it loosens the carbon again. So what we need to do is to take the trees down. We need to have just as we need to grow our food, we need to grow our building materials. So if we take it down and we replant, we start that circle over again, and we can store carbon in our future cities.
Good.
Thank you, Sandra. I'd like to turn to Shota Chakraborty now for comments or questions.
No, we love these types of solutions. We are big fans on the platform of anywhere that we are reforesting and we're supporting reforestation, especially the building industry is so carbon intensive. So if we can find solutions to that, this is going to be an increasing issue as the population increases on the planet. And if we can find something that's working regionally and scale it, that's fantastic. My question for you is, have we looked at the entire value chain though for building, right? So the actual product itself can really provide a solution, but what about transporting the timber? What about how the timber is cut down? So how do we actually really get the big picture on the carbon intensity of this type of end product?
Thank you, Shota.
Yeah, that's a very good question. We actually took, we are going to build a Nobel Center here in Stockholm, and we've been doing our best to look for that it should be built out of timber. Because what happens in a city when you need to transport as much material as to a construction site, it's a total traffic jam. And with this house that you saw, it was a very close-up, but here in the city, we lowered the transport to the construction site to 1/10. So it was, instead of 100 trucks, it was 10 of them. Because wood is a light material, and it's coming like panels. So we prefabricated as much as possible where the forests are in Sweden up in the north and transported them down to the city. And then we could mount the building in 7 months instead of normally 24 months. So it's 1/3 of the time. The disturbance of the city in that case is so much less. But if, as you can see here, Stockholm is full of water. If we would have built right by the water, like the Nobel Center will be, that would take 1 ship.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sandra. Let's go to a vote, and let's start this time with the voting from Boas Paldi, please. How many hearts would you like to distribute?
So I have a slight issue with the idea that old-growth forests don't sequester carbon. I know this to be a fact. We all love old-growth forests. We protect them. In Brazil, in the Mora ecosystem, they're an incredibly important part of the solution. So although I love this idea of kind of like a no fossil product idea, I would rather not cut down trees even in a sustainable way, because that way, you know, and propagate the idea that there is no carbon sequestration from old growth. So I'm going to give it 1 heart.
Thank you, Boas. That was tough. Tough love. And Sergio? I think we lost Sergio's sound here.
Sergio, are you on pause? I'm on mute.
Here you go. No, still?
Yeah, don't touch. The host keeps muting and I'm unmuting.
All right.
So I'm going to also kind of just, I have 2 comments and statements before I make a vote.
Go ahead.
I didn't hear anything about the utilization of recycled materials, right, across anywhere in the project. And the element as well, when you talked about Kenya, where is the plan to reinvest some of the portion of the business model into reforestation around the world? I didn't hear anything about the sort of do and rebuild. And also when you said, you know, you're planting 1 tree for 1 tree taken down, I think that's not good enough. If you're going to take 1 down, then you should be replanting 10, 20, 50, 100. So I'm going to go with Boas as well, and I'm going to give it 1 heart.
Okay, thank you, Sergio. And how about Nick? We need to move on. How many hearts?
Well, I'm going to give a little bit more simply because I think this isn't an old-growth forest story. I think this is actually basically Swedish plantations, which is what you've got. So I'm going to give it a 3.
Thank you. And how about Surta? Surta, what do you say?
Wow. People need places to live. And we need to be realistic. We have to be able to build sustainably. And until we get to the point where the entire value chain is truly respecting of the reality of the emissions that we are putting out, I think this is a good interim move towards the right direction. So 4 for me.
Thank you. And how about Ingmar?
You forgot this. We need to show it.
Yes.
This was a tough one because we have a little bit different views here. I'm Swedish and I was raised on a farm, and my family owns forest. And I mean, you could grow food and you could grow trees. The difference is that you eat food and you build houses with trees. Of course, we should protect old forest with high natural value, but we can grow trees and we can use it responsible. So I don't think this is the solution for all buildings. We will not have enough trees, but I do think this is a great solution to improve how to build houses in a much more renewable ways, because trees are renewable. They're growing up. So I would give 5. To balance it a little bit.
Trying to balance it out from the Americans, yeah?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sandra. Thank you so much. For those of you watching, please vote on the We Don't Have Time app, because everything will be accumulated. And as I said initially, there's nice stuff to win for the pitching companies that end up 1, 2, and 3 when we finish on Sunday. So now the next person up, we have Gustav Lind, who's Secretary General of WWF Sweden. Gustav, take it away.
So thank you very much, and great to be here. As you may know, the IPCC in its latest report stated that it's an urgent need for climate innovation and green tech in order to halve the emissions to 2030. And you know, many of these innovations are already here, but the problem is, you know, that they need to scale up and get into the market. And that is what we want to do with something called the Climate Innovation Activator. You will break your necks trying to watch our
We're very flexible.
Are you
very
okay?
flexible.
Perfect. Well, this is actually not an app, but we could say this is like an improved Tinder for climate innovation. And what we will do exactly as Tinder, we want to bring partners together. But you know, it will not be based on just a first glance and a swipe, but we will take thorough analysis, who fits with who. And then we will be there for that embarrassing first date and help the partners to talk to each other and reach each other in different ways. And we will not leave them after the first date. We will be there on the third and the fourth date also to help them, you know, when all the problems comes up after a while. We are there to help. And this is how we intend to do it. To the left, you see innovators, small startups often, and they need to push their product out on the market. And they have support. There are many incubator, accelerators to support them. This is quite established. On the other side, over here, we have the demand owner who needs innovation and a solution. And the most important ones are companies or corporations, companies or cities who have the greatest needs for these. And the problem why this innovation doesn't enter the market is that they enter the valley of death, as it is called. And it's difficult to scale up innovations from an idea in a startup to a sort of full product being used by a major company or a city. And we want to address this valley of death bottleneck to make this possible in a much better way. And we do so by creating an activator. And could you please remove the boxes so you can see that it says activator down there? Perfect. There you see, activator solves the problem. And this activator is similar to an incubator, break necks again, but it will be on the demand side and work for maximum climate impact. And the activator, that means WWF, will do 4 different things. First, we will improve the customer's analysis how to reach the 1.5 degree target. And then we will matchmake what they need with the innovators through the extensive network we have. And then we will calculate the climate impact. This is difficult and not done properly often because we need to assure that the innovation there is right for their demand. And this is a problem today. And then we are not there only for the first date. We will help them solve problems coming up on procurement, financing, and other parts. So we will start small in the fall with our activators. We're looking for funding for this project. When or if we have funding, we will scale it up in Sweden to show that this is a successful way forward. And when we have shown this success, we will scale it up globally in the WWF network. We have offices in 100 countries, so a lot of possibilities for scaling up. So we don't have time to wait for innovation. That is my pitch. Wow. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Gustav. Excellent presentation. I think I'm going to go like this. Who has the most urgency for comments or questions? Because we don't have time. Ingmar.
I can do it.
Yes, go ahead.
I love this idea. because I'm an entrepreneur, so I'm used to speak to those incubators. It's so many out of them out there, and most of them take so much time to engage with, and in the end they can't do so much in order to really scale when I as an entrepreneur need it. And what everyone is asking about is where is the market, where is the demand? That is the biggest problem for many climate solutions. The market is there, the demand is there, but they are struggling to show that demand. I know so many examples. And here you have this activator that are doing the opposite, finding the ones that have the solutions and give them proven demand. I think this is a brilliant project. So it was more of a comment than a question.
All right. Nick, you were signaling.
Well, I just really more about the presentation, really, because I got a bit distracted because this man said that he would be with these people on so many dates, and I was thinking of this threesome and whether it was going to really work with what he described really effectively as you know, climate Tinder 2.0. So I was a bit, I got a bit lost. But just my one comment, I suppose, would be is this not available already? I mean, having worked for the United Nations for many years, there were always incubation hubs and matchmaker hubs. And so what is it that you've got that's really, really going to be different? Because you haven't really got anything right now. You've got a really good idea. But, you said you're waiting for funding, right? So I can't quite see what the value added is to all those other ones that are out there.
Well, actually,
apart from the fact you turn up on dates with people on the regular basis.
I will be like your mother on your third date. No, so actually what we have been working on the incubator and innovation side for 15 years in different ways in the WWF network. But we've seen that sort of something, as you stated, they sort of struggle to get into the market and try to analyze where is the problem and found it on the other side. So no, there are none doing exactly what we want to do. There are sort of overlaps, and we will cooperate with those that overlap with us because we very much base how we work on partnership and cooperation. But what we have is the human resources. We have staff who can do the analysis, and we've already done so when we work with agencies doing analysis for them. So with these excellent colleagues, one is sitting over there, we think with the human resources, we can easily scale up small, and then obviously we need to recruit more to scale up large. But scaling up is the idea here.
So the matchmakers of the matchmakers.
Well, we are not matchmakers. We are matchmaking and supporting and analyzing. So not only bringing together, but sort of the deeper analysis is important because the demand owner don't know what they need always. They only do the first glance and swipe,
Thank you. We have time for one more comment before we go to a vote. Looks like Boas wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I love the idea. Like as Ingmar said, this is absolutely needed. It's a great idea. I would just go back to kind of like just your presentation again. It's this. I would just make it a tiny bit more understandable to the layman among us. I'm not an entrepreneur. I'm not used to these kind of solutions. I know that UNDP itself has various innovation hubs, and I echo Nick's what is the added value. I would have liked this to see the added value up front in your presentation more, but the idea itself is very solid. So not a question, just a remark.
All right, and let's go to the voting. What is your? How many hearts, Boas?
I'll give it 3 hearts.
3 hearts. Sergio, how many hearts, please?
I also want to just kind of echo really quick. I know we're rushing through this, but I want to make sure that there's an opportunity to weigh in. I think that the presentation definitely needs a little bit more kind of oomph. What I really liked about the message that I pulled away from this was really the procurement and matchmaking. The financing will happen, right? Coming, especially from your role and the job at hand that you have. I think that, what I really liked about it was your personal entrepreneurship and your innovation from inside. And really you have the infrastructure, you have the platform to attract others to come. So I think that I also give it a 3. And I think that, no, actually I give it a 4 because I think that, what you have I think a lot of the challenges that you face, a lot of people don't realize it. So it's not like you're just an entrepreneur, but you're an intrapreneur.
Thank you, Sergio. Shutta.
I think Ingmar's response is reflective of a sympathy that we similarly faced, trying to put a concept forward that was very abstract and would have benefited from an example, something tangible. So that's some feedback that I would give you. I have a lot of sympathy for what you're trying to do. I think it's a great idea. I think the example is missing, and for that, I will give a 3.
Thank you, Shutta. Nick?
Yeah, I should have got a point there, so I'm going to give it 1, 2, 3, because I got my heart here. So.
Excellent. And
my heart in the right place.
Ingmar?
I love the solution. I think it was a good presentation. I understand it, but I'm also a little bit more into this. And I think the presentation was good, but it was too complicated picture. Show a nice photo of someone that needs solutions instead. So I give a 4. But the solution is brilliant.
Well, thank you very much for coming and pitching, Gustav.
Yes.
Now we'd like to give a warm welcome to Simon Henén and Daniel Röme, co-founders of Beyond 9. Please join us here up on stage. You have your 5 minutes of glory here, so go ahead.
Okay, so warm welcome to our presentation of Beyond 9. Big thanks to We Don't Have Time team for the opportunity to talk about what we want to do here today. We are all here because we share common concerns about the future, a sense of urgency, and an ambition to make a difference whilst there's still time. Beyond 9 is born from that constructive impatience or frustration, if you so will. I'm Simon, this is Daniel, and together with Jonas, we are the founders of this venture. So we're here for a good reason. We want to give everyone the opportunity to become active investors into our common future together as a community.
So, during this pitch, we hope to be able to shed some light on what we believe to be a very new concept and efficient way for people and wallets of all sizes to make sure that we are able to get the future that we wish to see.
After making changes to our lifestyle, changing our purchasing patterns, our means of transport, many of us still want to do more to change the society even faster.
So, what's left? What's left is our savings. How can we invest them? How can we make them grow? We know that capital is a very crucial part of actually getting the things turned or getting the change to happen that needs to happen.
So, according to the UN, another $3.5 trillion are needed to fill the gap to reach the Paris Agreement every year. The so-called climate finance gap. And 30% of the required actions to reach Paris are so-called nature-based solutions. The sustainable management of ecosystems and natural resources. This has to increase manifold. We must do the most with what's already here in parallel with developing the next generation technology.
Yeah, okay, so we need more money, we need to invest it, but we also need to invest it in the right way. Through Beyond 9, we want to give people the possibility to do that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
So the public and private sectors constitute about 90% of the total climate finance today. Direct investments from individuals is just 10%, and the vast majority is into tech-based solutions like solar cells and electric cars. So we saw a need to activate people's savings more, something that we see as an untapped source to climate finance, and focus that on solutions with immediate impact.
But aren't there already hundreds and thousands of funds and services offering this? So why aren't they closing that gap?
Well, the short answer is that all sustainability is not sustainable. We have inexplicit measurement and reporting. We have confusion when it comes to terminology like ESG and impact. We have greenwashing. We have greenwashing. So, all in all, as an individual, it's more or less impossible to get clarity in what's what when you want to invest your savings into sustainability.
Okay, so what's our solution?
Let's buy future together. Alone, we don't have the means, but together, we can buy anything that we think is vital for the planet. Only together, we can buy more time, and thereby more future. And this can be done by enabling everyone's savings to work with the right things being the ones that both make the best impact with least delay at the same time as making your investment grow over time.
Yeah. Because just as a forest needs to continue to capture carbon, capital investments need to have some level of return to support its existence. And at Beyond 9, we believe that in order for people to be able to invest together, there needs to be some kind of a platform. That platform is Beyond 9. And we also believe that the best ideas for our future comes from people, not from smart investment bankers. And we still need the bankers. It's just that they're not the most creative ones when it comes to these things. So how does Beyond 9 enable this?
Well, this is done by having enthusiasts with a good immediate impact idea they want to realize, create investment cases. These are collected by Beyond 9 and presented and communicated to the general public. They are scrutinized, and the ones that add up are presented to the shareholders. Shareholders have a voting to select the ones they want to invest in. Beyond 9 issues shares to fund the investments. And anyone in the market who is interested in investing into immediate sustainability buys shares. Now we have bought future together.
So our investment philosophy is pretty simple. Act for tomorrow with what we have today. Potential future environmental benefits need to be scrutinized in the same way as capitals are, and there you have risk-reward ratios. So high risk, high reward due to uncertainty. Nature-based solutions is a low risk. We know we need it. We know we need more of it. So, and also any kind of asset which is in lack will, by simply by supply and demand, increase in value. I'm seeing that we're very far off our time here.
You are actually. So we must say thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's all right. It just has to be equal for everybody.
Yeah.
That's the rule. That's the name of the game. So let's see. Let's bring back Boaz and Sergio. And but we do that, Sergio, I'd like to start with you for remarks here.
There we go. You know, that's a really, that mute button has a personality of its own.
Oh dear.
I wanted to better understand, you know, are you doing this as a sort of crowdfunding investment banking model solely focused on sustainability, or is that one of the verticals? I just wasn't sure. There wasn't any clarity on your direction.
If we try and answer, I think it's the flip of a crowdfunding. This is funding something with a crowd, not letting a crowd fund different things. This is about trying to come together and own together. So it's about, let's say, listing an investment company which has a very specific investment profile that invests into things which have just a strong, let's say, monetary gain, but also on an environmental level. And with the focus on environmental gains today, that being that environmental factors should be looked at just as money. One kilogram of carbon dioxide bound today is more worth than 1 kilogram in 10 years. And we need to look at solutions in the same way, at least from our perspective.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Let's take a comment from Ingmar Renshaug, who has a background in the finance sector.
I love this idea, but the pitch needs to be improved.
What the hell is the crash?
And this is going to affect my score. You run 2 minutes over time, and we don't have time. But it's just that I will give you a tip. If I will do your pitch, I can do it in 15 seconds. It will be very easy. We have a whole financial market out there. They are now talking about that they're going to invest sustainable. They're providing so many products called ESG. It's a lot of bullshit. There's a list of Standard & Poor's, one of the biggest financial analyst firm out there. They caused the financial crisis once and a lot of other stuff. Anyway, they have a list of the most 500 sustainable companies on this planet. And ExxonMobil are on top 10. Tesla is not even on that list. If you invest in a green fund with high ESG scores, I think many of you do here, unfortunately, you're investing in ExxonMobil and a lot of other shit that doesn't save us for the climate crisis. You have a solution for that, because what you're doing is you use people's money and you're investing them in climate solutions from people to people and no ESG bullshit.
Exactly.
Well, thank you.
5 for Ingmar.
Yeah, 5 for Ingmar.
Yes.
Agree. Thank you, Ingmar, for saving our ass.
So we need to go to the voting. Yeah, very quick.
You mentioned technology, then you mentioned nature-based solutions. I'm not clear. Is it nature-based solutions?
This is very focused on nature-based solutions.
Okay.
Technology, I don't know. Did we mention? I think
No. I don't need to know that. I just need to know it's nature-based solutions. Second question is, where do you make your profit? Because most people with nature-based solutions are trying to make profits out of the voluntary carbon market. Is that where the profit comes?
No. That's not all. What we're looking at is, or at least, now we're missing the point here. What we're trying to establish here is a platform that enables us as people to come together and make these investments. It's not the investments per se. We want to bring that platform to life. And with that, it's a pretty big thing to put a company on a market, or stock market, I mean, allowing it or making it possible for people to actually trade, for making that company possible to make acquisitions and those things. That is really the core of Beyond 9, with a very specific investment focus.
All right. We need to go to vote.
I'm sorry, that didn't really help your question.
No, it's all right, but I'll be voting in a second.
We're not that specific solution. That is what we want to invest into.
So
okay?
you're not investing in the nature-based solutions. You're facilitating a platform for that to happen.
For that, those exactly.
Exactly. So Boas, please, can I have your vote?
Yeah, I'm having trouble with the presentation. I totally agree that this is a needed solution, but Ingmar said it better than you guys did. So I'm going to have to go with a 2.
Thank you. Sergio, please.
Yeah, I think definitely, obviously, the presentation needs a little bit of help. I'm kind of also somewhere, you're doing crowd, not funding, but crowdsourcing. You're doing crowd collective, and I'm still kind of a little bit, mixed in understanding the value and then how your business model operates and how it's the scale I get. Yeah. So I'm going to stay with a 3, because I think you really need to work on just the presentation and what your value proposition. I understand the marketplace. We understand the sort of total addressable market. That's clear, and so that's my feedback.
Thank you, Rita.
I think what separates you from a green fund that's available to potential investors is what Ingmar said and what you said right at the end. So that needs to be in the presentation. Very clearly, and I'm going to go with, and I don't fully understand how you're going to prioritize or who the experts are going to be. Sure, not investment bankers, they have a role to play, but that was missing for me. So I'm going with a 2.
Thank you. How about Nick?
Yeah, I hate this because I hate being hated, right? But I think I'm going to have to go for a 2 as well, because I want to hear this presentation again in like a few weeks' time, because I think you can crack it then. So I'm sorry, I have to go with a 2 halves. There's 1, there's 2.
And Ingmar?
2.
2.
But next time.
So you have something, but you need to polish it like a diamond so it shines, right?
Yeah.
And to present it in a different way.
We'll do that.
Well, thanks so much. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And now we're going to hear from Anne-Marie Melsta. She's Executive Director of Artport. And Anne-Marie, you have the floor.
Hello. I'm taking off my glasses because they are dirty. I'm sorry. I'm running around the whole day. Yes, as you said, Anne-Marie Melster, Executive Director, Artport, Making Waves. That's very important, the Making Waves. People, well, usually they drop it because it's too long, I understand. We are working at the intersection of art, science, education, and climate change since 2005, 2006. So we are in this business already since a long time. We are a non-profit. We, that's not my image. Or is it? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, sorry, I didn't recognize it. That was Venice a month ago. We combine, or we invite, we commission artists, and we work together with scientists on informal education to highlight the topic of the climate crisis and to look for solutions. So societal impact or contribution to societal change is important since the beginning. And we have been establishing projects all over the world since then, also with important organizations. We work a lot with the UN. Since 2019, I launched, or in 2019, I launched a program which is called We Are Ocean. It was originally planned as a series of 3 projects in Berlin, in Marseille in France, and in Venice in Italy. And meanwhile, it grew to a global program. We have been endorsed by UNESCO for the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development until 2030. So each project which is coming new, we have, I think right now 15 in the pipeline, is part of this program. And since Vancouver, we already established We Are Ocean Wadden-Sea. You as I assume that most of you are Europeans. You know what the Wadden Sea and where the Wadden Sea is. It's linking a trilateral area, Denmark, Germany, and the Netherlands. We are working on We Are Ocean Sapmi, but this only next year. We wanted to start this year, but we had some roadblocks. And this year we will do something in Honduras, in Central America, and everything is related to ocean protection. So for us, obviously, youth empowerment is the most important goal, because we believe in education, and we believe in education at a very early stage. Of course, we can still learn when we are 60 and 70, but I think what is happening, or we think on behalf of Artport, what is happening at a young age. We even work with kids from 6 to 8 years. In India, we have been working with kids already from 3 to 4, and it is amazing how engaged they are, how smart they are, and how underestimated they are. And in Berlin, we have been working with teenagers from difficult family backgrounds or social backgrounds, and it was fantastic what they created. So the artists, they go with us into schools or universities to work on specific ocean topics together with the marine scientists, marine biologists, whom we invite, and they create a workshop series. And in this workshop series, they create collective artworks. And these collective artworks can be anything between a film, a video, a performance, a living sculpture. In Vancouver, since we were hit by the pandemic, we even did an app. We created an app which was consisting of several podcasts in order to work with the more than 700 young people who had enrolled into the program. So you see that we are always also very organic, working in an organic way, adapting to the circumstances. And for us, the collaborative moment is really very important. So we always co-curate the projects together with our partners. Not only the artists, the scientists, and the educators, but also the organizational partners who come on board, like UNESCO, like, of course, the funders and sponsors, whenever they are interested, and marine research institutions. In Venice, for example, for We Are Ocean Venice, we have the National Research Council of Italy on board, and they are amazing partners. They hosted us in this wonderful Palazzina Canonica in Venice, which is one of the old palazzi just on the Canale Grande. And this is so inspiring when you invite your artists and all collaborators to come on board to showcase what they have been doing. So my pitch is, I see that I only have 18 seconds left. My pitch is that I would like to create a We Are Ocean project in Sweden or in Scandinavia, focused onto ocean protection in the Baltic Sea, because the Baltic Sea is one of the most contaminated ocean basins, sea basins, or seas in the world. And what is missing in our projects, usually, we always have corporations on board, but we want a corporation, or we want several corporations who co-create this project with us. So who come on board with technological input, with management input to look out for solutions. Because for us, it's not only about sensitization. That was a long time ago. Right now, it's really about education and finding solutions. So we want to have artistic input, we want to have scientific input, we want to have corporate input, and the educational input. For that, we need corporations, of course, also their funding, but we can also find the funding somewhere else. I'm a fan of lotteries, for example, because it's the most democratic funding possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie Mester. We need to finish now because you're 1 minute past your pitch time. So thank you very much. I'd like to turn to Dr. Shweta Chakraborty, who's the Doctor of Behavioral Science. And this is interesting for you, Shweta, isn't it?
This is interesting, not necessarily, well, yes, because what are the potential behavioral outcomes that come from this type of co-creation, breaking down of silos, bringing in different creative thinkers to be part of the creative process of finding solutions. I love all of that. What I need some clarity on here is this a for-profit venture or not-for-profit venture? And if it is for-profit, why for-profit over not-for-profit?
It's not for-profit. It's non-profit.
Excellent, thank you.
And we have been working since 18 years as a non-for-profit, and it is working quite well.
Thank you very much. Sergio or Boaz, who would like to go?
I can go very quickly. I would have liked to see in the presentation, I mean, I'm just talking directly about the presentation. I would like to see examples. I didn't see the art. I want to see the art. I want to experience it in a presentation like this. It seems very kind of like distant and not real when you're just speaking about it without any examples. Maybe you did have examples, but it didn't show on my screen. But that really was missing for me because obviously education extremely important. Every collaboration extremely important. But what is it? I'm just trying to figure out what we're seeing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I offered presentations, but I was told that only like one image would be enough. So next time I come with like super presentations.
Yeah. So Sergio, a comment for you, please, or question.
I actually, again, Googled this as well. It took me a little bit to find it, and I do see, the amazing work you are doing and your commitment to oceans and the We Are Ocean. But I'm also just, I guess my main question right now is, what are you presenting to us? Because you're a well-established organization. I'm a huge fan of the arts and the ocean, and these are things that, to me, touch on, emotional triggers for me. But now the question is, what are we doing? What is the presentation? What are we talking about?
You mean
specifically?
The pitch. So what I would like to do with you. It's actually very easy. We choose, together with all the partners, we choose an artist, we choose scientists, we choose schools, which we are going to work with, and we select the topics, like what do we want to work on in the Baltic Sea? Is it contamination? Is it overfishing? Is it transport? Is it solar energy parks, etc.? And then we will set up workshops in schools, and the artists, if we work with several, they are going to create a collective artwork together with the school students. And this collective artwork is going to either virtually travel around the world, so no shipping of tons of artworks with container ships, etc. But like, for example, videos and, yeah. Is that enough? Okay, good.
Well, thank you. It's time to go for a vote. Let's start with Nick Nuttall.
Yeah, well, so I have to conflict of interest here, actually, because I'm actually on Anne-Marie Melster and Artport Making Waves advisory committee, is it, or a board? I can't. Board, yeah. So I have to be careful here because she might fire me. And I think the pitch was here for support for this project, right? And I think it's quite simple. So I would like to support that project, so I'm going to give it a 4.
4 hearts, thank you. And how about Ingmar?
I'm not going to be nice to pitchers that go over time. We don't have time, so that's a minus. I also have some background information about what you're doing, and I think art is very needed in the solution to the environment crisis. But I didn't see any art on stage, and I didn't really understand the pitch. So I'm very sorry. I liked the project, but the pitch was not the best this evening, so I give 1 heart.
Okay, that's harsh, but we have had that before. And Rita?
Okay, now that I understand you're established, and I'm a big fan of the arts, and I think art has a massive role to play in moving people, mobilizing people to action, I would love to get behind this and support this. Your board member gave a 4, so I'm not sure if I can go higher than your existing board member, so I'm going to go with the 4.
Thank you, Rita. Boaz, please.
I didn't love the presentation. I love the idea, but I didn't love the presentation, so I'm going to go with a 2.
Thank you. Sergio?
I think the you were hindered by what you were allowed to bring in the presentation. So I think that I won't judge based on the dynamics of how you were led here. So I think I'm going to stick with a 3 because I'm a big believer in the arts, and arts is the catalyst, and STEAM and STEM. The arts is always what makes it, brings everything together, that creates the ideas and the solutions. So thank you for the time. I just think it needed a little bit more honing in specifically, saying this is what I want to do.
Well, thank you very much, Sergio. And thank you very much, Anne-Marie Melster, making waves here on the stage. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Second to last now, we have Andrew Sims. He's co-director of the New Weather Institute. And over to you. Please step on. You have your 5 minutes.
Absolutely terrifying judges. So straight in. We know that rapid and socially just change is necessary. So why is the climate still changing faster than we are? Well, one reason is that people get a very different message all day, every day, from advertising that suggests we can carry on as we are. It's bizarre. In the middle of a climate emergency, why are we surrounded by adverts for heavily polluting, high carbon products and lifestyles that make the emergency worse? There was a time, not that long ago actually, when tobacco companies used doctors to promote smoking in adverts. But smoking was killing people, just as the climate crisis is now. Tobacco companies knew about the health impacts for decades, but resisted and lobbied against action. They deliberately undermined the science and used sophisticated PR to prevent public awareness of smoking's health impacts. And then their ads were banned. It's the same playbook used by the fossil fuel industries now. They knew decades ago about their climate impacts, but sowed doubt and lobbied against action. Now, the fossil fuel and high carbon industries, I think, are the new tobacco. Each year, an estimated 8.7 million people die from the pollution from burning fossil fuels. How big is the problem? Open any magazine, go on public transport, watch a sports match on TV, and there are adverts everywhere for SUVs, for airlines, and for oil companies pretending to be more green than they are. Car makers spent an estimated $35.5 billion on advertising in major global markets in 2018. Ford are thought to have allocated 85% of their ad budget that year to SUVs and trucks. Following heavy promotion by vehicle makers in less than a decade, SUVs, the most polluting kind of car, went from being just 1 in 10 of new car sales to over 4 in 10. It's out of control. In the UK, there were 150,000 cars sold in 2019 that were too big for a standard parking space. What was the result? SUVs were the second largest contributor to the increase in global CO2 emissions between 2010 and 2018, after the power sector, but ahead of heavy industry and aviation. Driving even an average modern car, just 500 meters, emits enough carbon dioxide to melt 1 kilogram of glacier ice. Now, sadly, advertising works. One recent estimate looking at the degree to which global car and airline advertising increased demand suggests that for 2019, it could be responsible for somewhere between 200 million and 600 million tons of CO2. somewhere between the emissions of the Netherlands or twice those of Spain. The message isn't getting through. Car makers have cheated on emissions on an epic scale and lobbied against action. The airline's Fly Net Zero plan literally ignores half of aviation's climate impact and imagines that flight numbers can double by 2050. Sometimes it just gets kind of ridiculous. The football club Manchester United recently launched a scheme to encourage fans to recycle plastic bottles. Their reward was free air miles from their sponsor, the airline Etihad. But the very high-profile nature of advertising and sponsorship means that change is possible. When the footballer Ronaldo removed a Coke bottle in a press conference, it took 4 billion off Coke's share value. And steps are being taken. France is requiring car adverts to carry environmental warnings and also make them promote walking, cycling, and take public transport instead. Amsterdam and 5 other Dutch cities have banned public ads for fossil fuels and cars and airlines. UK councils are following suit. There is now a European citizens' initiative for a new EU law modelled on the tobacco law that would ban fossil fuel ads, and it's raised over 200,000 signatures. Given the challenge facing other climate measures, simply removing the pressure from advertising that pushes us to consume additional polluting products should prove an attractive option for policymakers. Now, of course, stopping ads won't prevent people buying things, but it will reduce demand and the cultural normalization of the harm. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we need to stop advertising our own self-destruction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew. You actually had, well, almost 20 seconds left.
Shall I keep going?
No, Andrew, no, Andrew.
So I'd like to start with you again, Jutta, since you have the behavior science background.
Well, fantastic presentation. You stuck to time, so you know you're not going to lose any points from Ingmar on that. Are you following, first of all, not-for-profit or for-profit?
Not-for-profit.
Okay. And are you following the similar playbook of what transpired since with tobacco?
Well, in the sense that we think there is a clear precedent from the idea that public harm from a product we should not be promoting products which cause understood public harm. Yes.
So you would actually, the same way that the pressure was put onto policymakers to eventually ban the adverts, that's the idea of what this institute is going to get behind and support.
Of evidence from studying the effect of the ban on tobacco ads and the changing of the nature of the warnings, so that we think we're standing on really solid research ground.
So you're ready to take on Edelman?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
How about Nick Nuttall? You have worked in communications.
Yeah, I've got at home an ad from Standard Oil. You know that one that became ExxonMobil, I think, which proudly states how many glaciers they can melt from their production of oil burning. This is from the 1950s or 60s, so not much has changed. I love this campaign. I've actually signed up for it, so I'm a bit of it's an easy sell to me, really. The only thing is, I wonder whether it shouldn't be against something. Sometimes it's fun to be against things, but sometimes it's good to be for things. Maybe it should be a campaign for free ads for all the people that want to show what we can do to fight climate change, and just charging those oil companies more and more and more to advertise. It's a different way of flipping the debate.
As they say in the trade, I'm glad you said that, because part of the campaign is when we're removing those sort of billboards, those adverts you've got no choice over looking at, creating spaces for communal art, for bringing people together in high streets, and we actually do takeovers of billboards where we invite the community in and ask them what they would like to have instead.
Thank you, Andrew. Sergio, did you Google this time, or it was crystal clear?
Oh, I Googled, and the funny thing is that, Andrew, I don't know if you know, but you have an auto dealership called Andrew Sims Trucks and Cars, which is ironic.
My evil twin.
You know, I come from the advertising space my entire life. I have a foundation that focuses on how we use media data technology for good. I live and breathe this space, and I think that you're as someone from this space, I think your approach is going to get limited traction because of the way the ad industry works. And I think that part of some of the suggestions that should be would be say, hey, well, instead of spending this money into advertising, create funds and structures that are putting those funds into and promoting doing good and actually reinvesting and fixing what has been done wrong. So I just, my question is, and I went to your New Climate Solutions website, and I saw that, that there is a couple of different initiatives here, and this is related to the Climate Chaos initiative, advertising climate chaos. Is that what that is?
Well, one of the really good things is, actually, there's a number of initiatives now within the advertising industry where certain agencies are saying that they will not take those kind of briefs anymore. So there's a movement within the industry, and we're also pushing the regulators so that they can actually take this as part of their remit. So we're coming at it from as many sides as we can think of.
Thank you. Let's go to a vote. Let's start with Ingmar.
I'm used to work helping customers doing ads. It's very profitable. People pay a lot of money to sell a lot of stuff. And it works. I mean, you market, you promote big cars, people buy them. And it's also correlation. If you have a little bit trouble with your product, you put some more marketing to boost the sales. And that's what fossil fuel companies are going to do now. It's like the death spiral, because they can't afford market them, because the alternative will be much better. So I give 5 love for this, because I truly believe that communication works, and I mean, it's insane to advertise a lifestyle that are destroying our life. It's a no-brainer.
Thank you,
and it was
Ingmar.
a good presentation.
Thank you, Ingmar. Boaz, how many hearts, please?
I echo Ingmar's words. I think this is an absolutely essential part of the whole fighting the crisis. We absolutely need to stop these advertisements. I work in communication my whole life. I know the power of communication and advertisement. And banning fossil fuel products and companies that use them is absolutely needed, and it needed to happen yesterday. So 5 for me.
Thank you. Sergio, please.
Yes, I'm also going to go with a 5, obviously, because this is what I live and breathe. And I just think that you could evolve your thinking to come up with solutions, right? Like, we don't have time, and we need those solutions that are going to give them a reason to actually collaborate and to start to go towards that path. But I love what you're doing, and what I really enjoyed was your passion. Because you really made that fit and you still had 20 seconds.
Thank you, Sergio. Nick.
Yeah, well, I know Andrew, and I've always admired his passion. So I will give it 5 too, but with a small little asterisk next to it, which is, I'm sure it's good to show the SUVs, but as we saw from Nigel Topping earlier on the show today, the electric car revolution really is taking off big time. And I think maybe the airlines might be a better target.
Thank you. Shutta?
Way to clean up, Andrew. Nice. 5 from me, too, especially if you have our logo across one of these billboards that you co-create with the community. I think, look, we've seen it work with big tobacco. We need to accelerate it with the fossil fuel industry. And let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew Sims, and best of luck. So last but not least, we have Boaz Knoll. He is CEO of Green Swan Lab. Boaz, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Fire away.
Hi. Very nice to meet you. Thank you. I'm Boaz Knoll. I'm the co-founder and CEO of the Green Swan Lab. We're a startup from Israel. Literally launched our platform last week and now in Series A. And we're going to disrupt entire ecosystems of innovation by boosting a lot of knowledge in order to help people like you and innovation seekers making faster and smarter decisions and accelerating the whole system, because we don't have time. As it's all clear here that, innovation with awareness is our only chance. And we can be very, very optimistic, because that's what we do as humans. And history shows that we invent, we create, we do innovation. But innovation needs to be accelerated. And the biggest problem of every entrepreneur here is that when they sit with investors, specifically when we talk about climate solution that is so technical and scientific, and they sit in front of the investor or the decision maker, they just don't understand what they're talking about. And the biggest problem of the investor on the other side, and innovation seekers, and our mission is to bring mainstream venture capital, those that are now in gaming industry and dating app into this field, is that there's this gap of knowledge that is very, very clear in order to really be able to even start making those decisions. Companies understand that they need to transform their entire core business, be ESG and SDG and net zero and all that stuff, and they don't know how. And this is why we created the Green Swan Lab. Basically what we are doing, we are a knowledge management system. We're taking the methodology of peer review from the academic world. As you know, every research before it's go published going through a peer review. The FDA that approved our vaccine is a peer review, and we bring that into the world of innovation and climate solution. We have a global network of experts, all kinds of experts from all over the world. Think about it like the Uber of knowledge. So my drivers are very diverse experts from all over the world in many, many different fields. And our algorithm take every question regarding every solution and do the matchmaking with every question and its ultimate peer review of diverse experts, minimum 5 experts per question, blend it all together into a grading and assessment reporting to innovation seekers and for the startups, assessing the business model, the technology, and the impact on the environment. So think about it like the Moody's, the S&P for startups, but in this methodology of real experts, not for analysts, diverse, global, and providing a tool to help making decisions faster and smarter. Our clients are, on the one hand, those innovation seekers, every chief sustainability officer, head of innovation, funds, consultant that need answers, and they get this reporting. They get a tailor-made marketplace of solutions based on their needs, backed by this reporting and grading that our peer review made for them. And on the other hand, the startups get this report, number one, with real feedback from real experts that they don't have access to on a day-to-day, and a roadmap for success, but more than that, an objective third-party stamper, you know, like the cautious stamp of for green startup in order to accelerate by an objective third party that is diverse enough. So these are the side, and the matchmaking based on that grading is done within the ecosystem. With that, we want to bring new actors into the ecosystem. We want to throw a lot of knowledge that is objective, that is diverse, and can help innovation seekers and can help the entire ecosystem work faster, smarter, and better. And I even have 1 minute left. Thank you.
So maybe you'll get bonus points for starting, finishing early, right?
Ask more questions.
Excellent. More time for questions. So let's turn to Nick here.
Yeah, I think it sounds absolutely brilliant. And I think it could be really good for particularly innovations in the developing world, where language is a barrier to a lot of the investors from, say, the north, and often it's very hard for them to surface. And then people like in Britain are like, oh, it's from Honduras, can we trust it? You know, this kind of thing. So I think it'd be really good for that. But one quick question. Can you name one of these experts that you have on this panel that everybody might know?
Professor Jeffrey Sachs, head of the Havi.
Okay, fine, that's good enough.
At Columbia University.
That's good enough.
He's everywhere.
Not all of them are superstars like that. We have PhD from Stanford and a scientist from India and the engineer from NASA, all kind of people. That's the thing. No one is expert for anything, for everything, but everyone is expert for something. Each one of you is a potential expert for me because our algorithm knows how to take the best of you and match you the right questions that match your knowledge and skill and blend it all together into this. And it's never you alone. It's always a minimum of 5 experts. So none of the experts can, it's about the average of all of them. By the way, even more, when we see a big gap between the experts, the algorithm automatically makes the statistical model higher and higher and higher. So we are now in the technological side, and we see that out of the 5, 3 graded number 4 and 1 graded number 2. Immediately we will add more and more, another physics guy and another physics guy and another chemistry guy, until we reach the consensus among experts for this question, which is what you will get.
And maybe woman expert too, lady.
A lot of women
yes,
experts,
yes,
by the
you
way.
said guy, sorry.
Sorry.
The other Boas, please. We have 2 Boases here today.
Hi, Boaz.
How unlikely is it to have 2 Boazes in one place? That's amazing.
Yeah,
Boaz, very nice to have you here. I love the idea. I think it's a good pitch. I think it's a worthy cause. I don't have any questions. I think you have a good pitch there.
Thank you, Sergio. Please, reflections or question.
Yeah, I think it is. How do you plan on scaling up the experts? Right. So as was just stated, to have more women, more diversity. You know, I think Jeff Sachs is great, but like, you know, that he's very lopsided in his thinking. Right. So how do you bring in, you know, experts either in Kenya, and how are you going to get that word out? Because so I think you have a good platform.
So number 1, we pay them a lot. So we pay our experts. It's a model of cash and bonuses. The algorithm over time also learn how to grade the graders. So we know how to ask them better questions that suit them better, and we pay them also accordingly. So it starts with $50 per question cash, plus bonuses and bonuses. We do huge campaigns all over. The fact that we are in the green arena and in the sustainability helps us a lot. You know, it's a passion and involvement and getting paid a lot. And we're actually doing very well in recruiting the experts. Yeah.
All right. Shruta.
Can you give me an example of a need and then one of your favorite startups that fulfilled that need?
Interesting. So we're working with a company named Hargol. They produce protein from grasshoppers, okay? Apparently it's tons of protein, the healthiest thing you can even think about. And he say how he goes to Silicon Valley and he meets with all these big venture capitals. They're almost throwing up on his face when he's talking about grasshoppers, you know, and offers them to eat. He made hamburger and jelly candies and anything you can imagine. And he said they're not even deep enough to realize that in China they eat it like candies, you know, these grasshoppers. And he said, if I could start the meeting with putting this document signed by this guy from Stanford and this guy from India and this guy from Guatemala that are all real experts, not 4 kids that just finished school that will write, that in McKinsey would write the report for you, but real, diverse, global, objective experts, that's exactly where I want to be. To give him that push, you know, in order to really make things work faster and better.
Thank you, Boaz. Sergio, you're looking happy. Well, how many hearts, please?
You know, someone that's been an entrepreneur my whole life and an innovator, and I've seen this sort of public-private. I think that, to me, this is a 5. You know, it's really, it addresses all the issues. It really also allows the long tail to evolve, and also kind of, you know, the focus on green. From the black swan, I was on the website, right? So from the black swan to the green swan, I think it's also a great storyline. So thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you. Boaz Paldi?
Yeah, it's a 5 for me as well. I promise it's not because of the shared name, but I really love the idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Shruta, please.
It's a 5 for me too, and bring me on as an expert. We can add to the diversity card.
Greatswanlab.com. Open a profile. I would love to. All of you.
Ingmar Rentzau, please.
I don't 100% understand this. If I'm an entrepreneur, I'm working on climate solutions, pitch me. Why should I join your platform?
Why should you join your platform? You come to me, you fill up a questionnaire, and within 2 weeks you will get a report done by diverse, global, real experts from all over the world. It will give you, number 1, an internal document for you with real, honest, objective feedback from experts that normally you don't have access to, all right? That will give you a real roadmap for success. And if you pass our threshold, you will get a certification, a kosher stamp that you can go later with to show investors, you know, like a third-party objective assessment that assessing your startup in order to move forward. And you go on our marketplace that we do the matchmaking. So our system, let's say that someone got very high on the technology, but on the business model is still so-so, the algorithm would know to bring it to Intel, that are more long-term R&D investors than to the family office. So based on that grading, we would also do the matchmaking for all your investors and innovation seekers.
What are you reviewing? My climate solution or sustainability?
A report is done by 3 dimensions: the business model, the technology, and the impact on the environment. Now again, if my machine learning did the right job in matchmaking every question to the right knowledge and skills, then the question to the experts is kind of, what do you think? Do you write about your assumptions? What is your real value proposition? Are you targeting the right markets, all right? How scalable is your technology? These are the kinds of questions we ask the experts, and it's all blended together into the report.
Thank you, Boas. How many hearts, Ingmar?
It was a good answer, but I'm giving a 4. I think this is needed, but what is really needed is, I mean, you have so many great solutions, good startups that could get amazing feedback, but it's all about the execution of scaling. So I hope you will bring in a lot of experts in that field on how to scale those things, and not just telling them if they're doing it good or bad, but also helping them with it.
Definitely.
So yeah, I give a 4.
Okay.
We even have one layer. If you didn't pass the threshold, one of the experts is assigned to you as a mentor. Okay. He's working with you on your weaknesses point, and then you go to another peer review.
I give a 4+
to get a certificate. 4.5.
Right.
Thank you.
We need to conclude here.
Okay, I'm just going to say just one thing, which is I think, again, for people in the developing world with really innovative ideas, this could be really useful because they find it very hard to get any doors to open to their ideas. And I think it's opening doors for people, and then we'll find out whether the thing works or not. Because somebody else will decide afterwards. But it opens a door to a possibility, and I think that's very special. And therefore, I'm going to give it a... Can't give 4.5, can you? Shit.
No.
Okay, I'm going to give it a 4 as well. I think it's very special.
Well, thank you very much, Boas.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we move on to accumulating the votes. Ingmar, you need to look at your what you've written down, and you also need to look at your own fabulous app to see how many votes we have gotten from the
I'm a bit worried here, though, because Ingmar, for the first time in my life, is actually using paper. And I have no idea, digital native, whether we can really add up or not using pen and paper.
He has a background in finance.
Okay, fine. We'll cross-check it, okay? Shweta, we'll just...
So while these wonderful jurors are calculating here, and I must say it was very difficult for me as a journalist not to ask questions here, just sort of facilitate this, because it was this was really, really engaging. And I, of course, want to thank the jurors. Any reflections here while Ingmar is calculating from Sergio on your job here and the process?
Do you want me to total this up?
I have it here.
Sergio?
None here. Thank you. I just think it's we've had a really great collection of unique and different ideas and platforms. And as we just saw with Boas, this is something that's actually living, breathing, and exists. Mm-hmm. And as we saw earlier as well, platforms that are addressing real change. With stopping fossil fuel advertising. So to me, the last two were really that were in the works, that were being done, and really making a difference. If we could stop the communications and change communications, as we're working all together here, we're working with Don't Choose Extinction, right? And educating folks in the power of communication. We really can make a difference. So I'm excited about what we've learned here today.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. And you'll be back on Sunday for the second Dragonfly's Den. But stay with us because we need to hear what's compiled here. Boas Paldi, what was your experience here? Any remarks?
Yeah, I think it gives me hope. There's so much going on out there and so many excellent ideas. Even the ideas that I didn't like as much as the other ones were fantastic ideas. So it's really kind of like for me, it shows that you know the people of the world are going in the right direction. We know which direction we need to go in. We know that we need to solve this issue as quickly as we possibly can. And I've always thought that humanity together have every innovation possible to solve this problem, and this session just reaffirmed that and gave me hope.
Well, thank you very much, Boas Paldi from UNDP. So, Ingmar, do we have a result?
We don't have a winner because we will do more pitches on Sunday.
Absolutely, but we
have some of those pitchers taking the lead.
Yeah, I know the winner, but the winner
is
today.
It like semi-finalists? Is it like the football tournament? You know, this quarter-finals, semi-finals.
And the people's vote is too early to count. So I encourage the pitchers to share their reviews, so more people will.
So what you're saying is that you're not disclosing, or what are you saying?
I'm disclosing what we have been voting.
All right. So we'll wait. This is the jury vote, and then we'll wait for the people's vote.
Because we want full transparency here.
Yes. Our winner is new weather and banning fossil fuel ads.
All right.
With 25. Climate love and with an asterisk. So I don't know, is asterisk something good or bad?
Asterisk, it depends. I mean, are you talking about asterisks, the cartoons, or are you talking about the little thing that appears in a funny squiggly way next to it? No, there was a reservation on one point. I wanted to do 4.5, but...
Okay. And after that we have Green Span Lab, and after that we have Aselio, and right after WWF.
Can we have some applause?
And, but I think everyone is...
Everyone's a winner.
Climate Love.
Excellent. And also, of course, this applause goes out to the jurors, Sergio, Boas, Nick, Ingmar, and Jutta for posing excellent questions, and just for putting your hearts into this. Really, that was noticeable that you were very, very much involved in this. And as mentioned earlier, the 3 finalists from today. Together with the 3 finalists Sunday, we will make sure that the winner on Sunday, the 1, 2, 3, will get the opportunity to expand upon their solutions in a 30-minute deep dive. And that's going to happen in our next edition of Climate Action News One-on-One, which is a program that I'm hosting for We Don't Have Time. And we will have the opportunity to pitch. They will have the opportunity to pitch at COP27. So we'll have to keep you in suspense until Sunday, when we have the winner and the number 2 and the number 3 compiled from the votes of the jurors here, the votes of the jurors on Sunday, and also all of you voting here from now on the platform. So as Ingmar said, companies that have been pitching, post on the We Don't Have Time app. And you can gather votes, and of course, all of you watching, interact and give climate hearts to the people that have been pouring their energy out here on stage in the pitching session. So this marks the end of the Dragonfly's Den, and thank you again. Thank you, Nick, for joining us. Jutta and Ingmar will stay because we have something else exciting coming up.
Thank you very much.
So there is lots of wonderful commotion here in the corner from the pitching companies and their supporters that have been watching the pitching session here. Now it's time for today's final panel. And Jutta Chakraborty, she's staying here next to us, sitting still in the sofa, next to Ingmar Rentzhog, the CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. And they will be joined by a wonderful person, Rudolf Hilti. He is founder and chair of the System Change Foundation with a HUS. It's a think and also action tank to explore the transformation of the old economy into the digital modern era. So now you need to prepare yourselves for perhaps, there you go, Rudolf, wonderful to have you here. And prepare yourselves for perhaps somewhat unusual climate discussion. focusing on how to combine radical optimism with total transformation. We're going to talk here about how we as humans, by casting away everything we've previously taken for granted or held as truths, can free ourselves of old baggage and maybe be able to create something completely new. And this talk here will be unmoderated, so I'm just letting you loose here on stage, and I'm going to step off and just enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think one big issue we have is we always talk about improvements, but if you improve bad things, you make them better, but they're still wrong. And this is a big issue, because sometimes you have to go a radical step. And this needs a lot of energy and as well a lot of passion for new things. And it's like an adventure. There are only a few people who love the adventures. But some people love it and they will do it, and others follow. And I think it's the same what we have to do right now with climate. And we have to change our systems. But there's so many opportunities. But in the beginning, everything is crazy. Everything which is new is crazy when you start with it. And then in 10 years, it will be the new normal. And this we have to accept. And this is the opportunity. And this thinking I love to expand. But with people who think very entrepreneurial, people who are optimistic they can be part of it, that see the biggest opportunity in it. Because we can redesign the whole world. And we have to, for sure, this we know, but nobody knows how to start and nobody believes in it. This is the issue. But that's why, how can we start this dialogue that we really find a critical mass, maybe only a few, but people who can bring it to scale, because this is what we have to do. And to bring it to scale within no time, we have to collaborate. And to collaborate, we need trust. And I think the biggest or the best thing to trust each other is to find a common purpose, common goal, a huge goal. It's like a mission. It's a mission-driven approach. And this we find when we interact with each other, if we start to discuss, if we ask questions. I think nobody has their answers yet, but we will find them together. And then we have to respect the craziness of people, because what I mentioned before, everything is crazy until you do it. And this we have to accept. And these are the opportunities we have. That's why I would love to open up the dialogue with you and as well with the others afterwards to really to discuss what we could do. And let's be a bit crazy and open and optimistic that we can redesign planet Earth and the systems we have.
I think you're onto something. How everything looks and how everything are is what it is right now. But the future is not something that is happening. The future is something we are creating.
Sure.
And if we have a vision, and if we work together in order to achieve that vision, we will do it. Mm-hmm. We just need to be enough number of people in order to do it. And we don't need to have a clear vision, because it's very hard to know what I'm going to do in my life 5 years, 10 years, 20, 30 years from now. But we could have a direction, mm-hmm. and that is enough. And what I'm feeling very sad about today is it's so few people that have a direction at all. And when I speak to people within the impact space, they are very pessimistic, and that is very frustrating. I can understand why youth are pessimistic about the future, because they don't have the power. But if you're an investor, and if you're working on investing for impact, I meet a lot of those pitching, we don't have time. They have no direction. They have no trust in humanity that we're going to build something better. And I can understand that, but I can't understand how you could work on making investments if you don't believe in the future. it will be much better to spend the money and do something fun here and now if you don't believe we have a future. So let's create the future we want, and in order to do that, trust is everything. And that is also something that concerns me, because when a society are changing fast, right now we are super fast change. We don't even see it, because we will see it when we look back. It's really chaotic times right now, and it's going to be even worse. Just look at the food supply coming months this year. We tend to go very conflict. It's not my fault, it's your fault. It's the people living somewhere else's fault, or it's the rich people's fault, or it's the oil company's fault, or the politicians' fault, it's the grown-ups' fault. You could always make those excuses and blame someone else. But by blaming someone else, you don't take responsibility yourself. Of course, we should tell someone else if they're doing something that they shouldn't, but if they don't do it, what's stopping you do it? So instead of distrusting people, show them that we can do it in a better way. And I think that if we lose trust, we will lose hope. We need trust, and when we trust someone, we can also trust someone that we don't agree on, but because we need a dialogue. And today we're avoiding that dialogue. Social media is like when someone doesn't agree with you, you unfollow them, and that's probably the most stupid thing we can do.
Exactly. And I think as well we have to be optimistic, because then you take the risks. And we have to take risks. But for me, I don't see risk in doing the right thing right now, because I'm very passionate about it. And passion, I think, creates success, because you're full behind it. This is what we have to do. It's the same in sports. You do it because it's just a context you create to say you would like to win something. But here it's not to win, it's a common goal we have, and there we have to create this passion that we really create something which is radical different and sustainable by its DNA, and together, not alone, because we have to please scale it up.
What you're both raising is the innate paradox of human beings, where we look to the future, and that's what makes us unique as a species from other animals. At the same time, we still have our lizard brains, or our system 1 processing. That means that we only think in the immediate. We don't actually look forward to the long term, and it results in an inertia of inaction, which is why we haven't mobilized, despite the very real threats that are in front of us related to the planet warming. Except many of those ripple effects, now we're experiencing them in real time, but many of them are still perceived as slow moving or far away or generations far ahead. And humans still have that flight or fight response that is the first thing that lights up day to day. And we haven't evolved from that. The landscape that we're operating in, the very real global, complex, interconnected risk that we're experiencing is not something that we can immediately process and act on. So we need to, those of us that have the luxury to be able to take the time to recognize these risks and to act on them, need to look at those who may not be acting, not with frustration, even though I feel the frustration that everyone feels around the lack of mobilization, but with compassion. And the reason for that compassion is that we are all intrinsically the same. We all do care about the future. We have more in common as human beings than not. And that's something we have to remember. Even the people that piss you off more than anything else have actually very much the same intrinsic needs and desires. And you probably have much more in common if you take a moment to have a conversation to build that trust. And once you have that trust, because you can find one thing you have in common with somebody, something as simple as being human or being a nationality, maybe you have that in common, then from there, you can actually begin to communicate in a way that resonates with that person and will move them to act in a way that you would hope if what you're hoping for is mobilization on different climate solutions. And that trust is crucial, and before we even get to that moment of trust, we must have compassion for those who don't agree with us. That's really critical. We cannot otherize people. Everyone is much more similar than not.
Definitely. And I think, look, it's like always the same. In the beginning, you only have few people who start something, then the crowd will follow up, because people hate change. They love stability by keeping it how it is, what they know. It's the same people, or children hate the dark because you can't see. And this is exactly where we are right now. We can't see where it will go. That's why we need the risk takers doing the crazy stuff. And in the beginning it's crazy, and then you have people who will laugh about it, and then they will fight against it because they're afraid that they will lose something, and then in the end they will accept it. And this we have to understand. It's not that we have to blame someone, or not that we have to accept it how it is. We have to accept. And I think there's so many realities on this planet, how many humans there are. So everyone has his own perspective, and this we have to accept as well. But there we can work on it, this paradigm shift, because everything, what's recognition, all humans are looking for recognition. And we have so many stupid things. Recognition, how we create it today by consuming bad things to get recognition. I think this will totally change.
This is why we should ban fossil fuel advertising.
Yeah, but I think people should feel guilty in the future. I think it's the same with camel and all these things. When we see them right now, we think, what was going on? The same will be with fossil fuels in 10, 20 years. People say, what did you do? And now it sounds crazy, but I think in 20 years we can't understand why people did it. But back to what can we do, and we have to take the people with us, and we have to start to change this context. And it's the same, so many things are a beauty because we create a context like a car, it's an object, right? But it's not, the beauty is not from the car itself, it's from the subject to the object. We create a context of a beauty. If it's a new car, we love it, it's nice. After 10 years, usually it's an ugly old car, but it's the same object. It's not the object is never changing, it's just our perspective, how we see it, if it's new or old. Okay, design classic is something else, but we create, it's the same in art, we create the realities. And this we have to change. But in the beginning it will be only a few people. But that's why it's important as well. It's not always what you say, it's always who says what. We have to create the right people, getting them together. Yeah. Where as always with money is like energy you need, and then you have to push it to the right directions, not improvements, new directions.
Super important what you say now. It's that it's not a message. You can always improve the message, but what we really need is the right people talking. We need people advocating for change in all kinds of society, on all levels of society, and they can only influence their own people. So what I dream of is to create kind of a micro-society where no one uses social media. And you have like one person working with agriculture, one person working with finance, another person working with art, etc., etc. And they create a community sharing information, and they themselves are talking with their own community, and they spread like that.
And the science supports that. That's what works. If you have a spokesperson who's trusted, you will be able to get a predicted behavioral outcome from the community that they are trusted in. And we need to activate that more. And we're doing that with the We Don't Have Time platform. I'm a behavioral scientist, so I'm ensuring that the behavioral science advances that we have, that we actually unleash it through our platform. And we're just at the tip of the iceberg in terms of being able to mobilize people. And imagine when we unleash the potential of those that have been historically disenfranchised, those that haven't been part of these decision-making roles historically, women and groups across the world that have been vulnerable and haven't had the same access to all of the new technologies and solutions that are increasingly at our fingertips. We are going to accelerate the solutions because we're allowing for behavioral science and communication science and now technology that accelerates that to reach the masses and unleash the potential that is going to accelerate the solutions to the climate crisis and usher in a future that is brand new because it's actually equitable. We've never had that. So that's the opportunity here that we can bring with behavioral science, behavioral intervention, science and technology. It's so exciting.
We have a problem though. and that
Way
is...
to kill my thunder.
Sorry. The problem is that, I mean, we need to change the system. Everyone can agree on that, or most people agree on that. But many people doesn't support that change. And those that are really are working against that change are often our leaders.
Because they have something to lose.
So because they have something to lose, and they are getting really afraid of this. Optimistic. So most of the leaders we have, political leaders, corporate leaders, other influential leaders like artists and music artists, etc., they are struggling to stay in the old system. So we're really lack of people that understand that we need to change, that have the platform to speak out. And this is frustrating because we need to mobilize leaders that advocate for change, and not just advocating for change, or living the change. Because that's how you get followers. It's not what you say, it's what you do. And business leaders, we have seen a lot of business leaders on We Don't Have Time shows that are having state-of-the-art solutions. This is maybe not so popular I'm talking about right now. I think what they do is perfect. I love it. That's why they're on the stage. But those leaders often doesn't live themselves in a new way, because they think that they're doing enough because they're running a big company working on climate solutions. But what they should understand, and this is not blaming them, because I'm not blaming them, you don't need to do it, but if they also are changing their own lifestyle, their power of communication will be so much bigger. Sure. I don't think you need to do it, but I think you should be encouraged to do it.
They're trusted more.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And I think you have to be open enough for it, because if you see the opportunities in it, we can redesign everything, and you just have to be optimistic. Yeah. And as a leader, you should see this opportunity to join it instead of being afraid to lose something what we have today, because the world is dynamic. It's not like in the past, in the industrial age, you have to be very linear, focus on what you do, everything else was not your thing. In the future, because everything is connected. Okay, the world was always connected, but now the business world is well connected. Yeah. And this we have to see as an opportunity. It will be dynamic. It's going faster. Things you will grow out of.
And the opportunity, I think, is crucial, because many leaders think that, oh, I need to live in another way, low carbon lifestyle, and that is something I'm sacrificing. Mm-hmm. And if they see it like that, they will communicate their lifestyle changes really, really badly, because people will see that they're suffering by changing. That is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the leader that see that this lifestyle is so much better. I'm doing it with joy. And we can do that. I mean, I made a lot of changes myself since I started We Don't Have Time. I'm absolutely not perfect. No one are. But I'm doing those changes with joy. I have much better life by reducing my carbon emission when I had higher carbon emission. But I still do bad things, but I'm at least doing it with joy.
This conversation needs to continue. It will continue, and it's fascinating to listen to you in the backdrop here. Actually, what's happening here is that Rita Filti and the Hus invites everyone here in the audience to join on stage, to continue the conversation, to be part of it. So just please, all of you, come up on stage, and as you do this, you can just join, please. This is serious. Come up and join the conversation. You can sit down here and stand up around this team here and talk. And as a final send-off, while you do this, we have a world premiere. We have a world premiere here on stage, and it is a new single. It's released today in partnership with Fridays for Future MAPA, and it's supported by We Don't Have Time. And the release here of the single will raise vital money for the communities on the front line of the climate crisis. And it's called Save the World, and it's a remake of the Swedish house Mafia track, and it's sung by Jarvis Smith and featuring Rita Mora. So while all of you who wants to take part in this continuous conversation here on stage, join us here on stage. We play the world premiere of this music video.